What's going on, guys? Haxa here with something a little different, something special. We reached 900 subscribers, which is just incredible. Thank you guys so much. Like straight up, just it's insane. And especially the support I've had over like the last week or so, where I've been asking for the support to help push to 1,000, has been incredible as well. So you guys have been very supportive. You guys have been responding to my call to action, which means a lot to me. The fact that we can get to 1,000 before 2023, I think it's very possible now. Though I think it'll slow down a little bit because I'm sure there's a lot of people who are watching me, who watch me a lot, who are now subscribed, and I don't know how quickly new people are filtering in from the algorithm. I think I have to have a video pop off for that to happen, which I guess this is kind of my hope. This is my attempt to make that happen. So, you know, let's hope that item tier list does so, because this is going to be massive, dude. This is going to be so hard. There's so many items in Skul. There's so much to talk about. I honestly should probably just get on with it. I just wanted to make sure that you guys understand how much I do appreciate this. And, you know, I'm going to continue to keep producing daily roguelite videos. Skul is always going to be a big part of this channel. Hope everyone's enjoying Pokemon Emerald Rogue. I have plans for other series as well. I just have to find the games. Backpack Hero is one on my list. But let's not talk about that right now. Let's talk about Skul. Let's talk about the items. So this is an item tier list. This is all of the items except a few. There's a few that aren't here because 1.6 added some. There is no 1.6 item tier list on Tiermaker. And I don't have the time to make it myself, so I'm just going to go with what's here. I might put them up in post. The only items that are missing are the two Fulgent Dawn alternatives and the Mage Staff, I believe, the slime specific item. And I can rank those anyway. It's really easy. The Argent and Solar items, S, like, obviously. And the Mage Staff is probably like A or B, maybe C. The Mage's Staff is a little bit like hyper specific in its usability, but it how do I put this? It breaks through the bubbles in Act 4. Like the enemies that are bubbled and you have to destroy the pedestals, it can like automatically destroy those, which is actually really funny and useful. The problem with the item is it's just like specific, but it has good inscriptions too. It has Mutant and I believe Mana Cycle, which are both very good. So it's just good, right? And that's something we're going to be talking about a lot in this video. I mentioned inscriptions. Inscriptions are going to play a humongous part in the like usability of items, because inscriptions are huge. And some items you might find on here that you disagree with my placing of them, but I don't know. Like I feel like I got a pretty good grasp on this game. So with all that said, let's get started. We have to get started soon, sooner than later. So let's do it now. Abandoned Wedding Ring. All depends on freeze as an inscription. This is the common freeze item. I think freeze is in a pretty good spot. I think this is a pretty good item. With all that said, also, I should say, I'm not going to order these left to right, or you know, I'm not going to place them in order. That would take way too long. I'm just going to place them in their tiers, and also I'm going with the criteria that was already here because I think it's pretty good. It's pretty dead on. It's like very though I might add one here. I might add one. No, should have probably done this before I started, but it's fine. So anyway, Abandoned Wedding Ring all depends on the freeze inscription. Basic attack causes freezes. I think it's a pretty good item. Freeze is a pretty good inscription. So maybe B. I think B maybe is a little more accurate, but yeah, B's probably fair. B's fair. Because freeze is not necessarily basic attack focused. This thing has heirloom on it, which is good, and absolute zero, which is also good, but heirloom has its limits to its usability. It ends at 2, and then heirloom, you don't really want more than 2 heirlooms. So there we go. That's Abandoned Wedding Ring, how I will think it places. Let's move on to the Abyssal Virus, which has fallen off a cliff in terms of its usability. This used to be an excellent item. I think people would maybe even put it in S, but I think it got nerfed in 1.5, and also with inscriptions becoming more of a thing, isn't quite what it used to be. Execute is a horrifically bad inscription. It's just badly designed. And with it being nerfed, I actually think I might put this in C. Artifact is good. That's what's kind of keeping this thing not in D. I would even be inclined to put it here, but I think C is fair for this item. Artifact is a good inscription. I'm sure you can find some use cases for this item. However, it's just hard to justify it. Yeah, I think that's a completely fair spot for Abyssal Virus. And now we have the Acceleration Sword. I think that's what it's called. It is one of the many items in the arms category of items that also has rapidity attached to it. And this very specifically interacts with rapidity in a really good way. So I quite like the Acceleration Sword. I think it's a really good item effect. Rapidity and arms are very good pairing of inscriptions. It's just good. Like, it doesn't directly modify your damage percent per se beyond arms 2, but the two of these together, like I said, very potent. And there's several items like this in the game. One of them we're gonna get to eventually, but this is a good example of an item that has those two inscriptions on it. So if you heard a noise there, it was me popping a water. Gonna need a lot of that to get through this. That is my assessment on this item. Good item, good inscriptions, it's good. Now we have After Image. Really kind of niche kind of item. Really good inscriptions. Actually, it's this like the magic attack equivalent of this. It has not quite. It would be Artifact and Rapidity. This has Wisdom and Rapidity, which is arguably better. I don't know if I'd go there, but maybe. Wisdom and Artifact go hand in hand. They're both very good. But After Image's effect, unlike the Acceleration Sword, is not quite as good. It's kind of niche, and it doesn't really do a lot of damage on its own. After Image sends out these little spheres as you attack, and they don't do a lot of damage. It's kind of like the Alchemist basic attack, but also on an item, basically. Kind of weird. Not bad, though. This item isn't bad. It has really good inscriptions on it, and the effect itself can kind of, not really, but kind of enable mixed damage runs, where like if you have the werewolf, you want to do a magic werewolf run, you're worried about your basics doing a physical, you can grab this item and then your basics kind of have magic on them, but it's not very powerful magic. I think it's a B tier item. I think that's a completely fair spot for this. Yeah, I think that's fair. We gotta pick up the pace, bro. This is gonna be a really long video. So this is Aftershocks, which is a stun item, a stun magic item, bit of a niche kind of thing. Aftershocks item effect, in my experience with it, is not, I'm not putting it in C, by the way, not yet at least. It's not necessarily very impactful. It's not bad. It's just the item effect itself is not impactful. So then we have to look at the inscriptions, and the inscriptions, I believe, are it's Stun and Brawl, I believe. And Brawl is very niche. It's really, honest, I've done runs with Brawl. It's sadly not a super good inscription as it is right now. And Stun is good. Stun is in a good spot. So we have a lot of negatives on this item that make me want to place it badly. But then there's positives to it too, like Stun, obviously. But the thing about Stun is it's generally more of a physical leaning inscription. However, one of the best stun users in the game, if not the best stun user, is Alchemist. And Alchemist is a magic stun user. So in that hyper-specific scenario, I think it performs pretty well. But with that said, do I want to put it in B or C? I'd certainly not an A tier item. I certainly don't think it's a D tier item. I'm thinking B, but I think maybe C is a little more accurate. B seems kind of fair, but I gotta make my mind up. I'm gonna put it in C. For maybe I was gonna say first, I was gonna try and come up with something clever like C for like can come back to later, but that's not clever. So just consider this temporary. I might move it up as I continue to place items. Anyway, let's move on. We have the Ancestral Bracelet. I think that's what it's called. Something like that. If I got it wrong, My bad, my bad. I know what the item is though, so it's like Ancestral Bracelet or like Wind Bracelet or something. This is an item that has Rapidity on it and also Heritage, which is an interesting inscription. Heritage is maybe, I would say, considered by most people not very good. I like Heritage a decent amount, but with that said, the thing itself, the item effect itself gives you like 30% attack speed, and that is, it's good, and with Rapidity that's good, but I don't think it's enough. It also gives you Quintessence cooldown itself as well, I believe. So this is an item that on very specific runs, which maybe means no, that's gold dependent. I don't know if I like that category down there. I'll think about that a little bit. This is a good item. Is it great? I don't think so. Is it like stellar or anything? Nah. It's good though. I feel like I don't take it to the end of a lot of my Rapidity runs, and that's not necessarily its fault. It's just like I find better items along the way. I think this is a solid B, very solid B. And if I was ordering them, I would put it ahead of these, but I'm not ordering it, so yeah, it's a good item. It's just not a great item. And this is another heritage item here. This is the Ancient Incense Burner, I believe, something like that. Close enough. This is an item that is also quintessence based. It makes your quintessence cooldown a lot better. Whenever I'm doing like a slime run, these two items are like really important. Or like Harpy. No, not on a Harpy. Well, yeah, on a Harpy run. Yeah, I think I did use these on my Harpy run. Not that that's a run I do often. In fact, I'll probably never do it again. But it's something I used there. But it's niche. Like if I was doing a Balrog run, I think I would want something like this, which I am overdue for a Balrog run. But with that said, I don't think it's as good as this, for sure. It's a lot more niche. But it's not D. Maybe F. Maybe there is no need for F. I don't know, because it's like, it's not like this is a high tier item. It has heritage and why can't I think of it? It's the inscription that gives you plus HP. I cannot think of it for the life of me right now, but you know what I'm talking about. So it's like a HP giver. It also gives flat HP itself, and it makes your quintessence cooldown speed better. Not very high impact, but is it bad? No. Maybe it is a D tier item. I don't know. Maybe I should get rid of the F, because it's like, this isn't bad. But how many items in Skul are actively bad? There's not a lot of them, so maybe this does belong in D. I think that, yeah, I'll leave it in D for now. I guess I'll just have to see how I start feeling about some of these items as I continue to move along in this tier list, because I might. Oh, what is happening? Okay, I'm just gonna put it there. I'm just gonna put it there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is. I have F literally for one fucking item. I don't know where it is here, but we'll get to it eventually. Let's move on to the death something or other. Sorry, I don't have every item name just memorized by heart, though I should have this one memorized by heart because it's a good one. This is the Poison Legend, or one of the Poison Legendaries, because Poison has multiple legendaries for, yeah, I guess it got special treatment. This is the good one. This is the, oh man, the name like popped into my mind for a microsecond and then instantly vanished. I don't know if that's a thing others deal with, but that's a thing I deal with. It's very common. So yeah, this is a really good item. It's has a approaching death. Yo, let's go. I fucking remembered. So yeah, this item has poison and hidden blade, I think. Both good inscriptions. I hope I'm right about that. I think I'm right about that. But the real doozy for this item, and I know that was like a 1950s word, but you know, it's what popped into my head. The doozy for this item is the effect itself. If you're on a poison run, this amplifies your damage to poisoned enemies by 30%. And amplification is very good and very, very important on poison runs in particular, because you're always giving up a lot of item slots for that could be being dedicated to damage percent, and you're giving those item slots up for poison on the inscription. So to have damage amplification is important, and that makes this item very good. So on a poison run in particular, this is very good. Like, you want this item. And I think for that reason, it belongs in S. That's why I kind of don't like this tier here, because it's like Skul dependent. I feel like run dependent is more accurate. But even then, I would still put this in S. And I actually think that means I'm officially getting rid of this row. I don't like it. The more I thought about it, the more I just realized, it's kind of unnecessary. I think I'm just going to tier the items without, like, oh, if you just had it on this hyper-specific build, then it would be good. Though maybe I'll come across an item later on where I feel that way, but we'll see. Either way, S tier, I think Approaching Death is great. Archbishop Scriptures. I'm a huge proponent of Archbishop Scriptures, which obviously means it's going right into S. And I don't think anyone disagrees with me, at least in 1.5 and beyond versions of Skul. But even before then, before they made it like a effect that you could control, I thought it was a really good item. So Archbishop Scriptures is Relic and Wisdom, which the Relic portion of it is kind of meaningless. It's like a filler inscription. Not very good. But the real kicker for this item is its effect, where it sends like a giant fucking laser beam down from the top of the screen, and if anything gets caught in that, it like amplifies their damage for every like tick of damage they take from the laser. So it's like just incredible for amplifying your damage against, sadly, only the first hero, because the way Skul works is there's items that you can only get from boss chests, and this is the item from the boss chest you get from killing Joan. So and she's the second to last boss, so you can only get it in the last half of the game, and the last half of the game is basically just the first hero fight. So that's something I've talked about plenty of times in my videos, where I'm saying like I want them to change the way that that works. I want them to make boss chest universal, kind of like Slay the Spire, where you can get like the busted crown, which is the champion's item. You can get that in any chest. So like I feel like Skul should have similar rules, and I understand that that kind of complicates the world tree seed a little bit, but I think the trade-off of being able to get different items in every boss chest is worth it, for like especially the way boss chests work now, where you get like a fucking like smorgasbord of shit. It doesn't matter as much if you like get the world tree seed at the end. I think that's worth it. That's my take though. But yeah, Archbishop Scriptures, easy S. Let's move along to the Architect's Breastplate, which is a courage and fortress item, and whenever you use your skill, you gain 60% damage increase for 2 seconds, which sounds niche, but I mean, you're all pretty much, well, I guess depending on the build, you're using your abilities a lot. So with that in mind, courage is an excellent inscription, so is fortress, and it's very easy to collect 2 of those. We even have a little synergy coming up here where I can talk about that further. 2 items that are both courage and fortress that you can get together. So yeah, this is a very, very good item. S is actually tempting, but I think this is more of an A tier item, because it's not like run defining to get it, which maybe that means I'll move this down as I go. I think Scriptures is far above Architect's Breastplate in terms of usability. Yeah, I'll leave it there for now, but I do think this firmly belongs in the A tier. Very good item, very good item effect with good inscriptions. You can't really go wrong with it. Let's move along to the... Fuck, what is this item called? I'm always making fun of it. The name escapes me. I don't know why, but this is the Stun legendary item, which is Fortress and Stun. Not bad inscriptions. The problem with this item is it's only usable on stun runs. Any other time you find it, it's a dud, which is kind of the same for all of these legendaries. But I don't know. Even on stun runs, the problem, and this is like what I was getting to with this, right? Whenever you're doing a status run, you're giving up item slots that could be dedicated to damage percent for the status that you're focusing. So you have less item slots dedicated to damage percent, which means you're doing less damage overall. So that status better be doing a lot of work. And stun is good. Stun does a lot of work. It's not as good. I would say it's the worst of the status inscriptions potentially, but that might be a hot take. I think freeze is better than stun in its current form. But that's neither here nor there. We're talking about the fucking chest plate from hell here. This item is very niche, only usable on stun runs, which, like I said, true for all these. But the problem with this is it's kind of like it kind of makes up for your lost damage percent, because the item effect itself is like whenever an enemy is stunned, while they're stunned, the duration of that, any damage you deal to them will be dealt to them in like a big giant blast of true damage. So like if you deal like, you stun the enemy, they're down, and you deal like 2,000 damage to them in that time, they'll take a blast of 2,000 extra damage on top of the 2,000 you dealt when they come back from their stun. So the item effect itself is good, but like I said, you're giving up the damage percent you normally would be doing to do the stun run. So I feel like this just kind of makes up for the damage percent you gave up, which is also true for approaching death. So I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this item. I haven't done, I guess this is a me problem, I haven't done a stun run with this item because I haven't gotten lucky enough to do it. So I'm a little unexperienced with this item. I believe it falls somewhere in A or B. It all depends on the stun inscription. Stun is in a good spot, but it's not in as good of a spot as some of the other inscriptions. I think I could safely, if I was like ordering this would be at the end of A, maybe the top of B. I'm gonna put it in B for now. Might change my mind as I go. Not a bad item by any stretch. I'm always making fun of it for no real reason. Like, it's not like I dislike the item, I just think it's funny. But it's not bad. It's good. Moving on to Assassin Dagger, which is, or Assassin's Dagger, I should say. This is a very, once again, it's like I would call this a Skul specific item, but I'm glad I got rid of that tier. I don't think it belongs here. This is an item that works very well with speed skulls. You get like extra crit percent and movement speed on top of that with the item, but the item itself also gives crit percent, I believe. Has what's it got? It's Hidden Blade and something. Fuck, I don't remember the other inscription. I don't use this item too often, to be honest with you, but it's not a bad item. It's actually a good item. Hidden Blade and something. The item itself is good. You need a speed skull to get the maximum value out of it. Also, excuse me, one little moment. I have been letting this tea get cold. I haven't taken a single drink of it just because I'm in the zone. Item is good. Inscriptions, if I could only remember the second one. The real important inscription is Hidden Blade, which is it's probably one of the best inscriptions. So yeah, it's like a good inscription, at least one good inscription. If I can't remember the other inscription, that could be because it's like execute or something awful. Might be duel. I don't know. There's like a lot of weird inscriptions out there. So yeah, this is a good item. I think it firmly belongs in A. It's certainly not S tier. It really depends on your run if you're going to take an Assassin's Blade. Or is it Assassin's Dagger? It might be Assassin's Dagger, actually. I don't think it really matters that much. You guys know what I'm talking about when you see the icon of the item. Good item. Depends on the run. But I don't want to get that in the weeds, so I'm just going to call it an A tier item. And now we're moving on to an item I kind of alluded to earlier with the Architect's Breastplate. This is the Attendant's Pauldrons. The Attendant's Pauldrons are a fortress and courage item, just like the Architect's Breastplate. And they give like 35% damage percent, or maybe it's 40. Give a lot. And they also, on top of that, give, or is that all they do? I think that is all they do, actually, yeah. If I'm wrong about that, I apologize. Either way, it doesn't really matter. The fortress and the courage are what you truly want with this item, and the damage percent is good too. It's kind of like the standard Carleon sword, but better. So, with that said, easy A. Really no ifs, ands, or buts. It's just good. And I think we can call that a done deal. Attendant's Pauldron's good. Moving on to the Stone of Plague, but I think this is the upgraded Stone of Plague, which I don't actually know what it does off the top of my head. But I'm going to rate it the way I would rate Stone of Plague. If you're on a poison run, obviously incredible. It's a way to scale your damage percent. outside of the like the problem I mentioned earlier, where you're giving up item slots and losing damage percent you could potentially have for the status itself. So this kind of makes up for that. I think it stacks your damage percent the more it's either, is it, I don't think it, yeah, every time you poison an enemy it gives you a stack, and then you can stack it up to a certain point. And I would just imagine the upgraded Stone of Plague does that but more. So I'm going to rate, like I said, rate it the same way I would rate the Stone of Plague. I'm going to put it firmly in the A tier. Maybe it could go in the S tier, honestly. 1 second. I really got to start drinking this tea. I think A is maybe a little more fair. But if I'm putting this in S, but also considering the inscription, this has Masterpiece on it, which is a useless inscription past a certain point. Though I guess it gives you 70% damage increase for like 10 seconds, which is not bad actually. So I guess it's not useless. It's poison and Masterpiece, which isn't a super good, but I don't know. It's certainly not. It's no Hidden Blade in poison for sure, and also amplification is way more valuable on a high damage run than increase itself. So I don't know. S. That kind of makes me question if this is an S tier item. I think this is an A tier item, and I might revisit the Approaching Death as I continue through this tier list. We'll see. Sorry about that. Moving on to the Carleon basic staff. Really just one of the more basic items in the game. It's very straightforward. It has, what's that one inscription? It's like the one that gives you just damage percent, or the one that is on all of the basic Carleon items. It's like Empire or something like that. I think that's what it used to be called. Either way, the point about that inscription is it's nothing special. It's actually fairly mediocre. The real thing you want with this is the wisdom and the raw damage percent it gives you, which is like 35 or something like that. Basic Carleon staff is a good item. I don't think we need to get into it too much further than that. Really good. Easy A tier item. You just want the stats and you want the inscription, the wisdom inscription. So there you go. Easy review. Let's move on to the Beak of the Raptor. Or it's something like that. Raptor's Beak, Beak of the Raptor. This is a strike and heritage item, I believe. Very weird inscriptions. Straight up, just kind of, it's like, why heritage? I feel like with a lot of items, they were just like, bro, what the fuck do we put on the second half of this thing, bro? I don't fucking know. Shit, heritage. Yeah, they'll just slap heritage on there. That's it. Beak of Raptor, heritage, and strike. And strike, I guess, kind of makes sense because you think of like a, I don't know, like a hawk or something, and they're very accurate with their hunting. So strike does make sense, but heritage does not make sense. But the item itself, much like the assassin dagger, in fact, they're very comparable. Oh, does this might have strike on it too, actually. Hidden Blade, strike, actually, I think are the inscriptions on this. Yeah, I think that's it, which actually makes me value it a lot higher because strike is really good. Beak of Raptor, strike is the important thing you want about this. Heritage is just kind of there. And the item effect itself is one of those speed skull item effects where it's like if you swap into a speed skull, you get it's like, what is it, like extra crit percent or something. Kind of niche. Not super useful. I would say it's like less good than the item description on the assassin's dagger, but Beak of Raptor is good. I don't think it's as good as assassin dagger. Is it a B or A tier item? This might be a B tier item. I think Beak of Raptor is probably a B tier item. Assassin's dagger is like a lot more universally useful than the Beak of Raptor. The Beak of Raptor, if you're on a strike build, is a very good item, especially if you're on a strike build where you're utilizing a speed skull. You definitely want this item, but it's a lot more niche than the assassin dagger. Berserker's Gauntlets. This is Masterpiece and Rapidity. I don't think it's Rapidity. I don't know what it is. I'm not a big fan of this item. I think the item itself, like its description, is like good. Look how much we have left, bro. Oh no. The item description itself is the lower your HP, the faster your attack speed, and that is like the thing about Skul is it's really, really hard to maintain a low HP value on purpose. There are ways to do it, but it's not easy because there's always HP orbs dropping from enemies. And to take damage on purposes in Skul is a little hard for, especially, even for me as a veteran player. For new players, I imagine that's like a fucking absolute no man's land. But even for me, I'm like, you better be giving me something really good if I'm losing my HP on purpose. And this item effect is not that. I'm putting this in D. That's going to be a hot take. Excuse me, I just wanted to drink some tea. Let me live, okay, guys? Let me live. D or C? It's certainly no B. It's certainly not up here. It's D or C. The item effect is good if you... it's like, fast attack speed is not bad, okay? I know speedrunners like this item. I've done speedruns, and I've picked this item up and enjoyed it on that. But that's a very hyper-specific scenario, and most people aren't speedrunners of Skul. So, I think it's D. And this is my opinion, so, you know, if you disagree with me, that's fine. You can let me know. But personally, D is where I think this item belongs, and I'm going to leave it there. I've spoken my piece. The item effect is good, but the means of getting the item effect are bad, and that's why I think it firmly belongs in the D tier. Blood Drunk Sword, though this is the Blood Drunk Sword. This is the blood sword. I don't actually remember what the or maybe they're both called Blood Drunk Sword. Either way, this is the first form of the Blood Drunk Sword. It's kind of hard to judge these two separately, but I guess I will. And for these in particular, I think it's pretty easy actually to judge them separately, because if you pick up the Blood Drunk Sword on the wrong run, it's just a useless item. The unevolved sword itself is not good. It's like bleed and arm, so good inscriptions. But the item effect itself, if I remember correctly, it might even do nothing. Though it might do something. I think it maybe increases... Oh, man, I wish I don't want to open up a bunch of other tabs while I'm doing this, so maybe I should. Hang on one moment. Alright, I just wanted to open up the equipment wiki tab here. Let's see if we can find the blood drinking sword. That's what it's called. This probably instantly improves the quality of this video. Don't have to guess anymore, I just know. Okay, it increases your physical attack by 1% for the stacks. Limit of this effect increases crit rate by 20%. Okay, I see now. So yeah, it increases your damage percent the more you stack it up. So it's like, for a bleed run in particular, this is like obviously hyper specific to bleed runs, but that doesn't matter. We're not judging this like, we're not judging it like this. We're assuming you're at the optimal criteria to pick an item up whenever I'm judging these items. So this item itself, not good necessarily. It's actually much harder to fill than you'd think. Outside of the sword skull itself, I would say it's very hard to actually get this item stacked up, because the thing you have to understand is you have to apply the wound and not kill them in the time in between the wound is applied and then when it activates. And that's actually harder than you'd think, which is why this item is actually really, really hard to get going on the wrong run. I would say you need to have a slightly lower than usual damage percent run, or the sword skull, or the thorny boots, because the thorny boots are an excellent way of consistently applying wounds, but you need that consistent wound application, and then you need to be able to let the wound activate. So it's a little hard to actually pull off. I think for that, I don't pick this item up a lot. I think it's a solid B tier item. I don't think it's a C tier item, but the Blood Drunk Sword itself, I would say is an S tier item, maybe A. A is probably, it's probably comparable to Stone of Plague, actually. So I think an A tier item is probably fair, but this is an excellent item. The Blood Drunk Sword is the evolved form of the Blood Drinking Sword, and once you get it there, it's great, because it gives you 20% crit rate. That's nuts, dude. That's insane. There are not, most items that give you crit percent barely give you anything. This gives you 20. Shit's ridiculous. And it gives you massive 50% attack increase. Bleed runs really want this item. Really fucking want this item. Um, Actually, while I'm here, let's go look at the Stone of Plague. Authentic Stone of Plague. Let's have a look there and see what this truly does. Okay, so it literally just increases the stacking. Actually, it has this attached to it as well. For 5 seconds, you're or is that on the normal Stone of Plague? Let's actually look at that real quick. I don't want to get too many fucking tabs going here, so probably gonna close these out when I'm done. Yeah, that's an extra little thing attached to it, which makes the Stone of Plague way better. That could actually make me think it's S tier. I don't know. Let's move on to Stone of Plague. We got so much left to do. So yeah, that's my assessment on the Blood Drinking Sword. Good item. But the Blood Drunk Sword is way, way, way better. So now we have the true... What the fuck does this item do, bro? Oh, no. Crown of Thorns. Some of these masterpiece items that are like the evolved form, I just do not know what they do. Critical hit conjures spikes and deals damage. So is that even attached to the normal Crown of Thorns? Kind of. I guess it is. I don't know why this is a lot more descriptive, but they're basically the same. Critical hit performed within 5 seconds after the last amplifies the... Oh my god. Oh! Okay, that's crazy. Wait. Does this have that? Oh, okay. So they're these are a lot more similar to each other than the Stone of Plague. But these are both masterpiece items. It's Masterpiece and Misfortune. Good inscriptions, though Masterpiece is debatable. The Masterpiece inscription is just a means to an end for the most part. It's not really a good inscription itself. But this item effect seems really good. I've never gotten to use it, and that's just unfortunate. And I do daily skull... For those who are maybe just getting to my channel, I do daily skull runs every day, pretty much, except for Saturday and Friday. So I do a lot of skull runs, and I still have not gotten fortunate enough to get this on a run where I can use it. So that's how hard it can be to get these masterpiece items, especially legendary masterpiece items. But this seems pretty good. I'm going to assume it's an A tier item, which I guess is a little whack. But like, I've played with most of these items, like almost all of these I've done in one way or another. Just unfortunate I haven't gotten to play with this, but it sounds very powerful. And I have played with the Crown of Thorns, so just not the better version of it. And I know the Crown of Thorns is pretty good, so let's move along to the let's get rid of some of these here. This is the Terrible Blade Shards, but I guess they're like the Excellent Blade Shards. I don't know what they're actually called. Blooming Blade Shards. So they changed a lot there. They're no longer terrible, they're blooming. Bleeding allows you to swing Terrible Blade Shards with normal attacks for 4 seconds, deals with damage which has a 2% to inflict bleed. So it's basically just a better version of the Terrible Blade Shards. I'm actually going to put these maybe an S. Blade Shards are really good. Terrible Blade Shards are very excellent. I'm just going to assume it's a better version of the Terrible Blade Shards. Another item I haven't gotten to play with, by the way, just pointing that out. Though my last bleed run I did yesterday, I talked about wanting to do a run where I specifically try and get this item. So I'll try and do it in the upcoming runs I do. But it's getting Masterpiece on a bleed run is very specific and not an easy thing to do. So I'm going to put this in S. I think because the thing is, the Terrible Blade Shards almost act as a miniature Evil Sword Kyrian themselves. If you have consistent bleed, it's very comparable, the item effect, and they're good. So I just imagined that these are just better versions of that. And that seems powerful. So I'm going to make a leap of faith here. Not a very bold one, a probably pretty safe one, and assume this is an S tier item. So moving on to the Bone of Courage. This is we're getting to the bones here. Though, where's the Bone of Mana? Putting that shit up here. People call it the Mana Bone. It's called the Bone of Mana now, and I assume that's what the person who made this tier list did. So this is the Bone of Courage. Very good item. Courage and bone inscriptions, which I'm always going on in my videos about how the bone inscription is a debuff, but that's specifically for me because of my key bindings. My swap is bound to the scroll wheel, and you can't really, or I can't really finesse that very well. So whenever I have bone as my inscription, I just like swap rapidly at very unopportunistic times. My run yesterday was an example of this. So not judging the bone inscription from my perspective, I'll judge it objectively. I think it's okay, but kind of unnecessary. So one inscription on this is like mediocre, but the courage on this item is excellent, and the item effect itself is very good. It's like every other, it's like on a cooldown, and whenever the cooldown is finished, you get like a big amplified hit. And it's based on how many power skulls you have. So if you have 0 power skulls, it's weak. If you have 1 power skull, it's okay. And if you have 2 power skulls, it's insane. So a very good item. I would say the bones themselves are by default A, because they're all really good, but they're all varying levels of good. I would say the Bone of Courage is probably the worst of the class bones, where we have like swiftness and so this is Speed Skull, this is the Balance Skull, this is the Power Skull variant. Out of the class bones, I think this is the weakest one, but that is not to say that it's weak. It's very good. So by default, A. Now we have the Bone of Madness, which is a bit of a weirder one. This is not a class bone, it's a neutral bone. This is a bone that has Brawl on it, which I've talked about Brawl before. Kind of a odd inscription, kind of currently in its like current form, not very usable. Though of the Brawl items, this is probably the best one, because it gives you stats. And that's the problem with Brawl, is it's much like the statuses. You're giving up a lot of item slots to that would otherwise be dedicated to your damage percent. And this item kind of makes up for that, because it gives you 50% stats in both directions. Not bad at all. The problem, it's Brawl that really holds this item back. I don't know if I'd say it's a B tier item. It could be an A tier item very safely, because it's good. It's really good. I think it's an A tier item. Why did I put this here, by the way? I'm not ranking these in any particular order. Yeah, I think this is an A tier item. Nah, it's a B tier item. The more I think about it, it's like, is it on the level of these? No. Is it bad? No. B tier items aren't bad. They're just not on the level of these. So C tier items really aren't even bad per se. They're just not great. But that's I think that solidly belongs in B. Let's move along to the Bone of Swiftness. Easy S tier item. One of the best items in the entire game. Speed Skulls do it again. Speed Skulls on top forever. They always are on top, and they always will be on top, unless something big happens. So the Bone of Swiftness is much like the Bone of Courage, where it's tied to your how many Speed Skulls you have. If you have 0, the item effect is weak. If you have 1, it's okay, and if you have 2, it's excellent. But the real kicker for this item is it has rapidity on it, which is one of the best inscriptions, if not the best inscription in all of Skul. So yeah, you have like an excellent item effect where it gives your basic attacks an extra blast of damage, and you attach that to good inscriptions, or at least one good inscription, one great inscription, and one okay inscription. And you have like a very potent recipe for just a really good item. Like if I was ordering these, it would be firmly above these, but I'm not. Bone of Swiftness is just really, really good. So moving on to the other of the class bones, we have the Bone of Mana now. Not the Mana Bone, guys. Read the item. It's called the Bone of Mana now. They changed it to be consistent with all of these bones. It is the balance variant where, you know, like I said before, 0 balance skulls, the item effect is weak. 1, okay. 2, excellent. This has wisdom attached to it, much like the Bone of Courage has courage attached to it. They should really just call this the Bone of Wisdom at this point, shouldn't they? They're gonna call this the Bone of Courage. But yeah, this bone is probably, I guess arguable which of these two is better, but I guess that kind of goes to show just how good this item is and how good these bones really are. People would have debates, I suppose, about which of the Bone of Swiftness or the Bone of Mana is better. Personally, I'm Bone of Swiftness, but I can see arguments for Bone of Mana being as good as and maybe potentially better than Bone of Swiftness. Bone of Mana is very good. Wisdom is a great inscription. The effect itself, where like it sends this like aura of damage around your character that gets bigger and stronger the more balance skulls you have, is very, very good. I use it all the fucking time. Probably one of my most used items. Bone of Mana is just excellent. These bones are all very, very crazy good. So yeah, we got the class bones out of the way. We have one more bone here though. We have the Bone of Time, I think it's what's called. Not an item I've used in a recorded run, but I have used this item on a run that I unfortunately had to scrap because I fucked up the ending and pressed the F11 button, which ended my recording instead of the F12 button, which changed the screenshot. That's a whole thing, though. Talking about this item itself, it's an item where whenever you use a skill, it decreases your swap timer by 0.5 seconds, I believe. An item I've never used on a run, on a recording, but an item that I have had really good experiences with off screen, and I have come to respect a little bit because I'm kind of generally I'm not an advocate for items that reduce swap cooldown, because I generally believe that the Mutant 2 inscription is more than enough swap cooldown, and this is me, who is like the guy on Skul YouTube who advocates for swapping the most and tells you guys to swap as often as possible, saying that most of the time any item that further increases your swap cooldown beyond Mutant 2 is just not very useful. It's very niche. But even then, I have to say that this item impressed me on the runs I've taken it on. And also, it has Mana Cycle on it, which is one of the better inscriptions in the game that is kind of rare. So, good item effect attached to a good inscription. I think it's a solid A tier item. Maybe arguable in B tier, but if I was ordering these, it would be low A, high B. Certainly better than the Bone of Swiftness. That's what makes me want to put it in A tier. I'll leave it here for now. Good item effect. Let's move on. We have the Broken Dagger, I think that's what it's called here. This is the common, much like the Abandoned Wedding Ring here, this is the common basic bleed attack, or bleed inscription item. It has a Hidden Dagger on it, which of course, like I said, probably one of, if not the best inscriptions in the game. It's arguable. Earl certainly placed it at the top, and I don't necessarily disagree with him, though I think Swiftness or Rapidity is better, but that's for another video. This is the Broken Dagger. It gives your basic attacks a 5% chance, I believe, to inflict bleed, and has good inscriptions on it. It's in an excessive bleeding run, you want this item basically, and I don't think you ever get rid of it because it also gives you attack speed, which is actually something I didn't bring up about the Abandoned Wedding Ring. I think I forgot to mention it. On this item inscription, on all of the common status items, they all have a little bonus thing attached to them. This, I think, increases your skill cooldown speed by 10% or something. Pretty good. Still belongs in B tier, but this gives you like 10% or so attack speed. So, a really useful item, a really good item effect. I think it's a solid A tier item. Let's move on to the Broken Mana Engine, an item that I've gained a lot of respect for in the last few weeks or so, maybe the last month. An item I want to base a run around soon. Broken Mana Engine is a chase and a mana tech item, which is also an inscription. If you're new here, you need to watch my mana tech videos, because this isn't an inscription that went from 0 to hero in my mind. With all that aside though, chase and mana tech, both fairly useful. The item effect itself is like whenever you dash, it leaves these orbs behind you that deal magic damage. Not very super useful, but the real kicker for this item is the 50% skill cooldown it gives you, which is really good. Skill cooldown is super underrated. I highly recommend people use it more often, which is why I'm a big fan of Mana Cycle and Mana Tech. But that said, I think this is an A tier item. Maybe B. I could see arguments for B. But skill cooldown speed is hard to come across, especially neutral skill cooldown speed, because you have like obviously like the ritual staff, which gives skill cooldown speed to balanced skulls, but to find truly neutral good skill cooldown speed is a little more rare than you would think it would be. So, and like with the item effect itself being like decent at the very least, and the inscriptions being good, I think this is an A tier item. Moving along to the Burning Scriptures or something. I don't know what this is called. This is a arson item. Actually, I need to familiarize myself with this. Hang on, let's get rid of the blooming blade shards here. This is a rare, I believe, so let's look in the rares, see if I can find it. I don't want to spend too much time looking for this. Oh, there it is, Burning Scripture. Yeah. What do you do, buddy? When a burning enemy damages another enemy due to burn, there's... Oh. Isn't that kind of just what burn does anyway? Burn spreads to enemies easily? C tier item. This has a relic on it, which is just like all the scripture items have relic on them. And then you have arson on it. and it's like Relic and Arson, there's no synergy there at all, so the inscriptions are just kind of clashing. And then the item effect itself, at least the way I understand Arson, also if my voice got a little weird there, is because I was adjusting my headset. The way I understand Arson, this item is like just kind of not super, like it seems unnecessary. Like it's just unnecessary Arson fluff that you would just otherwise not use. So I'm gonna put it in C. I've never used it, and probably for good reason. Let's move on to the Carleon Insignia, which is an item that I think maybe used to be a little better, but maybe not so much. I don't know. This item effect is like the more basic Carleon items you have. You gain like a little, like I think it's like 30 gold per room every time you transition, which is actually pretty good, especially if you can get like some of the money percent boosting items, which are very, very rare. There's only 2, I think. You can really start stacking some money on this, but those items are on the rarer side, or at least one of them is. So it's like generally you're just getting the flat 30 gold from this item, which Miser used to be the money percent boosting inscription, but they changed it to treasure. So I would say this item lost a little bit of its value, but this is still like an excellent early game treasure item. I think a lot of runs have this item on them and then slowly get rid of it. But it's a great way to just gain money early. And money, obviously, in Skul is one of the like most primo resources. You want a lot of it. So I think this is a solid A tier item, despite having like the useless Empire inscription or whatever the fuck it's called these days. Actually, let's just answer that question now. What the fuck is that item called these days? Or that inscription, I should say. It is spoils. Yes, spoils. To the victor go the spoiled, I suppose. Very weird transition or translation. Empire made more sense, but that doesn't make. Yeah, that doesn't matter. A tier item. Let's move on to the this. Oh man, this is an item I've had a very interesting history with. The Cavalry Decoration. When I first saw this item, I lost my mind at how niche it was, and I was like, bro, this item sucks ass. But the more I've come to use this item, the more I've liked it. It's Chase and Heirloom, which Heirloom is a good inscription. I've said before. Chase is also a good inscription. This item is obviously very niche. You don't use it often, but when you do use it, it's great. Like watch my most recent Masterpiece run. Yeah, was that the run I did? Yeah, it was. Okay, so my most recent Masterpiece run where I got the Prince's box, I had this item on it. It was a Chase run where I built a Chase Masterpiece run with the Genie and the Pikeman. On a run like that where you're dashing a lot, this item is like a must-have. It's a really good item effect, and Chase is obviously a bit of a harder inscription to come by on good items. So this item on Chase runs is, if you're doing physical Chase runs, is like a must-have. It's really good. However, I do think it's still a little on the weird side. It's a little too niche. It shouldn't have Heirloom on it, in my opinion. It should have Masterpiece on it. That would make it a lot more usable. So with that said, I think it's a B tier item, but it's a really good B tier item. Just not quite A material, but it's good. Like it's not as bad as I once thought it was. Ceremonial Dagger, Artifact, and Hidden Blade. Hidden Blade is obviously really good. Artifact is obviously really good. Then you have the item effect itself, which is like whenever you deal a critical hit, it increases your damage by either 50 or 55%. It gives you huge increases for very little sacrifice. Like the condition is easy to meet, and also it gives you 5% crit anyways. So really good item on the right run. If you're doing a magic crit run, which I think is a fairly rare run, I don't think that's a thing people do very often, but if you are doing that, this is a must-have item. I think it's probably A tier, could be B, but I think Ceremonial Dagger is just useful. Just kind of like, I feel like if I'm just doing a standard magic run, I'll maybe pick this item up and then eventually just get rid of it, because it's just like most of my magic runs are damage percent runs, not crit runs. But if I'm doing a crit magic run, it's a good item. A tier for now. We'll maybe move it around. The Champion's Belt. Let's actually, this is another one of the I think it's called Champion's Belt. Not the champion himself. Champion's Belt, yeah. This is another masterpiece item I don't use very often. I need to familiarize myself with it. Increases physical attack by 12. Okay, so I think it's just better Champion's Belt, basically. Or better Fighter's Belt with an extra effect on it, where if there's a certain amount of enemies around you, it deals like a Brawl-esque damage effect to them. Very, very niche. Unfortunately for this item, much like the Champion's Belt, or the Fighter's Belt, I mean, this is just not a high tier item. And I see the Fighter's Belt here, I'm going to put this in D. This is a C tier item because it's better than the Fighter's Belt, but not by much. Like, multiple enemies being around you is just like once you get to the bosses, like in boss fights, this is a 12% damage increase. And on Fighter's Belt, it's even worse. And it has Brawl and Masterpiece on it. So like I said, Masterpiece, a means to an end, not necessarily a good inscription itself. And then you have Brawl on this, which is not a good inscription currently in Skul's current form. So unfortunate for this item. It just has a lot going against it, much like its weaker form. So C and D. I think that's completely fair. Moving along to... What are you here? You're the... what are you called? Fuck, what is that item called? It doesn't matter. This is the basic attack, arson item. So if you're on a magic arson run and you're doing basic attacks, this is your guy. This is Hidden Blade and Arson. Hidden Blade, obviously excellent. And the effect itself, I believe, is your basic attacks have a 10% chance or so to inflict burn. Actually, incredible item effect. It's really good if you're doing specifically basic attack arson, but the problem with basic attack arson is I cannot think of a time I've ever done it. It's because your arson spreads through ability use, so it's like, man, like I just can't think of a time where I'm like I'm not doing this really ever. But the item itself is really good, and if they ever expand upon basic attack arsons, then this item would be king. And I probably should do a basic attack arson run. It's not a bad idea. It's just most of the time my arson runs, if I do them, are ability based, because that's the way it naturally spreads. Either way, good item, solid inscriptions. I'm going to put it in A and move along to the chest that's on fire. That's what it's called. It's the burning chest of flames, maybe. This is artifact and arson. And the item effect itself is like after you, I think it's like if an enemy is burning, they have like a chance to have magic extra damage dealt to them by this item. So let's move forward, assuming that it's something similar to that. The chest of flames is actually pretty good because artifact is obviously good, and then you have the arson effect that is good as well. So it's like two inscriptions where if you're on the run where you need this item, you definitely want this item to help with that loss of damage percent I'm talking about, where you're doing status runs and you're dedicating a lot of your item slots to having the status itself, and you're losing out on damage percent. So having artifact on this item helps a ton, makes it a lot better. I think this is a high tier arson item, so if you're on an arson run in particular, you want this item. Easy A. Moving along to Clone, which I guess this is probably the reason, or this is Clone Stamp itself is probably the reason why they created the tier that was at the bottom. But I don't care. I'm going to judge these items as if you were finding them on a run where you needed them. Clone Stamp itself is, let's judge Clone Stamp first, actually. Clone Stamp is an item much like the Prince's Box, where it has random inscriptions on them. So if you're on a run where you are looking for a specific inscription, this is a way to fill it out. It's especially useful on inscriptions like Artifact or Arms, where you need 6 of those Mother Hubbards. So this is a good way to kind of help with that. It's very role dependent. Like if you find a Clone Stamp with execute on it, you're not. If you take that shit, good luck to you, brother, because that shit sucks ass. But if you find this with arms on it, there's a good argument to be made to where you pick this up, because I didn't mention it, but it has like I think 25 or so HP, maybe 35, it has a certain amount of HP that it gives you as well. So the item effect itself has a something on it where it gives you HP. So pretty useful. Very high roll dependent, but like I said, it's just so nitpicky and in the weeds to like be like, well, if it's on the right run, then obviously it's good, but it's roll dependent. So like, I'm just gonna put it in A. I think it belongs there pretty firmly. But that's, you know, talking about clone stamp. Now we gotta talk about clone, which is a great name for an item. This is if you get masterpiece on this item, it turns into a clone if you get the masterpiece inscription fully filled out. Probably the best item in the game, bar none, by a lot. Like if we were ordering these, I would put this here. This is the just most insane way to break a run. If you find a masterpiece clone stamp, that is a good argument to ditch everything you're currently doing and pick this up and build the run around that. Because it's really rare to find it, and if you do find it, you're on like a 1 in 1,000 run. Break the fuck out of that run. Very good item. I've yet to get this on video at least. God damn, I want this on a run. It is insane. So I haven't even talked about what it does. It increases every inscription you have by 2. So once you pick this up, you're gonna have like arson, you're gonna have stun, you're gonna have freeze, you're gonna have poison, and they're all gonna be at wait, no, that's not how it works. It's if you have an inscription. So I was gashing it up a little bit there. It doesn't instantly give you the inscriptions. If you pick up an item that has poison on it, you have poison 3. I think that's how it works. So it just kind of opens the run wide to just like fucking break the fuck out of everything. It kind of makes the game play the way it used to, where like you weren't focusing on inscriptions, you were focusing on item effects, and every item you see here becomes viable because you instantly gain a bunch of the inscriptions that it has. So it just breaks the fucking game. It's really fun. It's really good. Clone can't be praised enough. Let's move along to the Stone of, or what is this? It's like Contaminated Core, I think is what it's called. This is one of the Chimera specific items. It's the unique. It has fucking heritage on it, I think, which is hilarious. It's just another example of like, why the fuck do they put heritage on all these random fucking items? And it also has poison, so it's a poison item. Poison got a lot of special treatment in this game because of the Chimera. It has like 2 extra items than all the other status inscriptions. This item, the more time you spend in a room, the more increases your damage percent. But it also increases the damage that is dealt to you by enemies. So I think it's like 30% increased damage to yourself and 120 or something like that by the end if you can fully stack it. An item I don't take very often, but that's a me problem. This item is actually pretty good, especially on a poison run where I'm always, like I've mentioned it on status runs, you have that damage percent problem. This can kind of make up for it. It's really useful, really good. I should take it more often than I do. And I think it's a solid A tier item. I think that's a complete fair assessment of it. So let's move along to the Coward Cape. This is a item that is very, very, very niche. It's like if you dash between 1 second of jumping in the air, or it's like 0.1 seconds. It's so fucking narrow. You get like a humongous speed boost for like 5 seconds. And the speed boost is pretty enormous, but it's so, I can never think of a scenario where I want to use this item effect. So the item effect itself, maybe on speedruns. I don't even think speedrunners would use this because it's more about dashing and moving on speedruns than it is about like the movement speed being enormous. So I think this item is just niche. It has Antique on it for some reason, which is the inscription I couldn't think of earlier that increases your HP. Antique and Chase, just really awkward. I think this is a solid D tier item. Maybe F, but I don't think it's bad enough to be F. But it's close. Coward's Cape is not good, and it's very unfortunate. Cowardly Bowmaster's Bow. This is a strike? Is it strike? Let's look that up. I need to familiarize myself a little bit with this. It's Misfortune and Strike, yes. Very good inscriptions. Holy shit, those inscriptions are insane, especially together. And the item effect itself is actually pretty damn good too. The further away you are from an enemy, the more it amplifies your damage percent by, I think, 30. And that's amplification, which is massive, by the way. You always got to point that out when it happens. Amplification of damage percent is huge. But the item, like, there's not a lot of skulls that can utilize this very well. But my boy, the Hunter Skull, can use it excellently. Just excellently. It's a fucking 10 out of 10 Hunter item. Also a really good mummy item. Other than that, it's kind of hard to find use for it. Sorry, I wanted to drink a sip of tea. Other than that, a little hard to find use for, but I don't think that's too big of a deal. It's a really good item, and I would solidly put it in A tier. Maybe verging on S if it was a little more universally useful, but we're going to put it in A for now. Moving on to the Cretan Bull. I think I'm saying that right. Cretan Bull, I don't know. This is an item effect that got better in 1.5, and I was really excited about this item when they initially showed it off. But sadly, it's still not very good. This is an item effect that used to, it was just like on a cooldown, a massive cooldown at that. This would have been an F tier item back in the day. On a massive cooldown, you would get like a big giant giga like dash. I think only on Power Skulls back then as well. But nowadays it's like, it still has the cooldown to it, but it's more controllable whenever you use it. Oh, no. It doesn't have the cooldown on it, or it might have a cooldown on it, but it's whenever you use your ability on a Power Skull, you get like an extra big dash. But it's still just niche. Like, it's niche. It has treasure on it, which is good, and chase on it, which is good, but the item effect itself is not enticing enough. I tried building a run around this. It just was not very good. Yeah, I just don't think it's good. I think this is a solid C tier item. Could even be D. I don't think it's bad enough to be D, but it's like the most C tier item ever. Cursed Live Embers. This is the legendary arson item. Just insane, like ridiculous. What is its second inscription? Let's see if I can. I know where to find it here. It's heirloom. Oh my god, bro. Wait, no. I get heirloom and heritage mixed up sometimes. Heirloom is a good inscription. I don't know why it's on this though, but I guess that's fine. Heirloom and arson. I would say heirloom's kind of whack on this thing, but arson obviously is crazy. It's good. And also you have the item effect itself, which is basically just a second stage for arson. So like if you have arson 4, this is basically a second arson 4. So it's like, it fucking scales you so high. Like this is just an S tier item, straight up. Cursed Live Embers is like, it makes arson runs way better and way more fun. Certainly worth your time. If you can get this on a arson run, you're going to be in for a very good time. This is the Berserker's Gauntlet fucking masterpiece item, which is just another one of those masterpiece items that I don't know what they do. Berserker. Oh, Berserk. Berserk? Oh my god, I always spell that wrong. Dark Berserker's Gauntlets. I need to familiarize myself with this. Increase your attack speed by up to 60% in proportion to your HP loss. Increase attack additionally when your current speed. Oh my god, it's just so bad. What is up with the devs and the 30% and below bullshit, bro? That shit's just not good, dog. It's not fucking good. Man, I kind of just want to put this in D tier also. Like I'll just put it in C. Because it's like, it is better than the Berserker's Gauntlets here, but it's like, god, dude, the 30% mechanic is so bad, and they put it on the fucking Golden Whip too, which we're about to get to later. And also the Knight's Helmet. Ugh, there's just so much about it that I just don't like. It's so hard to maintain 30% or below, because like I said, you find HP orbs all the time, so then you have to take damage on purpose, and it's not good. So yeah, that's my, I don't even really need to get into the inscriptions, but actually let's do it, because I didn't look at these properly. It has Masterpiece and Revenge. Revenge is good. I'll give Berserker's Gauntlets that. Revenge is a good inscription, but not good enough to save it. C and D, firm C and D. I firmly stand by that. Now we have the Dark Priest robes, which went from a black color to a red color, which was kind of a weird change they made in 1.5. This is like the new player item. It's like all of my early Skull runs had this item in my victory screens for good reason. This is, I think, Relic and Revenge. Let me Dark Priest robe. It's Relic, yeah, Relic and Revenge. Really good inscriptions. Whenever you get below 30%, I think this is like one of the 30% items that works, which is pretty funny. Yeah. Oh, it's HP below 30, which is actually even more niche, but it doesn't matter because this item does what it does and it does it well. This is an item I would never take anymore, ever. But if you're a new player, this item is like your lord and savior because you're going to be at 30 HP or below a lot. It gives you like a massive, massive shield whenever you get below 30 HP. And the cooldown is enough to where you can like kind of chain it and you can like just kind of consistently get that shield if you're this is like a new to mid player item, and it's very good on runs for both of those. So, but it's an item you eventually need to wean yourself off of. Eventually stop taking this if you're a new player getting into Skul. You should stop taking this after a while so you can learn to play without it. It's good. The inscriptions are good. The item effect is good. I think it's a solid A tier item, but it's not an item that veteran players really take because we just don't need it. Dark Spirit Shade. This is like the evolved form of Dark Spirit Shadow, which we should actually just grab him. Where is he? I don't want to come across this later and then have to talk about both of these two again. Where the fuck are their spirits? Are they all together? Am I overlooking this? The fuck is it? Oh, okay, there's a spirit. Okay, they're not all next to each other. Good. Okay, fuck it. Fuck it, man. It's so hard to parse through all these fucking spheres. Dark Spirit Shade is hard to get. It's one of the hardest items to get in the game, in my opinion, because you need the Light Spirit Lu. And so here's the thing that makes this hard. You need Light Spirit Lu, okay, to get Dark Spirit Shade. But to get the Dark Spirit Shade, you also have to have held on to your Dark Spirit Shade the whole run, and also gotten lucky enough to get the Light Spirit Lu. So a lot of the times when I'm trying to get this item, eventually I just get rid of the Dark Spirit Shadow or Shade or whatever, or the Shadow Spirit, because it's not very good on its own. And then I'll find the Light Spirit Lu after I've already ditched this item. Or I'll hold on to the Shadow Spirit hoping to get Light Spirit Lu the entire time, and you just never see it. So it's hard to get this item, but if you can get it, it's really, really good. Its inscriptions don't really matter that much, but it has Fairy Tail and Brawl on it. It's all about the item effect with this item, and the item effect is really good. I want to put it in S tier. Could be A. Light Spirit Lu is certainly an S tier item. I might as well just... I already spoiled it, so I might as well put him up there. I think I'm going to put this in S, and let's see if I can find Light Spirit Lu down here. I'll talk about him briefly. Yeah, there he is. Let's grab him real quick. Also S. It's better than the Dark Spirit Shade, but I'm not ordering them. This has Wisdom and Fairy Tail on it. Probably the best spirit, bar none. The item effect is good. It like sends like a blast of light down on your enemies and like deals a shit ton of damage to them. And the Dark Spirit Shade is basically the same. Both of these send like blasts of damage against your enemies, and it deals a lot of damage. So they're very comparable, but the inscriptions on this are better, and you need this to make this happen. But both of them are S tier items, I think. Very good. Let's move on to the Corrupted Heart. The Corrupted Heart is a poison item. I know it has poison. I think it also has revenge on it. I'm gonna... Fuck, I'll just fucking look it up. Corrupted Heart. It's a rare. Man, I did not want to spend a bunch of time browsing the wiki, but I can't quite remember. Yes, it is revenge. Two good inscriptions, but really what you want this item is the effect itself. The effect is whenever you take damage, it applies poison to your enemies. And whenever a poisoned enemy dies, it explodes into a mist of poison that spreads poison to other enemies. So it kind of makes poison work similarly to arson, which is something poison desperately needs. Poison is kind of hard to spread, whereas arson spreads very easy. So this Corrupted Heart kind of makes up for the difficulty of spreading poison. And it's, in my opinion, one of the better poison items. In terms of applying poison, you definitely want this item. It's very, very good for that. Obviously, it's not an S tier item, but I think it's a solid A tier item. It's probably the best poison item in terms of spreading it. So if you're doing a poison run, you either want this, and we'll just go ahead and bring this up since I see it right there. You either want this, in my opinion, this is better, or you want this. This is the discarded syringe, something like that. It's like close enough. This is a poison item that also makes poison easy to spread if you have crit percent, because it's And I might as well look it up too because I need to familiarize myself with its inscriptions. Disposable syringe, misfortune and poisoning. So misfortune, excellent inscription. Poisoning, also good. The problem with the discarded syringe, and this is something that I think a lot of people kind of miss, is this item kind of forces you to build crit percent a little bit. So you want a little bit of crit percent to make this item truly usable. But the problem with that is poison scales off of your damage percent. So with poison runs, you generally are already stretched thin for your item slots. You want the rest of your item slots that aren't poison related to be dedicated to damage percent. But this makes you have to dedicate some of your item slots to crit percent. So it's a little bit anti-synergistic with the poison inscription itself. That's kind of what I warn people of when taking the disposable syringe. But I've done poison crit runs and they're not as bad as I thought they would be. I think it's a solid A tier item. Corrupted Heart is, in my opinion, the better of the poison spread items. But if you need poison spread, this can be a good solution as well. I'm even tempted to put it in B, but I'll keep it in A because I think it's good. I think it's decent. What is this? The Necronomicon? Yeah, this is the Necronomicon. This is an artifact item. Artifact and antique, I believe. And what's the item effect itself? Necro... What? It's not the Necronomicon? Oh, good lord. What is this item called? Is it a rare or unique? I think it's a unique. It's kind of the opposite. Oh, Demonomicon. There you go. What's the item effect itself? Oh man, someone's peeling out. I don't know if that picked up on the fucking recording. Swap cooldown, another one of these. For each kill, but that's an easy effect to achieve. And it also increases your damage percent by 55%, which is pretty massive. This is good in rooms. Against bosses, one of the swap cooldown is useless. It doesn't help you. But in rooms, it can be decently helpful. But the real prize of this is artifact and magic attack. I think this is a B tier item with all that said, though. I don't know. It's like, why antique? That's so weird. If this just had a different inscription on the secondary, like perhaps mutant, which I think would be much better on this thing, I would actually put it in A then, but antique is weird. I think that kind of makes it not at A tier. I think it makes it B tier. All right, let's move on to the Diorite Circulet. Very niche item. However, the item effect itself is pretty good. This gives you 90% attack increase if you deal damage with a quintessence. But that effect, that condition is a little awkward to actually meet because it it's like, how many consistent quintessences that deal damage are there out there? There's King Dwarf, which is an excellent quintessence. I will die on that hill forever. But outside of that, what is there? Yeti. This is decent in Yeti runs. Can't think of anything else. Yeah, like the quintessence has to either be low cooldown and last a while, or it has to be like King Dwarf where it has constant uptime. And I can't think of anything besides those two that do that. So, Heritage actually for once makes sense on an item like this. And also, it has... What else does it have? The other inscription is weird. Let me... Diorite. Heirloom. Which is a good inscription. I guess that makes sense on this thing. It's not bad. I think it's maybe a C tier item, though, which is unfortunate for it because it's just so niche. But if you can get it on a run where it's good, if you're doing a King Dwarf run or if you have Yeti, this can be a decent boost to your damage percent. And it's all compacted into one item, which makes it a little better. So if you can get like this item with a Yeti, for instance, like the already low cooldown on your Yeti makes it to where that this item is pretty usable. So C tier, but like if you can get on the right run, it's good. But it's definitely a C tier item. Moving along to Purified Dark Quartz, which is a common. It has, I think, Revenge and Antique on it. Two good inscriptions overall. And it gives you like 35% HP. Or 35 HP, not percent. 35 max HP. It's just like, on most runs, by the end, you don't have this item. It is a good common item. It's just like you don't keep it for very long generally. Though I have had it on runs where I have kept it to the end. If you're doing like Hand of Glory scaling with your physical damage percent, then this is obviously a good item. I think it's a B tier item. Could be a C tier item, but I think B is fair for this item. It's just niche, and you don't keep it for very long whenever you do pick it up. But if you get it early, I guess it helps a little bit. I'm sure new players like it a lot more than veteran players. But yeah, B tier item. Moving on to the Curved Blade. Got rid of my precious Miser, fuck, what were they called? It was like the knuckles that had like some lettering on them back in 1.4 in previous versions. It was like a treasure. It was basically like Miser used to be what treasure is now. And it was a damage increasing treasure item, basically, if it had stayed in the game. And they got rid of it and replaced it with this. Unfortunate. That item was way better, but I do still think this item is pretty good. It's Hidden Blade, which is obviously excellent. And also, what is the other inscription? Did I pass it? No. It should be easy. I mean, it's a C. C. I know it's a rare. Oh, I'm past C. Oh, it's Distorted Curved Sword. Okay, Duel. Duel is the other inscription, which is niche. Duel is not good, but Hidden Blade is good, and this gives you 25% damage and like 10% crit. It's pretty good. I think it's a B tier item. I don't know. It's just like most of the time I end up getting rid of this item whenever I pick it up. Even though it has Hidden Blade on it and it has damage percent on it, which is not bad. And it also has crit percent. It's just like, I don't know. I think it should have Misfortune on it. That would make it a little bit better. And it certainly looks like it could be a Misfortune item too. It just, they kind of missed the ball with this one. If it had Misfortune on it, it would be an A tier item, but it doesn't. It has Duel. So C, or B, I mean. And moving on to Doomsday. One of the most unfortunate items in all of Skul. It came out at the same time, or it got, this is an older item that got reformed at the same time that Fulgent Dawn was released. And it's like, dog, Fulgent Dawn fucking exists already, bro. Like, you cannot be putting this shit out after you just released Fulgent Dawn, because it's like Fulgent Dawn but worse, like significantly worse. This item has, I know it has Brawl on it. I don't even know what its other inscription is. It is Brawl and Execute. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Doomsday is so fucking bad. Execute's just a bad inscription. Brawl is sadly in a bad spot, and the effect on Doomsday is so hard to time because it's completely out of your control, and oftentimes it just ends up whiffing. So I don't know, man. Doomsday's just not good. I actually think it probably belongs in D tier. I'm actually going to put it there. That's the first legendary in D. R.I.P. Bozo. I could even put it in F, and I think that would be justified. But I don't think it actively harms your run enough to be an F. So, yep, that's my thing about Doomsday. I know there was like some debate in the Discord a long time ago about Doomsday being like good, but it's just not. It's bad. Moving on to Doubled Prince's Box, which is kind of like Clone. This is if you can get lucky enough to get Masterpiece on your Prince's Box, it turns into the Doubled Prince's Box. Same thing as Clone. It gives you a little bit of max HP. That's just the item effect itself, but it's really about the inscriptions on this thing. Obviously an S tier item. It does similar things to Clone, except it's one less inscription. So it's like a slightly worse Clone, but still breaking the game if you can manage to grab this item. Just an excellent item. If you can just break your game with this, you're going to be having an excellent fun time in Skul the Hero Slayer. So, yeah, just another one of these items that breaks the game. It's like if Clone does your inscriptions by 2, this does them by 1. So, just to give you an idea of what this does. Let's find Prince's Box if we can. It shouldn't be hard. There it is. Prince's Box is like much the same as Clone Stamp. It's if you can find it has random inscriptions on it. It gives you a little bit of max HP. The real prize is like obviously the Masterpiece inscription, but this can be like a nice filler for your run if you're looking for like certain inscriptions and items. Like I've found runs where this has courage on it and like maybe treasure, and I'm just like, okay, a treasure courage item, I want that. But eventually, I think I end up getting rid of it generally. Because like the max HP is nice, but you can like get much better item effects most of the time. I think this is a B tier item. It's certainly like Princess Box used to be like D. It used to be like C or maybe D, like back in 1.4 in previous versions. But in 1.5, inscriptions became a much bigger thing in Skul. So with that, its usage got much better. But I don't think it's broken to A tier yet or anything. I think it's still a B tier item. Maybe in the future. Clone Stamp is just like this is like high rolly. Obviously, this is a little easier to. It's more consistent than Clone Stamp, but it doesn't have the same impact as Clone Stamp. So I think Princess Box belongs in B. And let's move on to one of the weirder spirits here. This is the what is it even called? I think this is a rare these days. They switched around the rarities of the spirits a little bit. The Earth Spirit Gnome. It has. What does it have? It's Fortress and Fairy Tale. Weird shit. It's weird. What is that item? I don't even know what this thing fucking does, dog. Like, this is like the weirdest spirit where I just know nothing about it, basically. And uses rock magic to deal magic damage to nearby enemies every 12 seconds. So, it's... Wait, why not? It certainly does not belong in S. I think this is a B tier, because the thing is, it's still a spirit. It still synergizes with Fairy Tale. It has Fairy Tale and Fortress on it. So if you can get Fairy Tale 5, this gets you the why can't I think of his name right now? The fucking big spirit guy. So yeah, this is like a means to an end, essentially. I would say this is the most filler of all of the spirits. Just not really all that flashy or impactful on its own. So yeah, that's how I feel about Earth Spirit Gnome. Poor fella. Maybe one day he'll get a little bit better, but in the meantime, he's a B tier. No, he's a C tier. Oh no, B tier is fair, because like Fairy Tale is good. He's a means to an end, and I would say that makes him better than these items, but close to C. But now we have our first F tier item. This is the Eldarin's Gratitude. The Eldarin's dog shit. Just one of the most baffling items in all of Skul. I honestly do not understand how they didn't like significantly change this item in the items update. It remained almost untouched. This item has mana cycle and maybe where's the Eldarin's Gratitude? It's a rare. There it is. Heritage. Oh my god, they just can't stop themselves. So yeah, Heritage and Mana Cycle. Obviously, Mana Cycle is a good inscription, so why is this so bad? It gives you a shield of 40 HP, so you have 40 shield now, which is actually pretty big. Most items don't even come close to that. The real problem with this item is when it breaks, the shield breaks, the item vanishes from your inventory. You get nothing. You get nothing if this item breaks. It just vanishes from your inventory. It's gone forever. This used to be the case with another item, which I might as well talk about while we're talking about this. I'll bring it out of the dredges here. It's actually a 2-part item, so let's find the other piece of it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. The voodoo doll used to be much the same, but they changed it in 1.5, which made me think, like, okay, makes sense. If you're going to fix voodoo doll, fix Eldarin's Gratitude. But no, apparently that's too much to ask. They kept it the same. You get nothing if it breaks. It's just a wasted item thing that you get from Eldarin's Gratitude. And the thing is, before 1.6, we didn't have the boss chest we have now, where like a bunch of items explode out of the boss chest. So if you got Eldarin's Gratitude from the boss chest in 1.5 in previous versions of Skul, that was just a wasted item slot. I mean, that was a wasted boss chest. You got nothing, basically. Your Eldarin's Gratitude breaks, and that's that. You're fucked. So thankfully, they changed boss chest, and now it's a little bit better. But they should change Eldarin's Gratitude. I don't know why they didn't, because now we'll talk about Voodoo Doll. An item that also went from 0 to hero. Voodoo Doll used to suck ass. It was also an F tier item. It would, if you took fatal damage, it would heal you by like 20 HP and give you like stat boost for like 2 seconds, and then just it was gone. So it was like new player friendly item. I think I used it in a fair amount of when I was new at this game. I used it in a fair amount of runs, but even then, still, you're just better off most of the time having an item that does more. It still heals you if you take fatal damage, but I think it heals you by 40 HP now, and you get this item, the Broken Voodoo Doll. But let's talk about Voodoo Doll first. Voodoo Doll itself, I would say, is a B or C tier item. You don't really want the Voodoo Doll for the Voodoo Doll itself. If you're like a veteran player. The Voodoo Doll, let me remind myself, I think it has Revenge and something. Artifact, maybe? Does Voodoo Doll have Artifact? Yes, it does. Good inscriptions. But the item effect itself is truly what makes you want this item. I think this is a B tier item at that then. Let's be fair to the Voodoo Doll, because it is new player friendly. If you're new, you might get some use out of the actual item effect of the Voodoo Doll, and the inscriptions are good, so that's all well and good, but the real prize of Voodoo Doll is Broken Voodoo Doll, and you'll see me in my runs, I'll break the Voodoo Doll on purpose as soon as I get it, just so I can get this. This has the same inscriptions on it, but now it gives you just 60% extra damage percent. So that is a massive, massive damage percent boost. Artifact and Revenge are good inscriptions on their own. If you tack on 60% extra damage percent, that just makes them even better. In my opinion, this is an S tier item. Voodoo Doll has risen from 0 to hero. Could even be an A tier item, but I'm going to put it in S. I think it's fair. The damage percent is massive. And it's like, if you're a new player, like this turning into this, like authentically without breaking it on purpose, like that gives it even extra value. So it's just like, it's just good. That's the thing about Voodoo Doll. It's just good now. So S tier, good for it. It rose to the ranks. However, I need to take a break. I've been going at this for a long time, so I will be back. For you guys, it'll be nothing, but I gotta eat dinner, so BRB. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's move on to the Elementalist Blessing. Elementalist Blessing is like the enabler for Fairy Tail runs, basically. Without this item, I would say Fairy Tail runs plummet off a cliff in terms of like their viability. But thankfully it's a rare, so it's not that hard to find. Elementalist Blessing is a heirloom and Fairy Tail item. So it has the Fairy Tail inscription on it. Not a spirit itself, but it kind of like makes it to where you don't need one other spirit. So maybe you can get rid of the Earth Spirit Gnome, which is like the worst spirit. But this item scales your damage percent by, I think, 35% for every spirit that you have, which also means you can just take this and have like a couple more Fairy Tail inscriptions or something, and that's perfectly viable because it gives you damage percent. I would say this is an A tier item. Heirloom is like just kind of a good inscription to have on things. If you could just like get a couple of good items with this inscription on it, that's like a good way to that's a good way to just kind of like get the, like if you can get like this and like one other item that's also good that just happens to have Fairy Tail on it, it's just a good way to get the heirloom inscription without having to actually work towards it. So good stuff. Let's move on to the only remaining vestige of the shock inscription, or like the I think that's what it was called. Like used to in Skul before 1.5, there was a inscription that just kind of like was like a lightning inscription that was like super niche and no one ever really used it. But this is like the only remaining thing in the game that ever even like acknowledges that existed. This is, fuck, what is it even called? I don't even know what this is called. I think it's a rare. Let's have a look. It's certainly a niche item. Because I like, if I don't even know what it's called, that's how kind of how you know, because I play this game a lot. I know what most of the items are at least called. The 11th Finger of Lightning. It has dual and artifact on it, I believe. Yes. So it does have artifact on it. Also, let's get rid of this. Makes it a little more usable. But even then, I don't find myself taking this item very often. The problem with it is it's just like, it shoots like a lightning bolt down every once in a while, and that on its own is just not enticing enough. Like, if the shock inscription still existed, which I would kind of like if they brought it back. They might bring it back someday, who knows. But if it existed, this would like scale maybe like another status potentially. It feels like that's kind of what it's supposed to be, but without that inscription in the game, it just kind of exists awkwardly. Like if this scaled towards something, it would be good, because you kind of have like the Chest of Flames, which is similar, where it like shoots like a beam of fire down that does a similar thing to this, but it also scales your arson. So it's like, this is just an awkward spot where the item effect itself doesn't do anything that scales towards anything in particular. It's just kind of a random item effect. So I feel like this is a C tier item. Could even, I don't think it's a D tier item, but a C tier item, yes, for sure. Just awkward, weird. Doesn't really serve a purpose in current Skul the Hero Slayer. I hope they expand upon it someday. Which it's right next to the Diorite Circulet, which used to be a shock item. So pretty funny. So now we have one of the best items in all of Skul. We have the Evil Sword Kyrian. Consistently always been one of the best items in Skul. This item has been in the game for a long time. It's never really been dethroned from its like very top spot or close to the top. There's other items that compete with it, but this is a item effect that is hard to get because you need to find the Forbidden Sword. Let's grab the Forbidden Sword real quick. I would say this is a B tier item. Oh. Sorry, I was trying to mute my microphone so I can clear my throat without doing it in your ear. Okay, I hope I got that out of my system. Apologies for the radio silence. So this is a item that you need to build towards with the Forbidden Sword. You need to get 300 kills while you have this in your inventory, and then you get the Evil Sword Kyrian. This is like a B tier item because it doesn't really do much on its own, but the inscriptions are nice. But the Evil Sword Kyrian gives you 60% damage in physical, and also has like an item effect where like every time you attack with your basics or you dash, you get like a fucking slices of like Evil Sword Kyrian, I suppose. You get like a slice of a blade that appears in front of you, and it scales so much with your damage percent. Like if you have high damage percent and you have Evil Sword Kyrian, the damage percent or the damage that this item effect does is insane. So for people who are already very familiar with Skul the Hero Slayer, you don't need to be told that this is like one of the best items in the game. But if you're new to the game or something, yeah, Evil Sword Kyrian, insane. One of the best items in all of Skul, if not the best. It's debatable. So now we have the Execution's Axe, or the Executioner Axe, I should say. Arms and Execute. So it has the Disastrous Execute inscription attached to it. But the item effect and arms are enough to save this item and make it good. This item gives you 50% damage in physical, I believe. And also, if you have a Power Skull, it gives you 30 HP, which is pretty dang good. Though, even if you're not on a Power Skull run, this is still very worth your while taking. I think this is an easy A tier item. Not really much to say about it. Execute sucks, but that doesn't matter. This is still just like a really good damage percent item. Arms saves it, basically. And so does the 50% damage. Oh. Man, I'm sniffly and my throat is not doing so hot after I ate, so maybe I should take a break soon. But this is the explosive arrow, which is like kind of like the gunpowder sword. It's the gunpowder sword's little brother, but unlike the gunpowder sword, which we can talk about after we talk about this, the gunpowder sword is not like they're comparable in a thematic sense, but in a usability sense, the explosive arrow is just a very unfortunate item. From what I understand, this used to be one of the most broken items in all of the game, but they nerfed it and never really fixed it after that. This is an item that if you shoot a projectile, it deals like oh, so I'm definitely taking a break after I do gunpowder sword. It deals like a big explosion of damage, which sounds good. It sounds really good, but the problem is it's on a cooldown of like 1.5 seconds or something like that. Or maybe it's just no. It's definitely like one. It might even be like 2 seconds. Let's look at that real quick. It's definitely unique. There it is. What do you do, buddy? It is 2 seconds. Holy motherfuck, dude. God damn, they do this item so dirty. This would be a really good item on the level of gunpowder sword if they just even reduced the fucking cooldown even a little bit, man. Just a little fucking bit. But as it currently stands, it just doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything that the gunpowder sword already doesn't do infinitely better. We'll talk about the gunpowder sword in a moment. I think this is maybe a C tier, maybe even a D tier item. It just, man, they need to give this item a new identity. And this is something I talked about in the Discord server. The way this item currently is, it just doesn't have anything going for it. Like it shares too much of a similar identity with the gunpowder sword, but comparing these two items, it's just disgusting how much worse this is. And they've never really done anything to like make up for that. So it's like, it got nerfed, never got looked at again, even in 1.5. Or no, they did change it a little bit in 1.5, I think, but not enough. They gave it Misfortune, which is a good inscription, but it also has Brawl, which also obviously holds it back. It's just not good. And it's really sad that it is the way it is. And I hope they just change the entire item in the future. Give it a whole new makeover, a whole new effect. It just, as it is, it lives in the shadow of Gunpowder Sword and does nothing unique. I might even, I'm putting it in D. I'm doing it. Cause nah, actually I can't do that. It's a C tier item. It's like at the very close to D though. Misfortune is a good inscription. If you have a projectile based build, you can grab this, and I have grabbed it before. But the thing about that is you can also grab Gunpowder Sword, which kind of contends with the Kyrian Sword here for the best item in all of Skul the Hero Slayer. This item scales with your crit percent. It does the same thing as Explosive Arrow, where it kind of shoots like a big blast of damage out. They both do physical damage, I should point that out. But this scales with your crit percent, and it doesn't have a cooldown, unlike the Explosive Arrow. So I think the devs have this weird idea that they're like, well, the crit percent condition makes it to where this is balanced because, you know, like, that's a cooldown in and of itself, technically, right? But it's like, no, it's not, because it's so easy to get a high crit percent thanks to another item that we'll talk about soon. This item is, like I said, contends with Evil Sword Kyrian for the most broken items in Skul. It's kind of insane just how broken that this item truly is. You can even take this on like magic builds without any like scaling into your physical damage percent whatsoever, and this item will still destroy everything. It's just good on pretty much everything. It has Brawl on it and Arms on it. Arms obviously is good, Brawl obviously is not, but none of that matters. Their inscriptions are meaningless. Arms, obviously like a bonus, but none of it matters because the item effect is everything on this item, and the item effect is insane. So if you're even slightly invested into your crit percent, you just take this item and you roll with it, and it destroys everything. I actually for a while, I avoided this item entirely before 1.5 came out because I just hated how broken it was. I like on a like a moral position did not take Gunpowder Sword. I don't do that anymore though, because I've just kind of taken if you can't beat them, join them mentality in Skul. The items I think are too broken and need to be changed. I don't think will ever get changed, so I just roll with it now. But yeah, this item's insane. What else can be said about Gunpowder Sword? I think I'm good enough to keep going now though. My throat isn't all fucky now, so I'm gonna move on to the what is this item called again? Fatal Sword. Don't know how I forgot that. Also, get the fuck out of here. So Fatal Sword. This is a poison item, poison and arms. So you have two good inscriptions on this thing. But the problem with Fatal Sword, problem in quotation marks, is you need consistent poison application to truly make it pop off. But as we talked about earlier, there are good ways to do that. This item is really good. And actually, this is a good reason why I think the discarded syringe is actually not bad, because like you don't even necessarily need to use your poison to just scale the poison damage percent necessarily, because there's item effects that kind of enable poison as an inscription that don't rely exclusively and solely on poison damage. Fatal Sword is one of those. This item is just incredible. You can have a discarded syringe and Fatal Sword poison 2 run, and that's the only investment into poison. And that's more than enough because the Fatal Sword item effect is really good. The more times you apply poison, it like sends this like blast of energy out, deals a lot of damage. Very, very cool item. I think it's a solid A tier item. Yeah, I mean, what else can be said about the Fatal Sword? Though I will say one little thing about it that's a nice little not so fun fact. It has a glitch with the mummy that if you get your legendary mummy and you have the Fatal Sword, it'll pick the ammo crates up as they're falling out of the air. You may have encountered this glitch and not known what was happening if you just happened to be on a mummy run where you had poison and Fatal Sword. Yeah, that's what's happening. I've reported it. They haven't responded to my report, but I assume they're going to fix it. I hope they're going to fix it. It's been in the game since 1.5 and it ruins mummy poison runs. So I'm hoping they fix it. It's just kind of a, like I said, not so fun fact. It doesn't really affect the item's placement. It's a great item. Let's move on to the Fire Salamander. This is a spirit, much like the two spirits up here. This is an arson spirit. It is, I would say, pretty dang good. Arson and Fairy Tale, two good inscriptions. If you're on an arson run in general, this is a nice way to apply arson. Although I will say, this isn't as good as the Ice Spirit, which I'll also try and find and drag up here since we're already talking about the Fire Salamander. Shouldn't be too hard to... There it is. So, we have the Fire and Ice Spirits here. The Fire Spirit is less useful than the Ice Spirit in my opinion because it's much harder to apply Freeze than it is to apply Arson because Arson spreads naturally and Freeze doesn't. So that gives the Ice Spirit a little more utility over the Fire Spirit, which the Ice Spirit has Sub-Zero and Fairy Tale on it, if you couldn't guess. With that said, I still think both of these are solid A tier items. You can grab them on, even if you're not doing a Fairy Tale run, you can still grab, especially the Ice Spirit. And it just applies Freeze to enemies every once in a while, and that can be pretty useful, as Freeze can be a little bit harder to apply than Arson. So, two good items. I think they're pretty comparable, though like I said, ultimately this is better. But not by a lot. They're both pretty good. Moving on to the Sun Wagon wheel, I think. The Sun Wagon, maybe? I don't think the wheel is there. It might just be called Sun Wagon. Let's confirm that. Shouldn't be too hard to find it. It is certainly a rare item. I know it's here. Maybe it's... How wrong was I? Fragment of Sun... Oh, I was way off. The Fragments of Sun Wagon. That's what it's called. This is a chase arson item. Whenever you dash, it sends like a little puff of fire behind you that can apply arson to things. I think it also deals a little bit of damage. I've never used this item, but I don't think it's bad. I think it's a B tier item, I would say. I think that's fair. Decent. If you're on an arson run, it can actually be pretty dang good, but chase arson I don't think is like a particularly like potent combo. It's a cool little addition to the game. I might try and build a run around it someday, but for now, remains to be seen. I think I would put it in B though. Alright, we have the Frost Giant's Leathers. Really interesting item. I had a really cool run with it not that long ago, where I tried to reduce my damage down very, very, very low. Or actually, I don't think I got it on that run actually. But this is a Fortress Sub-Zero item. It's a little weird. It gives you a shield every time you apply frost to something, like a little damage barrier. It's actually pretty useful ultimately, I think. I didn't have too many like hopes for it. Guess what? This is another one of the heritage items. It has heritage and Sub-Zero. I think I actually got that wrong. I don't think it has Fortress on it. Pretty sure it has heritage on it, which is fucking just another fucking psychotic example. Yeah. Why doesn't this have Fortress on it, bro? You know fucking shot the devs. You guys, why? I just don't understand. What I think it is like they were like, there's so many, like this probably did have Fortress on it originally, but then they were like, wow, we don't have anything to put heritage on, but we want this quintessence synergy to exist in the game. And then they were just like, you know what? Fuck it. Just slap it on take away some of the inscriptions on some of the items and just put heritage on them. And Frost Giant's Leathers was one of those. So yeah, it gives you a little shield if you apply freeze to something. Like I said, I didn't have too high of hopes for it, but then I used it in a run and I thought it was pretty good. I don't think it's an A tier item. Probably B. Could even argue, I guess, for C, but I think it's B. It's good. It's just not, it's nothing phenomenal. It's nothing standout or crazy, you know? Like it's an item that I think under the right circumstances is very good. Most circumstances, it's just kind of useful, but it's not actively detrimental, so it's just good. And now we have the Frost Witch's Staff, which is artifact and Sub-Zero, one of those items that kind of makes up for the loss of damage percent on your status runs, much like the Cursed Flame Chest here thingy. And the item effect itself is every time you cast a skill, it gives, actually we have it right here. Every time you cast a skill, it gives you a percentage of damage percent. 40%, and it stacks up to 120, so it's actually pretty easy to maintain it. Though I don't know how long the buff lasts. I could have swore, and this might have been the old Frost Witch Staff, that it also gives you mana cooldown speed, but I think that is old Frost Witch's Staff. It got changed in 1.5. And I think it's pretty good. Probably one of the enabling items that gives you damage percent on a Sub-Zero build. I think for that, it belongs in A. I could see arguments for B, but I think it's an A tier freeze item. Pretty good. I'm happy to have it on freeze runs, but you know, it I don't think it's anything crazy or anything like it. If I was gonna like order these, it would probably be somewhere like in the lower middle of A. All right, Fulgent Dawn, one of the big additions in 1.5 that kind of changed everything. Obvious S tier item. If you've ever played Skul the Hero Slayer, you know Fulgent Dawn is crazy, and obviously the Argent and Moon and Solar Sword. So I forget what they're called. The other variants of this item would be like at the top of S. Fulgent is also at the top of S, but we're not ordering them. The more I look at this, the more I kind of see the caliber of items up here. Makes me want to move this down to A. So I think I'm going to do that. I think that's fair. What about this though? This could also be an A tier item. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in A. Because like S is populated by so many insane items. It's like these two feel more like the A tier items among them. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, Fulgent Dawn. Obvious S tier item. No question even really asked. It gives you like 70% stats in either magic or in both magic and physical, and also sends like a giant radiant blast against your enemies and rooms. It just like against bosses it does a fuck ton of damage. Against enemies and rooms it does a fuck ton of damage. It just does a fuck ton of damage. It's a really good item. No one needs to be told the goodness of Fulgent Dawn. You all know. Has artifact and arms on it. Just it's great. Moving on past it, we have the Giant's Axe here. I used to always call this the Mutant Axe, and I still kind of do sometimes just because of the purpose it serves on runs. This is an arms and mutant item, and it gives you 40% damage percent, I believe. I should probably confirm that. It's a rare. G. Where's the G's? E, F, G, J, I, or G, I. There it is. I want to confirm its damage percent. Also, let's get rid of this and this. 40%, yeah. So 40% damage percent on top of arms potentially giving you damage percent is really good. The mutant on this item is also very useful. The swap effect on this item, I think, is probably one of the more underrated aspects of it. I don't think people in Skul, especially newer players, and even veteran players, I'm pretty much the only one who advocates for swapping a lot, and you should. You should listen to me. I'm right. Swapping and building 2 skulls to legendary in every run is the right way to play the game, but that's neither here nor there. The swap effect on this item is very powerful. If you have a power skull, it sends like a giant fucking shockwave of damage that launches enemies up into the air. It's really powerful. Very useful. I use it a lot. And I think it's just like one of my pet items that I really enjoy. Also, if my voice starts giving out, I do apologize, but we have a lot to do here. We're not even close to done. I don't even know if we're at the halfway point, so good stuff. Yeah, this item is just good. Straight up. It's good. It's useful, it's good. What else is there to say? Giant's Axe is great. Moving on to Glacier Breaker. This is something I'm tempted to put in S tier, but if I'm going to put the others in A tier, I'll just put this in A tier with them. And I'll even put it next to them because they all look cute up here being in A tier. Then you have a good old, actually we can actually find the name of it now. We have the good old Armor of Fear down here in B tier. R.I.P. Bozo. But Glacier Breaker is another A tier status item. This is the Sub-Zero status item. It is Execute on it, which is disastrous, obviously, but that doesn't matter. It's the item effect that matters, and I believe this amplifies your damage percent by like 15 or so, 30, which is actually much more than I thought, to a frozen enemy, and also deals additional magic damage to them. So this is a humongous enabler on Sub-Zero runs. If you can get this on a Sub-Zero run, it infinitely improves it. Sub-Zero is still good outside of this, but obviously this like skyrockets the usability of Sub-Zero as an inscription. Very good, makes up for that loss of damage percent. It's good. What else is there to say about it except it's just very, very good. Now we have Glowstone. A really cool item. I actually really like this item. It's Treasure and Mana Cycle, another rare inscription on this thing in Mana Cycle. So every 5 abilities you use, I believe that's what it is, it gives you a shield of like 10. This is like a little niche, but if you have a, and I'll go ahead and grab that while we're talking about it, Symbol of Toughness, a shield is not easy to come by in Skul the Hero Slayer. So this is one of the only ways to get it consistently. And if you have, like I said, the Symbol of Toughness, which we'll talk about after this, it really enables runs like that. It enables Fortress runs to get shield outside of the cooldown that they're stuck to. It's just good. Very defensive. Treasure is obviously also a good inscription. It's just, I think Glowstone is solid A. Could be a B tier. In fact, I think I'll put it in B. I think I said solid A, but I think it's more of a shaky A, if A at all. So I'll just leave it in B for now. It's good. Like, B tier is not a bad tier to be in, and it's a debatable B at that. So I think Glowstone's doing pretty well for itself. We should move on from it, though, to the Symbol of Toughness, which is one of the craziest items in all of Skul the Hero Slayer. Believe it or not, I think it's like the most high damaging item in all of the game if you can get it duplicated from the slime. This item effect, I believe it has... The inscriptions are Heirloom, which is actually bad on this item, believe it or not. It's one of the only items that doesn't want Heirloom. And it also has Fortress on it. But the Heirloom isn't bad enough to make it unusable. This item, if you have a good amount of shield, it deals... If you take damage, it deals the damage that you take in the back to the enemy in the form of, like, it's like a damage percent. I don't actually know how it works entirely, but I know it deals damage to the enemy back to them that they deal to you proportionate to your shield amount. And it scales with your damage percent too. So it's like, the modifiers can get crazy even with just one Symbol of Toughness, but if you can duplicate this thing, the amount of damage that you can deal with it is astronomical, like obscene amounts of damage. If you can get like the Cyclops and Quintessence as well, good lord, it just skyrockets. I did a run not that long ago on my channel with the Slime Quintessence, using the Symbol of Toughness with a duplicated Symbol of Toughness. One of the coolest runs I've ever done on my channel. If you want to go watch that, you should. It's really cool. And yeah, the Symbol of Toughness is just an insane item. I want to put it in S, but I think it's more of an A tier item. Like, my heart says S, but my brain says A. And I think I'll go with my brain here. It's really high rolly. Like I said, double Symbol of Toughness is like the craziest thing you can do in all of Skul. But even the item itself is still just like decent. It enables damage scaling on like purely defensive runs. Like Shield Skul just kind of wants this item in general. If you have Cyclops, very worth considering grabbing the Symbol of Toughness. Easy A. My heart, like I said, my heart says S, but my brain says A. Moving on to the Golden Sword, I should say. This is the Treasure Arms item. Like, this is the Treasure physical item, I should say. That's more accurate. This item is, like I said, Arms and Treasure, 2 good inscriptions. And then the item effect itself, it scales your damage percent by 70%, or increases it by 70%, I should say. After you buy a certain amount, if you spend X amount of gold in the shop, it increases your Golden Sword slowly over time until it gets to the max cap of 70%. That alone is really good, but it having arms on it makes it even better. This item is just incredible. This is another item I fucking lean on way too often. I think this is an easy S tier item. I think some could argue that it's A, because like the item, like all of these are extremely impactful item effects, as well as like just the items on the inscriptions being good and stuff. This is more of like a mellowed out S tier item. Like it's nothing flashy, but it's consistently good. You take it all the time. Like if you're trying to, like I take this on like poison runs, for instance, right? Like if I'm doing like a poison 4 run or something, and I need damage percent pretty desperately, I just grab a golden sword because it's just like really good, easy damage percent. And I think that's enough to put it into the S tier. It's not flashy like any of these, but I think it's just like, it's like the everyman in the S tier, you know? Like these are all like these are like superstars, and you just have like Bob over here. He's just chilling. He's you know, he's relaxing. He's cool. Everyone likes him. He's just a nice dude. Bob is S tier as well as, you know, like, you know, all of the superstars of the world. So there he is. He did it. Now we have the fucking like redheaded stepchild of Golden Sword. We have the Golden Whip, which is the magic treasure item that scales your magic damage percent. But it has the fucking 30% damage or less, or HP or less curse on it, which some of these items have. But this one can't overcome its curse. This item is horrible. It has treasure and revenge on it. Good inscriptions. Can't save it. This is a D tier item if I've ever seen one. Maybe even F, but I don't want to be that harsh to it because it's not like actively bad like the Eldrain's Gratitude. It's just bad. Like it's not going to ruin your run or anything like this. This ruins the vibes of a run, if anything. But this just like, it's not good. It's just not good. It's really unfortunate. I don't know what the devs were thinking when they made Golden Sword fucking insanely good, and then they made Golden Whip for magic users, which is just trash. Yep. That's all I have to say about that. Unfortunate, but it's just the way it is. Moving on to the Gold Incense Burner. One of my favorite items, one of my pet items. I take it all the fucking time. Usually if I see this, it's a snap buy. Like, it doesn't matter. I'll just take it because it's really good. It has Antique and Treasure on it. 2 good inscriptions. That doesn't really matter. Also, the item itself has, I think 35 HP attached to it or something like that. Which is, it's all good. But the real prize of this item is it's one of the only ways in the game to scale your money gain. So it's kind of like Old Miser. It scales your money gain by 25%, which is just excellent. Getting 25% extra gold from every interaction you get gold from is just good. And it's one of the only ways to do it now. So if you see this item, you should take it. I take it all the time. And, you know, I've seen people say that they shouldn't. Like, there are varying opinions in this community where people, I don't know. I don't think people value this as much as I do. But I think this is just like fucking just like, it can't be overstated how valuable gold percent gain is in Skul now that we don't have Miser anymore. So see this item, take this item. That's my opinion on it. It's not S tier because it's just not doing anything outside of your money gain, but I could even see an argument for putting it up here. If I'm going to put Golden Sword up here, I could put this up here, but I'm not going to. I'm going to put an A. It's good. Let's actually grab the other one, the other money gain item where we're talking about money percent gain. Where the hell are you? You are... Is it here? Yes, it is. Okay, good. Stone Mask. This is the only other item that does it. And it does it better than the Gold Incense Burner, which really tempts me to put an S. I'm going to put an S. You know what? Fuck it. Hot take. I don't even think it's that hot of a take. But Stone Mask is insane. Let's actually pull it up because I don't remember the exact damage or the exact scaling numbers here. It is going to be at the bottom of this. There it is. It is... depending on the higher rarity of your 2 currently held skulls, your gold gain increases by 20, 30, 40, 50. Oh my god, 50? That's crazy, dude. And you can make that 75 if you have both of these items. Oh my god. Stone Mask is crazy good. It has Antique and Treasure on it as well, so these both have the same inscriptions. They're just so good together. But Stone Mask is a cut above this by a long shot. All you need is a legendary skull and you get 50% gold gain. Easy condition to meet. Almost every run meets this condition at least somewhere. Excuse me for a second. My throat is not having a good time. And we're not even halfway through. This is great. But this item is very, 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 very good. I can't be overstated enough. Somehow better than this item, and that is some high competition. That just makes me put it in S. I didn't even realize just how good it was with the 50%. Like, goodness fucking gracious. So let's move on from that. I don't think that's a hot take, but if someone disagrees with me, you got it. Like, you just take this item whenever you see it more often. The only problem is it's unique, so it's a lot harder to find than this. You see this a lot more. But if you see this and you're like having money issues, instant buy. Goldman Rapier. I fucking love this item. This is one of the Leona weapon, Leona boss chest items. You can only get it from a Leona boss chest, so it's pretty hard to find. It's a unique. They don't actually have a legendary, for the record. They're the only bosses that don't have it, and I don't know why. But they have 2 uniques instead. This is one of them. It is a... This has the Empire. What is it? The Spoils inscription on it for some reason. Both of their items do, I believe. This has Spoils on it, but it also has Rapidity on it. Spoils is useless. Rapidity is good. Obviously, it's one of the best inscriptions in all of Skul. It gives you like a flat 20% attack speed boost, which is also good. But the item effect on it is what is the true value of it. Every like 3rd basic attack, it sends like a Leona style slash of a sword at your enemies. It's really good. Like, it's just one of those items that like whenever you see it and you're on the right run, it's like an insta pick. Though also what I find is by the time I get to the end of a run, generally I've gotten rid of this item. And that's only because there's other items that are better that do similar effects, but also this has Spoils on it, and that spoils the item a little bit. But yeah, it's just, yeah, I don't know why it has Spoils on it. I guess it's like a thematic thing, because like the Leona sisters are like symbols. They're like the dogs of the Carleon Kingdom, and Spoils is the Carleon Kingdom inscription. But it would be much better without it. It should have arms, but I guess that would be pretty OP. Another arms and rapidity item. We need one of those. Alright, we have the Great Sage's Time. This is a masterpiece equivalent of another item, which I'll go ahead and try and grab the Sage's Time here. And I'll talk about Sage's Time first, just to kind of keep it in check. This is a courage item with Masterpiece on it as well. Masterpiece, as I've said, is a means to an end, so it's not itself very useful. But this item scales your damage percent, I think, by 25% for every ability on cooldown. So this is a very Skul-specific item, which I guess that one tier was kind of for. But I still stand by getting rid of that. I don't think it's very... it's nitpicky. I don't want to be nitpicky on this tier list. This item is okay. It's not bad. I feel like I said, on the right Skul, it's really good. Like if you have Rider, for instance, this item is a lot better because the bike skill is a very high cooldown. But if you're playing like a low cooldown Skul, such as like the Werewolf, where like all of its abilities cooldown don't last very long, it's kind of hard to maintain the stat boost you get from this. Courage is obviously pretty good, so that makes it a little better. But even then, I think this is probably low A, high B. I'm going to put it in B. And the Great Sage's Time, which I should probably familiarize myself with. It's not an item I use all too often. I guess it's just a rare. It's not a legendary. Is it a rare? Really? Gee. Great. It is a fucking rare, I think. Okay. Sure thing. Oh man, this is really niche, huh? When four skills are on cooldown, unleash a wave of epiphany. So this is like a swap item also. You need to be swapping to your other Skul to get the extra bonus from this. I guess this is more about the the extra damage percent you get from this. I guess this item is just kind of a swap item in general. I think this is also a B tier item. I don't think this, like, the damage, like, you get 20 extra damage percent if you can manage to get all 4 skills on cooldown, which is not easy to do. And then you get like a little wave of damage. Like this doesn't improve on the Sage's time more enough to like move it up a tier. I think it's still in B. This is, what is this item called? I don't remember. I know it's a unique. It's a strike item. I know that much. Why can't I remember? Does it start with an A? I do not remember. Oh well, doesn't matter. This item is a strike item with fortress on it, I think. So it's strike and fortress, and it's a concentration item as well. If you're playing a concentration skull, I think if you take, it gives you a shield while you're concentrating, and if you lose the shield or you take damage to the shield, it does something. God, why can't I remember? I really want to find this item on here, but can't remember what it's called. Let me slowly look through this. I don't like doing this, but I think I need a little help. Oh, growing volition. There we go. Let's get rid of these. 10 HP barrier, damage to the barrier. Oh, shit. Okay, never mind. This is really good. I knew it was good. I just didn't realize it was that good. 50% crit rate increase. That's insane. It has strike on it and fortress. A little niche, I would say. It's good on hunter and it's good on warrior, and that's about it. But if you're playing those 2 skulls, this is like a must-have, basically. Very good item. I would say easy A tier. Fortress is a little on the weirder side. I don't know if that's quite what this item wants. It would be a lot better with like misfortune or something, but that doesn't matter. It's still good. Strike is excellent. So yeah, easy A. Let's move on to Grudgestone. Grudgestone is an item that has gone through a little bit of a transformation, though not too much. This is an artifact and execute item, so it has the disastrous execute inscription, but that doesn't matter that much. Artifact is good, but the item effect itself is weird. It gives you 30 max HP, which is strange, and it like has like a percentage chance to deal a blast of magic damage if you kill an enemy. It's like 30% chance or something. It's weird. This used to be a physical item, but they changed it to artifact in 1.5 for some reason, which is fine. I don't think it did that much to it. It's still the same old Grudgestone we've always known and kind of been meh on. I would say this is like a B tier item. I don't think it's quite C tier, though I guess if Abyssal Virus is C tier, then this is also C tier, actually. Yeah, that's fair. Though maybe if Sage's time is B, maybe Abyssal Virus is B. I can move these up. I'll move them up to B. Like, the more we get into this tier list, the more we can kind of see the direction things are going. These are all fairly C. I would say these 2 are more B. So, yeah, we corrected that injustice. Hopefully people watched long enough to see it. Though I imagine most people will just forward to the end and look at what my my end result is, which I'll say hi to you guys when we get there. For all those who are watching the whole journey, thank you. Moving on to the Hand of Glory, one of my favorite items in the whole game. Hand of Glory is a really, really interesting item. It has Antique and Duel on it. Duel is not super useful. Obviously, I've not had super nice things to say about Duel, but the Antique part of it is pretty good. But the item effect itself is what is truly cool about Hand of Glory. It's a damage scaling based on your HP value, and it maxes out. If you have 150 max HP, I think it maxes out at if you have 150 more HP. So it maxes out at 300 HP, which is actually pretty hard to pull off. But there's a nice little synergy. I'll pull it up here in a moment. Hardly a sec, which was coming up soon anyway, so perfect. Hand of Glory scales with your max HP and gives you damage percent based on that. It's actually really, really, really cool and really good. I just like this item that exists in Skul. Like, the fact that this item exists, it like the devs hit it out of the park with this, because it's like alternate damage scaling that also scales with like another stat in the game, which otherwise max HP is a little bit of a hard stat to justify if you're a veteran player. If you're a new player, it's a little bit more justifiable because you don't know exactly how to dodge damage, so the more HP you have, the better off you are. But either way, it's still a decent stat to have regardless, so Heart of the Ascetic is just like useful. I think these two items being next to each other is like poetry because they both complement each other so well. Though Heart of the Ascetic is definitely more of a relic item, it kind of justifies the relic inscription in a way because it's a little hard to constantly maintain that healing because you can potentially like get to your max HP and then not take damage for a while, and all health orbs that are on the ground you just kind of walk over. But Heart of the Ascetic ensures that every health orb you take will activate the relic inscription. So relic enabler, really good item. Let's move on to Hate Stone. Hate Stone is an item I used to hate, but no longer do. In 1.4 and previous versions, I just honestly couldn't really justify it because the way damage scaling worked back then is different than now. There's more hard caps now in Skul the Hero Slayer, so items like this that just kind of like give you a nice flat damage percent boost are a lot better than they used to be. And this is an item that has Revenge and Artifact attached to it, which are two really good inscriptions. So that's good enough on itself. But then you take damage with this item, and it gives you an extra 55% increase in your magic damage. So this is a really good item, a really solid item in the common pool especially, which is really useful because you see it a lot. I end up taking this item on a lot of my runs and keeping it the whole time. So Hate Stone's just good. Hate Stone went from 0 to hero in my mind. It's now an A tier item. Let's move on to one of the justifications for the F tier. One of the whole reasons I made this to begin with at all. Health Screening Machine, which is just atrocious. Health Screening Machine is just frankly one of the worst items in the game. Maybe only better than Eldrain's Gratitude, which is actually the worst item in the game. Health Screening Machine is an item with Mana Tech and what's the other inscription? I actually can't remember. Health Screening Machine is a rare. It's up here somewhere. Get out of here. HHHEFGH. I passed it. Mana Tech and Strike. It has Strike on it? That's so weird. This item, whenever you, I think, yeah, it's whenever you stack statuses, you gain, swap, cooldown speed, so it speeds up the, period in which you can swap cooldown. And it also gives you crit percent, and it has like a ceiling like most items do. This item is just terrible because it kind of relies on you to multi-status, and multi-statusing is really just an inefficient way to play the game because it has the problem I mentioned earlier, whereas like you're already stretching your item inscriptions thin by going on statuses. Like you have less room for damage percent because you're dedicating a lot of your item slots to getting those statuses to their milestones. So if you have multiple statuses, that's even more item slots that you're dedicating to non-damage percent, and that kind of makes it hard to justify it. So an item that is like, okay, multi-status, and that's what you do. That's how you build this item up. It just stands to reason that this would just not be a good item, and it really just isn't. F tier item, straight up, one of the worst items in the entire game. Hard to justify. I've tried using it to the best of my ability, and it was just a disaster. So deservedly in the F tier. Let's move on to the Holy Hero Sword. Excuse me. Holy Hero Sword is a arms and chase item with really interesting inscriptions. You wouldn't find them together that much, you would think, but this is an item where whenever you dash, it gives you 2 seconds of 100% increased damage, and that is exactly. I mean, you would think that's not real. That I'm wrong there, but that's actually what it does. It's 100% physical damage increase for 2 seconds after dashing. But it's not as good as it sounds, because that sounds like a S tier item, you would think, but 2 seconds is not a long time to capitalize on that 100% boost, so most runs can't really make use of this, but specifically chase runs can take this item and turn it into something crazy. Like, chase runs make this item ridiculous, because it's just like 100% damage boost for free, with arms too, so specifically chase builds can take this item and make good use of it, but even normal runs can make good use of the Holy Hero Sword. It's just harder to do it. So It's an easy A tier item, really good, but a little niche in some aspects, but still really good. Let's move on to the Hidden Blade. This is another chase item. There's a lot of chase items next to each other. Here's another chase item. And then there's another chase item, right? Like we're getting a lot of chase items here. This is a chase item with chase and Hidden Blade on it. So it has that incredible inscription attached to it. Whenever you dash with this item, it sends out a little projectile that goes forward. And it also increases your crit percent by 10%, or maybe 15. I believe it's 10 though. But let's confirm that. It is here. Oh, we were probably right next to it earlier. H, there it is. Hidden Dagger, not Hidden Blade. My bad. It's 10%. Okay. This item's really good. I'm kind of torn between B and A. I think if Holy Hero Sword is a A tier item, then this is probably a B tier item. Because like this is a B tier item right here. And they have, like this gives you damage percent. So it's a little less niche than this. So I do believe this would be a B tier item. But it's still really good. Like I said, B is not bad. B tier is just fine. Like items here are not bad at all. They're good. But yeah, if this is A, this is B for sure. Let's move on to Holy Footsteps. Very niche item, I would say. I don't think I've barely ever used this item. This is another dash item, but it's on the magic side. But in the same sense, it's like kind of like a better Holy Hero Sword in a way. Let's look at it real quick. I believe it gives you up to 120 damage percent. H, D, E, F, G, H. There it is. Holy Footsteps. Oh. Skill cooldown. Oh, it has skill cooldown as well. The maximum limit for this effect increases magic. Okay, so it's only 60%, but it also has skill cooldown, so not quite the absolute power of Holy Hero Sword, but it's like not the absolute power, but it has skill cooldown, which, like I said, underrated. People should rate it more highly than they do. It's actually really, really useful, but also it's more consistent. The buff lasts longer than 2 seconds, so easy A tier item, I would say. A Dash and Relic, if I didn't bring that up, I don't think I did. Relic is not super relevant, kind of. I mean, it's a decent Relic magic run. Like if you're doing a magic Relic run, this is a good item for that. So I guess Relic is still relevant, but they're hardly ever going to be relevant together. So on one of the other runs, it's going to be like one of the inscriptions is going to be a leftover, but that's fine. It's still an A tier item, I think. And let's move on to an easy S tier. We have the Hope Slasher here. Absolutely ridiculous item. This is like the be all end all courage item. This is courage and arms together, which are two incredible inscriptions together. And it has a 60% flat increase in your damage, but also an additional 60% increase in your damage every time you deal an instance of damage. It adds to a little increase that maxes out at 60. So overall, 120% extra damage percent just on this item by itself. And, you know, that's not getting into the courage and arms increases you're probably going to get. Just probably one of the best items in the whole game. Rivals like these items. And then we have the magic equivalent, which I'll go find and talk about now since we're on the subject. Nether Mana Suppressor. That's the ring. It'd be up here somewhere. Shouldn't be too hard to find. There it is. It stands out like a sore thumb because of the way it looks. I shouldn't say sore thumb. It stands out like a golden thumb. This is the Nether Mana Suppressor. This is the other S tier magic equivalent of the Hope Slasher. It's artifact and wisdom, like you would imagine. It increases, I believe, also up to 120%, but I should check here. Based on, oh no, I think it's 60% actually. Okay, it is 120%. Every skill cooldown you have, it increases by an additional 60%. So not as consistent as the Hope Slasher. Requires a little investment in your item slots, but that's not too big of a deal because Balanced Skulls have natural skill cooldown on them, and skill cooldown is on a bunch of really good items. So it's not that hard to find it. Really good item. I think Hope Slasher is better, but it's really just nitpicking. That's in the weeds. Both of these are incredible items. Let's move on to the Hunter's Boots. This is another chase item. Masterpiece and Chase. So this is one of the Masterpiece items that can upgrade with the inscription being maxed out. And we might as well grab the Hunter's Boots equivalent here, wherever it's at. I actually literally don't even know what these are called, so I don't even know where to look. There they are. What are these called? This should be up here in the rares. Which, in my opinion, those all should be... They should... excuse me. They should all be legendaries, but they'd be easier to find that way. Veterans Hunter's Boots. So the Hunter's Boots themselves are actually pretty good. A little niche, like these items, whenever you dash, they send out like an arrow that falls on the closest enemy nearby and deals damage to them. It's good on certain chase builds. Otherwise, kind of just like a filler item. I would say it's probably a B tier item. It's in a similar vein in the Hidden Blade. The Veterans Boots, Hunter's Boots, I would say are probably a little better. I would say these are maybe high B, low A. I'll put them in A. They're just kind of... They send out 3 arrows that hit the nearest enemies. They're good in rooms. Against bosses, I would... Actually, maybe they are high. I'll put them in B, actually. But I'll just put them next to each other. I don't think it's that much of an improvement over the other Hunter's Boots. It's good in rooms. So for that, it's good. They're not bad. Like I said, B is not for bad. B is for basic. No, B doesn't... None of the letters actually mean anything. But, like, B is just for items that are good. Like, they're good. They're not OP. I don't think Veterans Hunter's Boots is such a big improvement over the normal Hunter's Boots that it moves up to A tier. Both are good, but they're not... Like, you get what I mean. Let's move on to the Hunter's Wooden Longbow. That's what it's called. This is another Strike and Misfortune item, I believe, and they're both bows and they're both uniques. I think that's actually real. Yep, Strike and Misfortune. So these 2 bows, we talked about the Cowardly Bowmaster's bow earlier. This is the Hunter's Wooden Longbow. They're both bows. They're both uniques. They both have Strike and Misfortune on them. They're both incredible. This increases your strike damage by 35%, and that's like the actual damage that your strike does. So it puts a multiplier on a multiplier. So you can imagine how out of control that can get if you keep it going. And this amplifies your damage too, which is also a multiplier. So these together are extremely potent. This is one of the things that enables Strike Hunter to be so good. Actually, on the subject of Strike, let's pull out the true Strike item, the Veiled Mask, which this one's going to be a little hard to place. So the Veiled Mask is a Strike and antique, I think. Let's look real quick. Should be, yeah, it's here. Dual and Strike. So pretty niche. Dual at least is, but the item effect itself is really interesting. It decreases your crit percent by 30%. And it can go below 0. So if you're below 0, you have a crit deficit, and you get 0 crit, and you have to build back up to the positives. But it increases your crit damage by 70%. So if you can get these 2 items together, you get a 105 multiplier on your already multiplier that your crit damage does. It's one of the most potent things you can do in Skul the Hero Slayer, but barely any skulls are capable of pulling it off. And it's really, really hard to get a run going with Veiled Mask. Werewolf can do it. Hunter can do it. Mummy... Actually, Mummy doesn't really do it. And you can get like Troll, for instance, the quintessence that gives you guaranteed crits to kind of get around it. But barely. I don't think it's a very viable strategy to use Troll to get past the Veiled Mask problem. I've tried it. It's not consistent enough uptime. And then most of the time, this item is doing nothing in your inventory. So this is a really hard item to build around. It's kind of hard to place it for that reason. I don't think it's S. It could be A. It could be B. I think if we're comparing Hunter's Wooden Longbow with this is worse than Hunter's Wooden Longbow. So I think Veiled Mask is probably a B tier item. It would be a high B tier item, but still, I think it's a B tier item. Obviously, it can make your run pop off under the right circumstances, and also there's items such as Thieves, Black Steel Daggers, which I can pull out right now since we're mentioning them. Thieves, Black Steel Daggers can make this better, but even then, it's like it's still a hard sell for me because you still have to build up your damage percent to really make this work. because if your crits aren't doing a lot of damage because your damage percent is low, then you're multiplying a low multiplier. So it's like you're probably just going to end up back around where you would be normally if you just had a normal damage percent run. So you have to have high damage percent on top of this to really make it work. And these are 2 item slots you're dedicating that. I think this is a fair B tier. However, we have the Black Steel Daggers here. Easy S. These are one of the most, like, everyone loves the Thieves Black Steel Daggers. Every time you, okay, for one, they have Hidden Blade and Rapidity, which are, like I said, probably the 2 best inscriptions in the game, and it's debatable in my mind which is better. Hidden Blade is really, really good. Rapidity is one of the most consistently applied inscriptions across the board, so it's like just a super, super, super good consistent item. You can bring on a ton of runs. And every time you attack with your basics with this item, or maybe it's with all attacks, I can't remember, but it increases your crit by 2%, maxing out at 40. So you can get plus 40% crit rate with just this item. That's massive. Very interesting little item here. I mean, I think everyone agrees that it's powerful. I could have waited to bring it up in ABC order, but since I was mentioning Strike and how to make it work with like Veiled Mask and Hunters with a Longbow, it was a good time to bring this up. You still want a high crit rate if you're using these items. So this is a good item to pair with all of these items I just mentioned. So this is the best of all of them. I think this is the order they go in terms of, like, you know, the strike crit rate build stuff. So let's move on to more ABC order style, like here with the Icy Pauldrons. Very weird item here. Certainly not an S tier. I'm just putting it here for now. All right. Icy Pauldrons are very, very, very weird. These are on dash item effects. So, and I'll also grab the Thorny Pauldrons while we're talking about the Pauldrons that activate on dash item effects. Thorny Pauldrons here and Icy Pauldrons. We have the Icy Pauldrons. Whenever you dash into an enemy, it has a % chance to freeze the enemy. It's really strange. They also have, they don't have chase on them. You would think they would, but they have, what's it? Fortress and, what is it? Oh, Fortress and Sub-Zero, yeah. Because these are both status items now, so it's a little weird how they work. The Icy Pauldrons, in my opinion, are like a C tier item. Maybe a D tier item, actually. Actually, these are probably D tier, honestly. And we'll talk about the Thorny Pauldrons. The reasons that... Okay, I'm going to put this in C tier. The difference between these two items is this, at the very least, gives you damage %. This does not. At least to my recollection. Let me double check here. I believe they're rare. Yes, they are. Ice Scale Pauldrons, my bad. Increases dash attack damage by 30. Oh, okay, so it does increase your dash attack damage. But the Thorny Pauldrons, if I'm remembering right, increase your dash attack damage by significantly more. Are they also rare? Yes, they are. 80%. I don't know why it's like that. Why are they doing Ice Scale Pauldrons so dirty? So this is 30%. This is 80%. This is 80%. They're both very comparable items. This has excessive bleeding and Fortress on it. Still no chase. They both increase your dash damage and activate on dash, but it only works in my if I'm right. I'm pretty sure I'm right here. It only works if your dash deals damage. So like you can't just be dashing around and applying bleed to things. You need to be dealing damage with your dash, which means only tackle dashers and only the pikemen can use these items. So think about it like this. Tackle dashers can use this item, but they only have the one tackle dash, and then there's a big cooldown with it. So is it worth it to, for one, increase your dash attack damage as a tackle dasher, and also to apply a status with your tackle dashes? Do you think that's worth it? The answer to that is no. It's definitely not. So these are pretty much exclusively only pikeman items. So they pretty much added items into the game that exist only for one skull, and even then they're not very good. The 80% damage people will argue is good, but it's not. It's not. I promise you it's not good. These are low tier items. people used to love the Thorny Pauldrons, but then they changed the way they work, and now they're just trash. And I don't know if everyone's on the same page as me, but I'm very much of the opinion that Thorny Pauldrons and Ice Scale Pauldrons are terrible. So let's move on to Infinite Bone, a really cool item. This item is a little niche. It has Mana Cycle and Bone, so the Bone Inscription is back now, after we already talked about a lot of the Bone Inscription items. We have another one here. This also, the Mana Cycle is what makes this item truly worth it though, and also the item text. So this item, it gives you the chance to have no cooldown in between your using of your abilities. So if you use ability, this has a, I think 30% chance, though I'm going to confirm that here and also clear my tabs a little bit. Get the fuck out of here. Infinite Bone. You are 30%. Yeah, I'm right. I have a decent memory when it comes to some things. So yeah, 30% chance to completely get rid of the skill cooldown. This is a little bit of a hard item to rate. I want to put it up an S, and it very well could be an S tier item. I just think it's a little niche. Not every skull can make the best use of this, and it's also an item that's not scaling your damage percent, though it also kind of is in an abstract way, because the more you use your abilities, the more damage you're dealing. So it's not directly scaling your damage percent, but it is through osmosis. So I think it's an S tier item. I think I'm going to firmly place it here with, I'm pretty confident in that assessment, but maybe I'm wrong. You guys can tell me in the comments. I'm sure there'll be plenty of disagreement. All right, we have the Inner Flame and the Inner Malice here. I'm going to grab them both. Two items that I think in a lot of people's mind went from 0 to hero. Back in the day, these items were not liked by the community overall. They were considered bad, and I can, to an extent, see why people thought that. These have Mutant and Poison and Arson on them, but that's not the important part, though it is nice on Poison and Arson runs because it's damage scaling on runs where it's hard to do so. The real thing that makes these items good is whenever you swap out of your current skull, you gain, I believe, 60% damage on both either magic or physical, depending on the item that you're using. Let me go double check though. It'll be the same for both, so I'll need to read one of these. Get rid of Infinite Bone here. It is 60% for 12 seconds, and it used to be 6 seconds, so they significantly increased the way it works. Both of these are very good. They're very comparable, so I don't need to talk about them independently. They're both A tier items, I would say easy. 60% is nothing to scoff at, and yeah, it's like you can't really go wrong with them. Even if you're not doing a status run, you generally pick these items up if you see them. They're very good. And they promote swapping, so how can I hate them? They're very, I love swap runs, so it is what it is. Now we're going to talk about the Invisible Blade, which is kind of comparable to Gunpowder Sword. It's kind of like a magic Gunpowder Sword in a way. This has Misfortune and Hidden Blade on it, so it's blessed by those inscriptions. But the item effect is truly what you want with this item. It on every crit, it deals a bit of magic damage. It's not nearly as all powerful as Gunpowder Sword, but it's very close. These are both very powerful items. They're both S tier items. Invisible Blade came with 1.5 and kind of just changed magic crit builds to where they're very viable now. So yeah, you can even bring this item on a mummy weapon run with Hidden Blade, and I have a clip on my channel where I do this. You can just obliterate an enemy. You can do it with both Gunpowder Sword and Invisible Blade, or both. You can do it with both too. Really, just in general, this is just a good item to have on crit builds. Good with Hunter, good with Mummy, good with Werewolf. This is good with a lot of things. Let's talk about the next item here. This is the Iron Boots of Frost. They're going to be right here. Iron Shoes of Bitter Cold. It's such a weird, long name. I believe this is the first Soar item I'm talking about. This has an inscription on it called Soar, which increases your damage in the air, or it might increase your crit in the air. Let me actually click on these. Um, Normal increases magic attack by 40% while in midair. Normal attacks performed in midair have a 5% chance to inflict freeze. I want to click on Soar, actually. Let's click on that. I want to see what this does. Crit rate by 20% in midair, which is actually pretty good. And amplification by 40% in midair. So Soar is actually not a bad inscription at all. It's a little niche, but that's fine. Iron Boots of Bitter Cold are also pretty niche. I think these are like a B tier item. They're not bad at all. They're good, especially good on certain skulls. But the thing about them is it's kind of hard to maintain in air damage. Dash builds can do it, and Gargoyle can do it. And I can't think of anyone else. Ninja, kind of, but it's like really, really hard to do. So, yeah. Pretty niche. Good item overall. It's a Sub-Zero item. I don't think I even mentioned that yet. So it freezes. Decent on freeze builds, but like, I don't know, freeze Gargoyle, I guess, is like the best user of this item, and that's an interesting build idea. Maybe I can do it on my video someday, but I've not done it yet. Now we have the Jagamon Thorn. I think it's still called the Jagamon Thorn. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm going to call it the Jagamon Thorn. This item changed a lot with 1.5. It turned into an excessive bleeding item that on basic attack, it has so many fucking effects attached to it. Let's just read about it here. Has Heritage again. Shit's crazy. The Heritage inscription is just the weirdest shit. Normal attacks against enemies inflicted with wound, so they have to have wound on them. Deal an additional 7 fixed damage and increase your attack speed and movement speed by 3% for 5 seconds, up to 30. Very, I mean, there's a lot going on with this item. Old Jagamon Thorn, in my opinion, was better, but it's still a decent item. It kind of hard to really truly make use of, because you have to, the enemy has to be inflicted with wound for the item to even kick into effect. And the 7 additional damage is like barely even notable. Like, it's just not even really worth talking about. The attack speed and the crit is good, but even then, I think this is a C tier item. It's unfortunate. Back in the day, I think I would have put Jagamon Thorn in B. But yeah, it dropped a little tier in 1.5. RIP, it was a decent item. Now it's like just okay. Ginny's Chain Sickle. Very fun item. This is another Soar item, so we're getting to some nice Soar items now. Ginny's Chain Sickle is a item that gives you Misfortune and Soar, so it has golden inscriptions on it, and also it makes it to where whenever you attack with your basic attack in the mid-air, it sends out a little chain, like a little sickle-shaped wave that deals additional damage with you. So very useful, actually. I like to make gargoyle runs with this, but you can do it with like werewolf. You can do it with a lot of things. Any skull that can do really quick in-air basic attacks can make good use of Ginny's Chain Sickle. I think it's a high A tier item, but we're not ranking them, so I'm just going to put it in the A tier. Solidly, comfortably, Ginny's Chain Sickle is good. This is... What is this? Hammer of Justice? I actually forget what this is called. I know it's a rare. Let's see if we can find it real quick here. It is Justice Serve. Weird name. It's not even called the hammer. So this is Justice Served. It's a stun item. It's stun and it has the Cursed Execute inscription. But excessive. Well, actually, what is the stun inscription even called? My bad, I didn't mean to do that. Justice Served. Yeah, that's right. So this is the stun rare item. It has Execute on it, so it has the Cursed Execute inscription, but it also has stun on it, which is not too awful bad. And the thing about it is it's reliant stun. It's reliable, I should say. For every 15 seconds, your next attack inflicts stun. So it's a 15-second cooldown where every 15 seconds you get a guaranteed stun. And there's not a lot of items like that in the stun item pool that give you guaranteed stun. So for that reason, it's actually pretty decent on stun runs. It's really all very dependent on how good stun is as an inscription, whether or not this is a good item. And I think stun is in a decent spot. I think it's probably the worst of the statuses, but that doesn't mean it's bad. So I think we can say that stun is, so Justice Served is probably a B tier item. Could see maybe it being a C tier item, but I think B is probably pretty fair with justice served. So let's move on to the kendo stick, an item that I have not had exactly nice things to say about. Although I will say that that's not like, it's not a bad item. It's actually a pretty good item. My problem with this item is how plain it is. It has arms and rapidity on it, which is very good. Like, those are really good inscriptions together, and we've seen them already on some really good items such as the Evil Sword Kyrian. But the problem with this item is it has those inscriptions on it, which makes it very good to pick up, but it's hard to get rid of on a run because it also gives you a flat 20% boost into your attack speed. So whenever you pick this item up, you kind of get used to having it, and when you get rid of it, it hurts your run pretty significantly. But the thing is, every good run eventually, most of the time, gets rid of kendo stick at some point. So it's just it's good enough to be good, but it's not bad, or it's good enough to not be bad, but it's not good either. So that's my problem with kendo stick. I think it's a solid A tier item. I just don't like it because it's like, man, it's just annoying. Like, getting rid of this item is a pain in the ass. I usually don't even like picking it up that much, but it's not bad. It's just awkward. This is the luxurious teacup. This is an item that gives you concentration speed, I think, and it stiffens enemy while you're concentrating. So like, enemies around you while you're concentrating will get like a kind of pseudo stun kind of thing. It's really weird. It's really niche too. Like, concentration, there's way better concentration items than Skul the Hero Slayer now, and concentration used to be an inscription and it's not anymore. So this item kind of lost a lot of its value that it used to have when it was an inscription based thing. It's below the Growing Volition, which is a good concentration item. Then you have the Attendant's Pauldrons, which are somewhere in here. I'm sure that, yeah, there they are there. Better concentration item. And then you have the Trainee Necklace, which I'll go ahead and grab since we're talking about it. I might as well bring it out here. It's another concentration item. I'll get to it after this. So Luxurious Teacup, I think, is not very good. It has fuck, where are its inscriptions? Antique and something. Let's get rid of this. There. Oh, it's right there. Antique and Heirloom. So Heirloom's not bad. Antique's not bad either, but it's like, this item is just, the item text itself is not good enough to justify on a run. I think it's a C tier item, but I could also see it being a D tier item, because at least there's like use cases for these C tier items, whereas I cannot see a use case for Luxurious Teacup personally. Maybe if you're really new and you're afraid of getting hit while concentrating, this could be good for you, but I actually think I'm going to put this in D tier. I don't think it's very good. It doesn't help you really at all, and having it on your run is just a wasted item space. So yeah, D tier. Let's move on to Knight's Determination. Knight's Determination is a fortress and revenge item, and it's one of those cursed items that is like, at 30% or below HP, you gain X effect. However, in this case, I think this is a little more usable than some of those other items. Oh yeah, we have to talk about Trainee Necklace. I'll do that after I talk about Knight's Determination. So yeah, this is one of those items that is like, has the 30% or below curse, but I think that's not necessarily as bad for this item because it's more of a defensive item, and it's really new player friendly because it combos very well with the Dark Priest robe, and that makes it like a lot of new player runs. If you're just kind of getting started in Skul, a lot of your victory screens are probably going to have this and this in them, because like this activates when you're at 30 HP or below, and this activates at 30% HP or below. So like, if you have the massive shield that this provides you, and you have this as well, you take significant. Oh yeah, I didn't even talk about what this does. It makes you take like significantly less damage at 30% HP or below. Yeah, 30% damage reduction is massive. So in tandem with the shield that this provides you, it can give you a massive boost to your defensive ability at low HP. And a lot of players, new players, are going to be at low HP often. So yeah, Knight's Determination is not bad. I don't think it's a little awkward for veteran players to use because it's actually really hard to maintain low HP, which is why that mechanic inherently isn't good. But for this item in particular, I think it's an A tier item. maybe a B tier item, but I'm going to leave it in A because I know the new player friendliness it has. Like, trying to be objective at points on this, like I've been completely subjective and biased at certain points on this tier list, but also at the same time I'll try my best to be objective at points, and I think this is a solid A tier item, even though for me it would be like a C tier, maybe even a D tier item. All right, let's talk about Trainee Necklace. I should have done that a second before this, but it's fine. Trainee Necklace is another concentration item, much like the Attendance Pauldrons, except this is on the magic side, and it has Antique and Wisdom. And honestly, there's not much else to say about that. I said everything I want to say about Trainee Necklace when I talked about Attendance Pauldrons. Very good item, very useful. Especially if you're on a concentration build such as Warlock, you can really make good use of this item. Mage as well. So yeah, Mage and Warlock especially make good use of this item. It's very, very good for them. A tier item easily. Let's move on to Lunar Ring. And I'll also grab the Solar Sword while I'm at it here. Where the hell are you? Where the... Oh, there it is. Okay, so with Lunar Ring and Solar Sword, two items that on their own aren't worth an awful lot, but when combined, they turn into the Fulgent Dawn. And also, they can turn into the Fulgent Dawn Plus variants, where it's like Argent Sun and... I don't know their names. They're really long names. Sadly, they're not on this tier list, but like I said at the beginning, they're easy S tier items. So just consider them up there. Lunar Ring and Solar Sword are both easy A tier items. Even if you can't get the duplication on them, or you can't find the partner to turn this into Fulgent Dawn, because you need both of these to get Fulgent Dawn. They still have artifact and arms on them, as well as the sun and moon inscriptions that turn them into Fulgent Dawn, and they each give 40% in the stat that they represent. So this would be 40% physical, 40% magic. Even then, they're pretty good items. So like, just the raw stats they give you is worth it, even if they're not Fulgent Dawn. So yeah, these are A tier items. There's not much else to say about them. Let's move on to the Mage's Mana Bracelets. Put it here for now. Mage's Mana Bracelet is a very strange item. It's one of those awkward items that, like, whenever you use an ability X amount of times, after X amount of times used, you get a benefit. But the benefit really ain't even worth riding home. I think it, like, increases your skill cooldown speed by like 100% or something like that. I think they're unique. Let's go down here and see if we can find them. Yes, there they are right there. Get rid of Knight's Determination. 120% for 10 seconds every time 6 skills are used, which that's actually not too awful bad. For 6 seconds though, or was it 10 seconds? 10 seconds. That's actually pretty significant. This is an item I don't use very often. It has the Heirloom and Wisdom inscriptions, which is actually not half bad. Maybe I should use this item more often, actually. So I don't have a lot of experience with this item. My gut is telling me B. Though it could be an A tier item. I just need to use it more often and get more experience with it. But the thing is, the 6 uses of your abilities is a little awkward. That's a lot of abilities that you have to get through before you get the benefit. And that means you also have to, you're probably swapping a lot with this item as well, so you can use your abilities on both skulls. It's a lot to keep up with, though 120% cooldown speed is massive. And maybe you can like chain into it as well, so like, what's the cooldown actually? Is there a cooldown? If there's no cooldown to this item, I need to do more runs with this. I'm going to put it in B on this tier list, but I could change my opinion in the future on Mage's Mana Bracelets. I need to pick it up more often. It even has Wisdom on it too, so it's like you're not sacrificing damage percent for this item. So yeah, I'm going to pick this up in the future. Could be an A tier item. I'm going to put it in B for now and move on, but consider it an item I have my eye on. Let's move on to the Mage's Necklace. This is an item with Mana Cycle and Heirloom on it. So, seeing a lot of Heirlooms all of a sudden. This item, whenever you use an ability, spawns a fireball that appears on the screen and shoots at enemies for like, I don't know, like 5 or 6 seconds or so. It's basically kind of like the mage's basic, or not, like it's like her skill, where she summons like the portals that summon fireballs at you for a few seconds. It's like that on an item, basically. It's pretty good. It has Mana Cycle on it, which is, it's like a an ability that deserves, or an inscription I should say, that deserves more love from the community. Though I think most people like it. It's really kind of a rare inscription that you don't see on a lot of items, and it's really good. So all that said, I think Mage's Mana Necklace is maybe a B tier item. I kind of also want to put it in A, but like I feel like on average, this item is an item that you end up leaving. You end up ditching the further you get into the run. Like I'll have this item early on a lot, and by the time I get to the end of the run, I can't fit it on there anymore. There are some builds that want this item in particular, like Little Bone builds and Mage builds want this item. Though even Mage builds can oftentimes end up ditching this. It's kind of like a worse version of the Mana Bone, because they're both on ability use like effects that power up spam ability spam runs, but like Mana Bone's better, or Bone of Mana I should say. So yeah, I think this is a B tier item. It's not bad. Like I said, I always got to point this out. B is not for bad. B items are good. C isn't even really necessarily bad, just very conditional. Yeah, I think Mage's Necklace belongs firmly there. Let's move on to the Magic Choker. This is a very strange item, I would say. Excuse me, I hope they didn't pick up. Shoo! Let's see if we can find it here. I know it has strike, but I can't remember its other inscription. Where are you, buddy? There you are. Mutant. Oh yeah, that's so weird. Whenever you swap with this item, it like spawns a bunch of projectiles. So even if you're not on a projectile-based build, you can still use this item. But you really want to use this on projectile-based builds. It's like on a projectile hitting an enemy, you get a crit percent boost by I think 1%. And it 2%. It stacks up to 16. 16% crit rate is actually nothing to scoff at. Crit rate's kind of rare on items. Obviously, you have like Thief's Black Steel Daggers, which is just a little ridiculous with it. Like Thief's Black Steel Daggers is like just absurd with the crit rate it gives you. This is like much more balanced in terms of the crit rate it gives you. But the item itself is weird and really, really niche. It's hard to make use of. In fact, I can't think of a lot of runs where I want this. I want it on Hunter, I suppose. Though the magic damage, it's like a magic item technically, so it's not that good. But it's not about the projectiles that it spawns on swap. It's about the crit rate that it gives you and the strike. So like, you'll see me take this on Hunter strike runs. Mummy can also make some decent kind of sort of use of this item, but no one else really can, honestly. Not that I can think of off the top of my head. So for this item, I think it's a B tier item, maybe a C tier item, but I'm going to leave it in B for now. I think that's fair. Let's move on to the magic beads. I think that's what it's called. It's a rare, so we'll look for it in the rares. M. There it is. Magic Bead of Darkness. There we go. There they are. Magic Bead of Darkness are a stun item. They have mutant and stun, I believe. Yes, they do. Another mutant item. I think it's every third swap in, you stun enemies around you. One of those, it's like a good example of what I'm talking about with stun being inconsistent, where like this is like consistent, reliable stun, whereas this is not so much consistent, reliable stun. You have to be swapping a lot, which I do in my runs, but I don't think most people do. Also, excuse me real quick. Just wanted to take a sip of tea. So this item's a little awkward, I would say, for most people. It's not bad per se. It's just not super reliable, which I think lands it in the B tier. Not horrible, just a little on the awkward side and hard to make use of on most people's runs. But if you're on a stun run and you want like, it's like filler stun, right? Like if you're on a stun run and you want to get Dizziness 4, this is filler. So pick it up if you want Dizziness 4. It's not C tier because it's not really super awful. It's just not super good either. Let's move on to the Magic Pocket Watch. One of my pet items that I love a ton. This item, I need to remind myself with the skill cooldown speed it gives you. I know what its other effect is, but I forget what its primary effect. Skill cooldown speed by 70%, which is massive. for free, by the way. This is non-conditional. You don't even need to have like, you don't need to swap 6 times or use your ability 6 times, like with the Mage's Mana Bracelets. This is just free 70%, and also increases your concentration speed, which is massive, by 100% when swapping, of course. So that's conditional, but that's not so bad because for one, you should be swapping. But it's also like a 100% concentration speed that you get to make use of instantly, and like it's just very, very good. Magic Pocket Watch is probably underrated by most of the community, but I think a lot of people maybe aren't aware of how useful it truly can be. If you're playing Mage especially, this actually it's like a multiplicative value that it gives your meditation. So like whereas Training Necklace just kind of is additive with it, this is multiplicative because it also gives you the skill cooldown speed as well as the concentration speed. So you're getting multiple sources of meditation speed on Mage. So Magic Pocket Watch is almost like a Mage item that it needs. I'd say most Mage runs want and really just need Magic Pocket Watch. Whereas most concentration based builds don't necessarily need the Magic Pocket Watch, but they can make good use of it. And it has Mutant and Antique, right? Yes, 2 very good inscriptions. So like it just has a lot going for it. I think it solidly belongs in A. It's a little niche with how it can be used because like, the concentration speed isn't for every skull. But even without the concentration speed, if you're just looking to like make your Nether Mana Suppressor a little bit stronger, and you have like a non-balanced skull that you need the boost, like say you're playing like Rockstar or something, and he has 0% boost from the Nether Mana Suppressor because he has no skill cooldown naturally on him. This is a good item you can just pick up to get that 60% boost. Little niche, but pretty good. Let's move on to the Mana Eater. This item has Hidden Blade and Mutant? Is it Mutant? No, Mana Cycle. What am I saying? Mutant and Mana, or Hidden Blade and Mana Cycle, 2 very, very good inscriptions. This item, whenever you use your ability, it shoots out a little projectile ahead of you. Or it's whenever you use your ability, it loads the Mana Cycle, or the Mana Eater, and then when you attack with your basic, it shoots like a little projectile ahead of you. Pretty niche in its use, but the projectile deals a decent amount of damage, and it has the very sought after Mana Cycle inscription on it, which makes it truly valuable. And it also has Hidden Blade as well, which obviously is good. So where does that bring this item? I don't know. It's a little hard to evaluate because Mana Cycle makes me want to put it in A, and also it's like a damaging effect attached to Mana Cycle, which is a little bit rare. But that doesn't... Is it A or is it B? It's hard. I think if I was ordering them, I would maybe put it at the top of B or the bottom of A. But I think I'm going to put it in B. I think B is fair for Mana Cycle. It's a little niche. It's not like scaling you or in any meaningful way or doing anything super impactful. Mana Cycle is impactful if you are already building towards Mana Cycle, but I feel like a lot of the time people will see this item and pass it. So I think that's completely fair for Mana Cycle. Let's move on to the Mana Gauntlets. I think that's what they're called. Excuse me real quick. Tea time. Gotta stay hydrated. Though I guess I want to stay hydrated, I shouldn't be drinking tea, but that's neither here nor there. Mana Gauntlets have Rapidity and Artifact on them, which I was talking about earlier. There's a lot of items in Skul that have arms and Rapidity on them, but this is the only Artifact and Rapidity item, I think, which is kind of fucked up because we got 3 arms Rapidity items and we have 1 Artifact Rapidity item. Come on, dog. Why are you always shafting my fucking magic boys? But anyways, let's talk about the item itself. This item it's like, I think if you use your basic attack 20 times, it slowly stacks up a buff. And when you're done with that, when you fully stacked your buff, and let's just open it up in here anyways, just to make absolute sure. Where the fuck is it? Oh, I'm at legendaries. That would explain why I'm not seeing it. It's here. Normal attacks and dash attacks. So not just though dash attacks might as well not exist. Why do they always say that? Ignore the dash attacks. It's worthless. Attack by 3% for 2 seconds up to 60, reaching the maximum limit, so it's 60% damage boost. And reaching the maximum limit for this effect lets your normal attacks deal additional magic damage. And the additional magic damage is not insignificant. It's pretty good. The problem with this item is the buff is extremely short. It's like 1 second or maybe 1.5 seconds, or whatever it is. It's tiny, so you have to constantly be trying to keep this item up. Like, you have to work very hard to keep the buff up. But the good thing about the buff is you don't have to be attacking an enemy. You can be attacking the air, and it still keeps your buff going. It's a little weird little tactic I like to use in my videos. And also you can do the pause screen method to keep your buffs up, which I do all the time in my videos. This item in and of itself is kind of like an enabling item. You can throw this on like Thief, right? Like the Thief Skull, who is a magic skull who has physical basics, and you can just throw this item on it, and then your basics are basically magic basics after you get the buff up. It's like a basic attack enabling item if you're playing like Magic Werewolf and you're worried that your basics are physical. Well, you can just grab this item and now your basics are magic. It's just a really, really, really good item, and I honestly think it's an S tier item. It's useful on a lot of things, even like if you're just playing like a normal magic attacker build, like say you're playing like a water skull. This could be a good way to deal damage with literally your basics, whereas most of water's damage comes from his waves that bounce around the screen. This can make it to where your punches themselves are also dealing some damage too, and it gives you a not insignificant magic attack boost. So it's just like good. I don't know how many people are going to agree with me on this. I think some people would put it in A, but I think it firmly belongs in S tier. It's a really good item. Let's move on to, what is this item even called? Manatech something or other. Manatech boosters or something like that. I guess it's a rare. Let's move up and see if we can find it here. Mana. MN. Okay, here we are. Manatech booster, I was right. This item is a kind of a weird item. It has Soar and Manatech, which ain't bad. And it gives you attack speed boost when you attack with your basic attack in the air, and it stacks up to a certain point. Let's see, up to 50%. This would have been better back in the day, back when Werewolf was known for being his like insane in-air attack boosting bullshit he used to do before they nerfed his in-air attack basic attack. There's not a lot of skulls that really do in-air basic attacking. If you're doing a Ginny's Chain Sickle run, this can be a good item. I would say Gargoyle can kind of make use of this item a little bit, but I've never done it. Basically what I'm trying to say is it's niche. It really doesn't like I can't think of a lot of scenarios where I'm like, I need this item to make my run work. I think for that reason it goes in B. B for basic. It's not bad. It's just niche. Like I said, I can't think of scenarios where I'm like, I wish I had this item. It's so good. My run was awful without it. So let's leave it there and move on to the Manatech Circulator, which is a good Manatech item. One of my an item I've been trying to give more credit and use more often. This item is a Manatech and Mana Cycle item, the only item in the game that's like that. The two ability cooldown lowering item inscriptions are on this one item, and it's once every 4 seconds it lowers your skill cooldown by something. I think I should really double check with this item. You are here. Using skills decauses, but it's supposed to be decreases, I believe. All skill cooldown by 1 second every 4 seconds. So the item text itself is a little on the mediocre side, but the real prize for this item is the inscriptions. Especially if you're on a magic Manatech run where you have a lot of items. Like there's not as much damage percent boosting items in the magic Manatech section, and I'll go ahead and drag out a couple of items I want to talk about. Let's make this a Manatech segment. I'm going to drag all these items out here that I want to talk about in terms of boosting your damage% in Manatech runs, which is a problem with Manatech runs. This is like, I can't think of a lot of scenarios where I'm like, I wish I had this item. It's so good. My run was awful without it. So let's leave it there and move on to the Manatech Circulator, which is a good Manatech item. One of my, I think I've been trying to give more credit and use more often. Basically what I'm trying to say is it's niche. In terms of magic mana tech runs, I want this item more than I want on physical mana tech runs, because physical mana tech has a lot more options for boosting your damage than magic mana tech, which is just kind of an unfortunate thing right now. I think leaves this item in a weird spot. I want to put it in A tier, but I think it's more of a B tier item. So I'm going to put this here for now. It's not bad. It's pretty good, especially if you're doing magic mana tech. But I don't know. I mean, it's also kind of hard to just fill out your mana tech item slots in general, because there's mana tech's a bit on the weird side when it comes to its items. So if you're doing mana tech run, you'll probably find use for this item, but outside of mana tech runs, you're probably never going to pick this up. So that said, let's move on to the mana tech staff. The mana tech staff is the only mana tech magic attack boosting item in the game, I think. I guess I'll find out the further I go down. Oh no, wait, no, there's also this item. Though this doesn't, like this, you can't stack, like there's no, like it's a one-time boost and that's it. But we'll still talk about it. So Magic Mana Tech has access to this in terms of scaling, and that's it. That's what I want to say, scaling. This is like a boost. This is scaling. So that's a bit of a problem for Magic Mana Tech. It struggles a bit with its damage percent more than physical, but that doesn't make Magic Mana Tech bad, and this item pretty much enables Magic Mana Tech on its own, essentially. Like it's a lot like Frost Witch Staff, where you have to constantly be using your abilities, and every time you use your ability you get an X boost until it caps at a certain point, and then you have to maintain that, and it's a little difficult, which is kind of the reason why Frost Witch Staff is also awkward to use. But in the same sense that Frost Witch Staff is a decent item for Sub-Zero runs, this is a decent item for Mana Tech runs, especially Magic Mana Tech. So for that reason, I think it belongs in A tier. Let's move on, and I want to talk about the Cogwheel next, since it's also Magic Mana Tech. This is the common Arson item, so it's Mana Tech and Arson. It gives you a one-time boost of 20% magic damage, and it gives you the Arson 1 abilities. I think your basic attacks have a 5% chance or so to apply Arson to enemies. So if you're doing an Arson run or a Mana Tech run, this item is just a must-have, basically, because it's so hard otherwise to consistently boost your stats on Mana Tech runs, so you just kind of want this item to fill out one of your Mana Tech slots. And if you're doing Arson, it's just a very easy item to have that has a nice little benefit to it. Though on Arson runs, I find I sometimes do end up ditching this item by the end. It's like, I would say, one of the lesser useful common status items. But even then, it's still pretty dang good. Like, I have no issues with this item. I'm kind of tempted to put it in B, because I'm looking at Abandoned Wedding Ring down there, and I'm thinking it's kind of a lot like that item, whereas you have like Broken Dagger, which is extremely good. Like, it's an A tier status item, whereas this, I don't know if it's on the level of Broken Dagger in terms of its usefulness in the common pool. I think I'm going to leave this in A, but if I'm going to leave this in A, I think I want to bring Abandoned Wedding Ring up to A too. I think that's fair, because if this is A, this is A. I can't get past that in my mind, so we'll correct it at a wrong that we did at the start, because this was like the first fucking item I did. So now we're kind of looking at this tier list and getting a better idea of where items are and where they belong. This belongs here, I believe. So these two are A. Let's move on to Rear Blast, which is a physical Mana Tech item that boosts your stats significantly. 90% boost. If you have an item that deals damage, it gives you a 90% boost in your stats for like a short duration. But as long as you have something that consistently deals damage from your items, such as Kyrian or Gunpowder or Thief Armor, which we haven't talked about yet, then this is a very good item to have. And if you're doing physical Mana Tech, this is a must-have item. Rear Blast, in my opinion, used to be a lot better in Skul the Hero Slayer before the inscriptions became much more impactful. Back in 1.4 and previous versions of Skul, Rear Blast was like a S tier item, and I don't think there was anyone that would argue with that. And it even got buffed in 1.5. I think it used to be 70% damage boost, and now it's 90. But the thing is, inscriptions became a lot more impactful, and this has Mana Tech and Execute on it. So it's cursed with the Execute inscription. Mana Tech is good. but even then on most runs, it's hard to fit a rear blast on there. For just a 90% increase, you can do a lot more with your inscriptions than that. So yeah, I think it's fallen off a little bit. So for that, I'm going to put it in A, but it is, I mean, there's nothing wrong with being in the A tier. Being in the A tier is good. So moving on to the Manatech Gravity Generator, one of my favorite items. I like a lot of Manatech items, I noticed. Wait, is the multi-dimensional prism down here? Yes, it is. Alright, we'll get to you next, buddy. Manatech Gravity Generator is a Manatech courage item. So it's like Magic Manatech doesn't have a Manatech wisdom item, but courage does get Manatech items. So physical attackers rejoice. Your Manatech runs are going to be a lot better than the Magic Manatech runs. This item, whenever you use an ability, it generates a little blast of damage that comes out, and there's no cooldown on it, which makes it pretty dang good. I actually take this item often on non-Manatech runs because it has courage on it and the effect is good. So having this item is actually just like good. Like regardless if you're doing Manatech or not, you want this item on a lot of your physical runs. So I'm going to put it in A tier. It doesn't give any raw stats on its own, but that doesn't matter because the effect is good, the inscriptions are good, you can't really go wrong with it. Let's move on to Multidimensional Prism. Multidimensional Prism is a legendary item, Manatech and Mutant, I believe. On swap, this generates like a little device above your character from where you swapped, and it starts shooting out these fucking laser beams. And then when the animation is over, it explodes into a bunch of Manatech pieces, which whenever you pick up Manatech pieces, it lowers your skill cooldown by a little bit. So this is just like a good item in general. It's another physical damaging item that Manatech users have. So I'm telling you, man, physical Manatech is in a much better spot than Magic Manatech, for sure. And this is one of the reasons why. Very good item. Although I will say, it's a bit of a personal pet item. I do enjoy this item a lot. It's my favorite item in the entire game. But I think I overvalue it a little bit. But even with that like understand. Also, let's bring out this item too. It's also Manatech. With that understanding I know I'm biased, and it's probably more of a B tier item, but I'm gonna leave it in A tier because for one, this is my tier list, and I'm allowed to be biased, dog. But also, it's not bad. Like, it's not a bad item at all. It's just, the thing is, it doesn't scale you in any meaningful way. It's more of like a filler fun item. If you're doing Manatech physical, you probably grab this, right? Like, if you're doing Magic Manatech, you don't pick this up. But if you're doing physical Manatech, even though it doesn't drive you forward in a scaling direction, it still is just a fun, powerful item, and the effect is good. So, like, there really is no reason to not like this item. It's just good. A tiers. That's my final answer. Also, I'll just fuck. Are we doing all the Manatech? Let me just drag them all up here. Let me look for more Manatech. I think we got them all though. Yeah. We'll finish out the Manatech items here. I didn't expect to do it all in one go, and I didn't really because I did some earlier. But we'll fuck it. We'll do it. Like we'll do them all like this. So this is the Manatech Cudgel. This is a strike Manatech item. I need to familiarize myself with the item effect. It is normal attacks turn into critical hits for 3 seconds after 3 skills are used. Ugh. This item is very awkward. 3 seconds is not a long boost at all. Every time 3 abilities are used is kind of it's like a lot to ask when you think of like black steel daggers existing, or just like how easy it is overall in the grand scheme of things to come across crit percent. It's kind of weird to tie it behind using your abilities, and then you only get 3 seconds of guaranteed crits when you could just pick up the black steel daggers and get like a crit every other hit, and that's more than enough to satisfy your crit needs. Which is why that I think this item is just kind of a C tier item. It's not actively bad. The inscriptions are nice. If you're doing a strike run, you can pick this up just to fill out your strike. But I don't think this item justifies itself enough to even be a B tier item. It's too awkward. It's too clumsy. I just don't see a lot of instances where I'm like, I wish I had this item. This is the mana. What is this item called? I know it's a rare, so let's have a look and see if we can find it. Reliability generator. This is a stun Manatech item. Whenever you stun an enemy, after a cooldown, I believe, it sends like a wave of stun out that kind of AoE stuns enemies. It's the only AoE stun in the game I know of, though maybe there's some on abilities. Like I actually stun Alchemist can AoE stun enemies, but it's rare. Most stun is single target, and this is AoE stun. And for that reason, it's actually really, really, really good on stun runs, and even on Manatech runs, I find myself taking this item just to have Manatech, and it's just like a nice little addition. Though, can it stun itself? I actually need to look that up. Does it only magnify stun if you stun an enemy? Yes. Oh, it also. Oh yeah, I forgot. Skill cooldowns be about 40% too, which is nothing to turn your nose up at. So it gives you the stun inscription, which is unreliable stun. I think that's on a 30-second cooldown if I remember correctly, but I should actually check here. Dizziness 1 is not very good. 18 seconds. Okay, I was a little off there, but still. Holy hell. Yeah, this item's pretty good. I think it's an easy A tier item. I do take it often on Manatech runs, especially Magic Manatech. The item effect is good. It's really good on dizziness runs, but it's a little niche. But I do think it just barely breaks into the A tier. Like if I were gonna order these, it would be at the end. But it's good enough, I think, to make it there. Mane of the Beast King, a very interesting little item here. The Mane of the Beast King is a chase and fucking heirloom item. Heritage. I mean heritage. I get those confused sometimes. So chase and heritage. Whenever you dash through an enemy, and it's not, you don't need to deal damage with your dash this time. It actually is just like if you dash past an enemy, it gives them a little mark above them, and then the next time you attack them, it has like additional damage it deals to them. It's an interesting little item. I've never found a way to make this good, is the problem. I've never found a way to make Mane of the Beast King like a central good item on a run. I think Mane of the Beast King is just too niche. Like, that's my problem with it. I've tried to make it work. I've come up with ideas, and I haven't gotten to execute these ideas yet. Like, I have a Pike Dash Mane of the Beast King strike run I want to do. But even then, also I'm forgetting something about it. I know it has something to do with crit too, or else I wouldn't have come up with that idea. Let me look at it real quick, because it's an item I'm not super familiar with. Mane of the Beast King. Enemies, okay, attack made against the enemy turns into a critical hit. Oh yeah, it's like guaranteed critting. This would be good on a Pike Dash run, but like that's all I can really think of to like really truly make it work. I think for that reason it's a C tier item, though I could be wrong about this. It's an item I'm inexperienced with. I'd like to become more experienced with it, and I have plans to use it, but until that day, I've just not seen anything to convince me it's even B tier. I think it's just too awkward. I think it's a C tier item, though I could be wrong. Let me know what you think. Let's move on to Master. This is okay. So we're at Master Brawler and Master Fighter. Master Fighter is the one that is whenever you're around, there's X amount of enemies around you. I think it's 3 or more enemies around you. You get a 75% damage boost. It has duel and I think execute. Let's see. Brawl and execute. What is this? Oh, this is Master Brawler. Okay, so it makes sense that this would have brawl on it. Brawl and execute and duel and execute. Okay. Which they make sense thematically on these items, but I don't know if they help them very much. So Master Brawler is just a bit of an unfortunate item. Against bosses, it does nothing, which you should always be considering that. Against rooms of enemies, it does something sometimes, but there's also plenty of moments where you're in a room full of enemies that you're not surrounded by enemies. Like you're off fighting one guy and then you're going to turn around and fight the rest. So that's the problem with Master Fighter. Or Master Brawler, it's inconsistent. Whereas Master Brawler is consistent. I think this makes Master Fighter see, man. Let me look at the B tier items here real quick. I mean, we have some good items in here. I really honestly never take Master Fighter. I don't think I've ever taken it on a run. And not for no reason. Like, this item is just, it's too awkward. Like, I never find a use case for it. Whereas Master Brawler is the opposite. Like I said, there's so much downtime with this item where you're not surrounded by enemies against bosses. It's pretty much worthless. I think that for that reason, it's a C tier item. I think it belongs firmly among these guys. You might disagree with me, which feel free to, but it's too niche, and niche might even be too kind of a word for it. It's just very rare use cases where it's better than its brother, Master Fighter. And Master Fighter is an excellent item. Master Fighter got a buff. Well, both of them got buffed in 1.5, but Master Fighter's buff is a lot more significant. This is an item whenever you have one or less enemies around you, I believe. It gives you a boost of 75% damage. Okay, actually, no, I'm a little... Okay, so this gives a flat 25% boost to damage percent. So either physical and magic, which is worth pointing out because that's how it is with this too. And then you get a 50% extra boost whenever you're surrounded or not surrounded by enemies. I still think this is like 25% is not enough to make this good. I just wanted to point that out because I forgot to with this item. The flat 25% is nice, but it's not impactful in any meaningful way. The true use of these items is whenever their text is fully activated and you're either surrounded or not surrounded. So Master Fighter is a lot more universally usable than Master Brawler because it's, for one, useful against bosses, but also there's plenty of moments in rooms where, like I said, you're not surrounded. So you're getting the boost a lot more often with this item in much more relevant scenarios than you are with Master Brawler. However, whereas this item used to be an S tier item, I don't think it is anymore. And this might be where some people disagree with me, but like I said, inscriptions in Skul the Hero Slayer matter a lot now. And these inscriptions on this item are dog shit. Execute sucks. Duel is very niche. Not bad, but niche. And you're much better off generally building towards your inscriptions than you are throwing in a Master Fighter just to get 75% of stats. Whereas old Skul the Hero Slayer used to not be this way, and Master Fighter was like just an excellent item to have on pretty much every run. I think that makes this an A tier item. Not quite the behemoth it used to be, but still good. Like, A is nothing to be upset about. It's really, really good. So let's talk about Metal Box. Metal Box is a courage and treasure item. So, oh my god, I just realized they get two. Why is physical so much more favored in treasure runs, man? And then magic users just get fucking gold whip, bro. It's like, whip this, bro, and then you gesture rudely. Excuse me, I wanted to drink some tea. So yeah, Metal Box is courage and treasure, and it's kind of in the same vein as let's go ahead and drag it up here while we're on the subject of this. It's in the same vein as Stone of the Air, where this Stone of the Air activates on boss kills, this activates on adventurer kills. The problem with this item is, and this item too, is they're uniques. You have to get these semi-early to get true use out of them. Metal Box is a unique that you want to get before the Act 3 adventurers, because every time you kill an adventurer, you get a 25% boost to your damage percent. And there's no cap on this. And there's actually a glitch in Skul the Hero Slayer that causes you occasionally to get more adventurers killed than you actually can kill in the game. Pretty fucking funny. It's awesome when it happens, but I still don't know to this day how it works. Either way, this is a nice way, if you can get it at a decent moment, to boost your damage percent. And I already said, I'm thinking of these items, like, I'm not going to be like, but well, if you have the, if you're lucky on your run, this is a good item, and I'm going to make like a separate tier for that. I'm going to think of these items in at least the average scenario. So I'm thinking of this item if you get it before the Act 3 adventurers, which is pretty rare, but not impossible. So for that, I'm going to put it in A tier. I think it's a solid A tier item. Under the right circumstances, it could even be an S tier item, but obviously that's like if you can get it before the Act 2 adventures, or God forbid the Act 1 adventure, which I have had happen one time ever in like my first week of playing the game, and it's never happened again. But maybe someday I'll get lucky enough for it to happen again. And I probably lost that run because I sucked at the game back then. So what a waste. Let's move on to Stone of the Air, which is the magic counterpart. It has wisdom and heirloom on it, so not bad at all. Though not as good as treasure and courage, but that's neither here nor there. This item is whenever you kill a boss, you get a 30% boost, I believe, to your stats. For some reason, I guess to make up for the treasure inscription, they were like, you know what, fuck it. We're gonna give magic users a bit of a bone here, and now they get 30% boosts to their stats instead of just the flat 10 or 25. Here it is. I couldn't find it for some reason. 30. Yep, it's 30. Massive boosts. And I guess there is a cap on this. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if there is or not. It doesn't really matter. If you can get this before the Lyanna sisters, that's the ideal time to get this item. If you can get it before the Chimera, it's still a 60% boost to your stats with wisdom on it. So like there's you don't grab this item on the way to Joan. That's when you don't grab Stone of the Air. But if you can get it before the Chimera, especially before the Lyanna sisters, and like I said, God forbid Yggdrasil, which good luck with that. This item is phenomenal. Kind of makes me want to put it in S tier. I honestly think it's a lot more reliable than this item. But I think if I'm going to put Metal Box in A, I'm going to put Stone of the Air in A as well. Though, like I said, it's a lot more reliable than the Metal Box, and it would be very high A. Like it would be like potentially right here. Stone of the Air is awesome. Let's move on to the Miracle Grail, not the Holy Grail. I always call it that, but it's the Miracle Grail. This is the Bleed legendary item. This is an item that has a relic and excessive bleeding on it. And what it does is every 4th bleed or every 4th wound, I think. Though I should actually read this item just because. Miracle Grail, where the hell are you, buddy? Okay, there it is. I'm just bad. I couldn't find it. Amplify damage by 400% the 3rd time bleed is applied. Okay, so the third time, even better. 400%. So the thing about excessive bleeding is they always crit. I believe if you're at excessive bleeding 4, it's always a crit. So you're amplifying a crit by 400%. It's not super reliable, but the thing is the damage that deals is just fucking gargantuan. You can't even, like, it's fucking insane. So Miracle Grail is probably the best status item legendary. Do I think it goes up into S tier? Probably. I think Miracle Grail goes into S tier, though the relic inscription is useless. It has like unfortunate religious symbolism on it, so like they have to put relic on it like they did with all these other religious symbolism items. But it doesn't really hold it back much at all. Like, it's still very good. Like, I think it's a S tier item. The item text is just too good. Bleed, I don't think I've ever gotten this on a bleed run to this day, so that's unfortunate. Hopefully soon. Let's move on to I'm gonna probably rustle some feathers with this one. This is the Mithril Armor. I probably need to pull it up to get it exactly accurate what it does, so let's look in the MI. Where the fuck are you? There it is. It's the Mithril Gear even. This is another masterpiece item. Did I rate that? It should be here somewhere if I haven't done it yet. I don't think I would have done it. Am I passing it? Am I? I think it's absolute Mithril Gear. Did I already rate it? I may have. Oh well. Let's talk about this for now. Mithril Gear is a dash item, chase, and masterpiece. Dash attacks increase physical attack by 8% per 6 seconds. Stacks up to 80%. Reaching the maximum limit for this effect decreases damage taken by 20%. So the text on this is good, okay? Like, it's not bad at all. So what you might be wondering is why I hate this item. The reason I hate this item is because it's dash attacks. So it's literally exclusively procced by the dash attack damage itself. So like if you have, say, Hunter's Boots, that deals damage on dashing, but it doesn't count towards this. If you have Evil Sword Tyrion, the slashes whenever you dash are technically your dash attack damage, but it doesn't count towards this. It's literally only the dash attack itself. So what that means is this is an item designed around tackle dashing and pikemen. That's it. It's so badly designed. I can't even think about how where their minds were when they made this item. It's so bad, dude. Like it doesn't even work on Genie. Like, you know how like Genie, whenever he's at legendary and he dashes and that apparition appears behind him and punches, it doesn't count on that either. Like it's so fucking exact and precise how it calculates what a dash attack is. And dash attacks aren't good. Tackle dash damage is worthless. Pikeman's dash itself is like the only decent dash attack in the game. So it's basically a fucking pikeman item. And for that reason, I even want to put it in fucking D tier. Like, you guys have no idea how bad I want to put this in D tier. I hate this item. But it's good on pikeman builds. So I'm going to put it in C tier. But even then, good God. I wish they would change it. Like, dash attack should activate on item effects. That would actually make chase as an inscription and just like dash items in general a lot more viable. As it is now, it's super niche. I just despise this item. It's one of my least favorite items in the game just because of how badly it's designed. But let's move on from that. Let's move on to the Mysterious Apparatus. This is an heirloom and rapidity item that whenever you use an ability, it gives you like an X boost in your attack speed and also gives you kind of like a little blast in front of your character that deals additional physical damage. This item is very good. Rapidity is, like I said, one of the best, if not the best, inscriptions in the whole game. And this is a good item to bring on rapidity-based runs. You can't really go wrong with it. It helps you a lot. So I think that this makes this item an A-tier item. I think that's actually, it's pretty firm in A-tier. Like, I'm not even questioning whether it's in B. It's certainly not in S-tier. I think it's like a middle-of-the-road A-tier item. Like, it would be somewhere in here. Very good item. Let's move on to the fucking item. I can't pronounce the in not Nias. I always struggle with this in my fucking in my videos. It's a rare, so let's see if I can fucking just find it and let you guys see it. Nias apostrophe S. Nias's heart. That's my best fucking attempt. Nias's heart. This is a Sub-Zero and Antique Heritage. Oh God Almighty! It just doesn't. It never gets any easier. Just seeing Heritage slapped onto something. So we have Sub-Zero and Heritage, and what this does is whenever you take damage, it has the chance to freeze an enemy. I believe it's not guaranteed. I think it's just a chance. And whenever an enemy thaws, they take like an additional little bit of extra magic damage. This is pretty reliable application of freeze. On freeze runs, this is actually a fairly decent item, and the extra little damage that you get to deal to your enemy whenever they thaw is also pretty useful. This is not an item I've used a lot in my Sub-Zero runs, and I should use more often. I think it's a pretty solid B. Could even see arguments for it being A, just because of how reliable it is with applying freeze. But freeze isn't like stun, it's a lot easier to get on enemies, so you don't necessarily need that consistent application. You're going to be applying freeze pretty reliably regardless. So yeah, I think this is a B tier item. Decent B tier, could be A tier. I think B is pretty fair. Let's move on to one of my favorite pet items. I have a lot of these, if you haven't noticed. This is the Antique Wheel? Offensive Wheel. And offensive. I do that thing where I take its inscriptions and put it in the name. This is Offensive Wheel. It's Antique and Mana Cycle, so two inscriptions I'm a big fan of. Mana Cycle being attached to an item is always a good thing, but this is Mana Cycle with damage percent attached to it, because this increases your damage by 45%. And also, every time you use an ability 4 times, you you get rid of the cooldown on this item, and whenever you swap, it summons a little wheel that bounces around the room and deals a bunch of damage to enemies. I'm a big fan of the offensive wheel. I've always been a fan of this item. I've always been a wheel defender. You can go back to my earliest videos when I was still playing in 1.4, and you can hear me defending this item. It got a big buff in 1.5, and now everyone likes it, but I was an OG wheel fan, okay? I knew him before he became mainstream. I was at his underground concerts, okay? I've always been a wheel stan. Big fan. Easy A tier item. High A tier item. It would be very up here somewhere, but we're not ordering them, so offensive wheel remains down here. Very good item, easy A. Let's move on to the stun common. This is the Old Cross. The Old Cross has dizziness and relic on it, kind of weird. It also gives you 5% crit, which is one of the weirdest things about it, because it's like, why do stun runs want crit percent? Like, you can understand why, like, bleed runs would want attack speed. You can understand why, what is it? Arson runs would want magic damage percent. You would understand, and let's go ahead and bring this up. Why poison runs would want physical damage percent, but why do stun runs want crit percent? I don't know. It's like they just had that leftover stat, and they're like, what do we put this on? We already have like all these other, like this gives Skul cooldown. We have the commons that are giving the stats. So what does the stun item give? I don't know. Crit, I guess. Yeah, let's just put crit on it. But with all that said, is this item bad? No, it's good. It gives your basic attacks a 5% chance, I believe, to apply stun. And like I said, stun is hard to apply. It's not consistent. And this brings the consistency up quite a bit. So really good on stun runs. I think it's an easy A item. It's also really good on relic runs. I find myself having this all the time on my relic runs. It's a good item. I think it's one of the good, despite how much I was making fun of it, I think it's a pretty good common status item. Let's move on to the something pendant. Forget what the first part of it is. Toxic pendant, makes sense. So the toxic pendant is the poison common item. It gives plus 20% physical damage, and also your basic attacks have a 5% chance to apply poison. I would say this is the best common item that is a stat. Not better than the broken dagger, actually. It's the second best common item that is a status item. Really nothing bad to say about it. It has heirloom and poison on it. Heirloom obviously is good. You can't really go wrong with it. So poison runs oftentimes keep this item to the end, and I can't say I blame them. Like I said, status runs often struggle for damage percent, and despite this being meager damage percent, it's still damage percent. So you're getting damage percent on one of your status items. You can't go wrong with it. I just think this is a good item. Easy A tier, not much else to say about it. Moving on to the Pain and Despair. Pain and Despair is a legendary item that is Rapidity and Hidden Blade. I mean, we have the two great inscriptions together once again, just like the Thieves' Black Steel Dagger. Pain and Despair is, I believe it gives you movement speed and crit percent the more you use your basic attacks, capping at a certain point. Not really, I don't need to get into the hyper specifics of the values that it gives you. So let's just talk about this item itself. This is an S tier item. Easy, easy, easy. Pain and Despair is excellent. I find I don't take it as often as others do, and that's not like I don't know why that actually is the case. It's not bad at all. I feel like maybe I just see it as a little overkill in terms of the like raw attack speed it gives you. I think it's like 40 or 50% attack speed. It's massive, and it already has rapidity on it, so it's like, man, this item is just crazy good. I mean, what else is there to say about it? It's an S tier item. I think I've spoken my piece about it. Let's move on to the Passed Down Scabbard. The Passed Down Scabbard is a rare item. It's a relic and mana cycle item, and whenever you heal, it activates this effect that that sends out this blast of damage around you that deals a decent amount of damage every once in a while. It's actually a pretty dang good item, I would say, in the relic item pool. If you're doing a physical relic run, this is like a pretty much a must-have because it also has mana cycle. There's a lot of really good things attached to this item, though it is a little niche. Like, you really only want it on relic runs, maybe on mana cycle runs, but there's much better mana cycle out there. I think for that reason, I think this is probably a B tier item. Is it bad? No. But that's, you know, kind of the thing about this tier. It's not for bad items. It's for good items that you don't have on every run, but you do bring them sometimes. So let me relook at Armor of Fear here. Do I feel like Armor of Fear belongs amongst these items? Like, should I be a little kinder to this item? Maybe. You know, on a stun run in particular, I'll put it up here. I'll put it up here, okay? Sorry to the Armor of Fear fans, all one of you. I apologize. I didn't mean to upset you. It's a good item, okay? I'm being a little mean. I do still think stun as a status is like the worst of all of the statuses, but it's not by a significant margin. Oh, okay, that's certainly not happening. You can't make me do that. It's good though. It's a good item. I'll move it up. Correct the injustice. Armor of Fear Vins Rejoice. It's in where it belongs now. Let's move on. Ooh, to a really good item here. Pot of Greed. Little Yu-Gi-Oh reference. So the Pot of Greed is an item that got changed in 1.5, and people out there would tell you it's worse than it used to be. Don't listen to them. This is way better than it ever has been. This item gives you 30% damage boost in both physical and magical for every legendary item you have, maxing out at 4, and then when you get to the maxed out point for the 4th legendary item, it drops a free legendary item for you. So, I mean, this is just one of the best items in all of Skul the Hero Slayer, like, straight up. Like I said, people out there will be like, well, it used to not have a cap, so it used to technically be better, and that's just not true, because it used to scale for 15% for every legendary, and didn't have a cap, but you would have to have like ridiculous amounts of legendary items to bypass the 120% cap that it has now. That just never really happened in old Skul the Hero Slayer. So like, yeah, it's a better item than it ever has been. And the free legendary it gives you is just like awesome. Like, it's just a fun item. Everyone loves Pot of Greed. I love it. It has Antique and Treasure on it. I forgot to say that. 2 good inscriptions. Antique is probably a little weird, but doesn't really matter. It's still really good. So that's all I have to say about that. Let's move on to Prayer of Grace. I used to call this item the toilet paper item. I used to hate this item. You can hear me in like my older videos. Every time I saw it, I would get upset. Also, excuse me real quick. I just want to take a drink of tea without sipping in your guys' ears. So Prayer of Grace is good. It has Mana Cycle and Relic attached to it, and the text I think is a 50% decrease in your skill cooldown speed. 40, so not quite as good as I thought, but 40% is nothing to scoff at. It's just like a good common item. You see it a lot, you take it a lot early. I feel like a lot of runs get rid of this at a certain point, but that doesn't change that it's good. It's still good to have it. Mana Cycle is good. The 40% is good. Relic can be good. There's really just nothing bad to say about it. I think it's a firm A, or actually maybe a high B. The thing that makes me want to put this in A is its Mana Cycle, but I think it's probably more of a B tier item, to be quite frank with you. I feel like most of my runs end up getting rid of this by the end, so I think it's probably fairly put into B. So let's be honest with ourselves. Be honest with ourselves. Get it? Good one. Let's move on to the Priestess's Veil. This is another relic and Mana Cycle item. Kind of strange that they did that twice, but it is what it is. This is one of the best ways, the best items on relic runs to have stat scaling, though it's inconsistent. This item either increases your magic, physical, crit, or movement speed, I believe, by an X amount value for X amount of time, and then it's on a cooldown for a little bit. This item's really kind of weird. I don't know if it's not bad. I don't think it's a C tier item. I think it's a low B tier item, whereas this would be a high B tier item. This is consistent. This is inconsistent. But like I said, on relic runs, this is stat scaling, which is like has the same status problems where like your you're giving a lot of your item slots to items that don't scale you. So this is an item that can kind of occasionally sometimes make up for that, but it's really inconsistent. So for that reason, I think it's B tier, but it's not horrible. It's just a little awkward. Speaking of awkward, let's talk about the Priestess's Staff. I'm trying to find it here. Which I should probably go to P for that if I want to. Am I wrong? Rutro. What is this item called? I was in rares. Okay, there we go. PP. There it is. Priestaff, not priestesses. This is one of the cursed 30% or less items, which is a terrible mechanic, and this one's especially egregious. It slowly restores, slowly by the way, emphasis on that because it's fucking really slow. It's horrifically slow, even one can say. Slowly restores your HP by a little bit when you're at 30% or below. Like, this is a new player friendly item, kind of, but it's not nearly as good as the Knight's Determination or the Dark Priest Robe. You don't need this item if you're at 30% or below. It's like too much defensiveness. I think this is a C tier item. I could even see it being a D tier item. In fact, maybe I put it in D tier just out of spite. Relic and Antique, so decent inscriptions. I think it's probably more fitting here. Actually, no, it's a D tier item. Looking at these items, I can see use cases for these items. I cannot see a use case for this item. Priest Staff is just awkward. 30% or less curse. It can't really overcome it. There's no reason to ever take this item. There's much better sources of sustain. So, D tier, see ya. I've spoken my piece. Priest Staff sucks. Now we're talking about... Fuck, what is this called? This is another Lyanna item. Proof of Fellowship. For some reason, they have two uniques, and this is the second unique. The first unique was the Goldmane Rapier. This is the other unique. It's the Fellowship, Proof of Fellowship, and it's also weird. Though it doesn't have imp or spoils on it. Not sure why. I thought both of them did. This has a mutant and antique, I think. Why? Why does this have antique? I guess just because it's old, I guess. It's actually really sad. This item has like some sad lore implications. Let me read. I remember I read it once on stream or on video and I got sad. A forgotten doll that spent a lot of time with its sister when they were young. Oh, that's so fucking sad, bro. It's like humanizing the Lyanna sisters, these dogs of the military who just kind of led lives where they were pawns of the state. It's sad. It's sad. But yeah, like aside from the lore implications of this item, it's just not very good. On swap, actually I didn't even read its swapping increases attack speed by 6% for 12 seconds up to 60 and crit rate by 2% for 12 seconds up to 20. It's a little too hard to maintain this buff in my opinion, and this is from someone who likes to swap a lot. But I don't like to be forced to swap is the thing. I don't like my swaps to be mandated by stat boost, and if I'm not swapping at the right times, I lose my stats. I like to swap for the damaging effects that the swaps do themselves at opportunistic moments. So this, in my opinion, creates a frustrating flow of gameplay that is not fun, and it's also not very powerful. So I think this is firmly in the C tier. I have used this in videos, and it's not horrible when you get it going, but like I said, frustrating gameplay flow, not very fun. I'm not a fan of it, and I think it firmly belongs in C tier. Let's move on to the Rake of Fury. This is an item that used to be, in my opinion, a lot more valuable than it is now. Rake of Fury has... Does it have rapidity on it? I don't even think it has rapidity on it. Hidden Blade and Execute. Pfft, good lord. Hidden Blade's good, obviously, but Execute is just a trash inscription. This item, whenever you kill an enemy, gives you X% of attack speed for X amount of time, and then it doesn't do anything after that. So it's like, this is a rooms item. It's good in rooms against bosses. It's completely worthless. There's no value to have this against a boss at all. You're basically fighting with 8 items. I guess the inscription Hidden Blade is kind of okay, but I would not... This is like one of the last Hidden Blade items I would take if I was going down a Hidden Blade run. This used to be a lot more valuable. Like, I used this in speed runs and was pretty happy with it back in the day. And I feel like I would still pick it up in a speed run, but literally only in speed runs, and then I would just get rid of it for something better later on. I think this is an easy C tier, maybe even a D tier item. If Champion's Gauntlet is D tier, I think this is D tier, actually, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. D tier item, not very good. It just, against bosses, it's nothing. Against rooms, it's unnecessary. There's much easier ways to get your attack speed increased than that, so. Let's move on to the... God, this item has a really weird name. I'm never going to remember it, so let's go up and see if we can find it. It is the R. I think it starts with an R. It's like Rapid Sword of something or other. Rapid Sword of the Subconscious. So weird. This is an item that has arms and duel on it, which I think I'm right about that. Yes, I am. Duel is niche, but arms is good. And it's like every 14 seconds, it sends like a slash of damage out at your enemies. This is like filler arms, basically, the way I look at it. It's pretty comparable to the rapidity sword or whatever the fuck it's called. Acceleration sword, I think is what it's called. It's very comparable to that, but you can't modify the cooldown between when it sends out slashes of damage. So it's just worse acceleration sword, basically. Is it bad? Is it C or B tier is what I'm trying to think about here. Let's look at these items. Is it among these items is my question I have to answer. Or is it more? I think it's more among these items, honestly. I feel like I use it more often than I use these items down here, though. And this is my tier list. I think this is probably a very low B tier item. Close to C, not quite there. Just I don't see a lot of cases where I want, like, this is like one of the more not usable arms options you have access to. There's way better arms items out there. This one's just a little awkward, so I stand by it. That's B tier. Let's move on to the Raven's Monarch Feather. Talking about pet items, this is another one. Mutant and fucking Heritage. I believe it has Heritage on it. I'll confirm that, but I mean, it probably does if we're being honest with ourselves. Yeah, there it is. Very weird inscription that it just shows up whenever you least expect it. But the effect on this item is truly the prize to be won with this item. It's actually pretty comparable to this, the multi-dimensional prism. Actually, I would say it's more comparable to Giant's Axe, wherever that is. It's there. Whenever you swap, this has like a little force field that appears and sucks enemies into it and deals pretty decent damage to them. It's a nice little way to get a mutant magic run going, where you're swapping a lot, because this item effect is pretty dang good. I think this is an easy A tier item, because like it has mutant on it, which is an excellent inscription. You only need 2 mutant inscriptions to get the maximum value out of mutant, and this is like a good way to get to that point. So I stand by it. A tier. Could see arguments for B tier from people who don't utilize swapping a lot, but if you're smart, if you're a good Skul player, you swap often, and that means that this item is good. So that's my point. I'm sticking to it. Let's move on to the Rejuvenation Root. This item is a common. It has Revenge and what? Let me guess, Heritage. Let me take a guess. Just a wild guess here. Revenge and something or other. I don't remember the other inscription, which usually means it's where's the R? Oh, I'm in rare. Okay, let's move up to commons. There's so many rares. Revenge and Mutant. What the fuck? Hang on, what? Okay, that's fucking weird as hell. So actually good inscriptions. This is whenever you take damage, you heal 1. So like if you were to take 3 damage, you would heal 1 HP and take 2 instead. Not very good. It's actually super, super niche. And does it do anything else? I can't remember. Is that literally all it does? Wow, that's crazy. And it even has a 1-second cooldown too. The real value of this item comes from relic runs, and it's kind of an unfortunate aspect of relic, though I have I recently got proven that this is not necessarily as true as I thought it was. On relic runs, this is a pretty good item. I thought it was the only enabler for relic runs, but it turns out Revenge also heals you for a decent amount of HP. But Rejuvenation Root is still good on relic runs, but it's not as necessary as I thought, which lowers its value pretty significantly. I think this is a C tier, maybe D tier item. Does it belong amongst these? I actually think this is a D tier item. It's unfortunate. The inscriptions are good though. Maybe that makes it C tier. It's D tier. Let's move on. I don't want to spend too much time on fucking Rejuvenation Root of all the things I can. This is the Ring of Swiftness, the Ring of Wind, Heirloom and Soar. This is a very basic item here, kind of comparable to the Kendo Stick, but not nearly as good in my opinion. This increases your attack speed by 15% and your movement speed by 15%. It's fallen off quite a bit from where it used to be. This used to be the only attack speed modifier in the common pool, which gave it this nice little niche of an early game attack speed modification, but then Kendo Stick came along and is better. So it certainly isn't where it used to be. I do think it's still a B tier item though. If you're doing a Soar run in particular, this can be a useful thing to have. Heirloom is also a good inscription as well, so it has some stuff going for it, but it's just got dethroned basically by the Kendo Stick, so it is what it is. I think that's pretty fair placement for it. So let's move on to the Ritual Staff here. Ritual Staff is a rare magic attack item that gives you 55%. Let me double check that. I think it's just 50%, but it could be 55%. Ritual Staff. Where the hell are you, buddy? There you are. It is 50% cooldown speed for balanced skulls. Only balanced skulls, so that's a bit of a flaw with it. But it also gives 50% damage percent boost. 40%. Oh no, it's 40% skill cooldown speed, 50% damage boost. So a little different than I thought. I had it backwards. And its inscriptions are Artifact and Wisdom, so it's kind of like the Nether Mana Suppressor. It has both of them on it. This is an S tier item. Incredible rare, probably one of the best rares in all of Skul the Hero Slayer, though it does have some competition with like Invisible Knife. But this is a really, really, really good rare. Used to be, I would say before 1.5 came out, this was the best rare in all of Skul, but then we got a whole bunch of new items and a bunch of items got changed, so very, very good. If you're on a balanced skull magic run, you pretty much just want this item, no questions asked. Most balanced skull magic runs have this, so can't really go wrong with it. I think that's really all I have to say about it. It's just like everyone knows it's good. Like I don't need to explain to you guys that Ritual Staff is good. So let's move on to the Rosary. A really cool item here. I actually really like this item. This is a relic and Soar item, so it does have that problem of being religious symbolism, so it has relic forced on it, which isn't too awful bad, but it could use something better, but that's neither here nor there. This item, whenever you are attacking in the air, you get a 70% boost in both of your magic and physical damages. So holy hell, this is just like massive damage boosts, but only if you're in the air. An incredible run item on gargoyle runs especially, but if you're doing a Ginny's Chain Sickle run as well, which wherever that is, I know it's in here, there it is. If you're doing a Ginny's Chain Sickle run, this item is like a must-have basically. 70% is nothing to scoff at. That's just a little bit below Master Fighter and Master Brawler. The condition isn't that hard to meet at all, especially if you're already building in that direction. It's just good. You can't really go wrong with it. I'm a big fan. I think it's an easy A tier item, though it's a little niche. I can't bring myself to put it in B tier among these items. It's just too good. But, you know, like I said, it does have its problems. Very niche, kind of hard to make use of. But, you know, it's still good. So I think that's where it belongs. Let's move on to the Shadow Spirit. This is the spirit I was looking for earlier that I couldn't find when I was talking about the Dark Spirit Shade. This is the Shadow Spirit before you get Light Spirit Lu to give it that extra boost. This is easily the worst spirit among all of them. I talked about Earth Spirit Gnome earlier. I think I put it in B. Yeah, I did. It's right here. And while I'm at it, I'll just drag the rest of the spirits up. I think there's only this one. Let me have one nice look here. Yep, that's all. So the Shadow Spirit is the worst of all the spirits. On purpose, it's a common. It has Brawl and Fairy Tale on it. And it just kind of deals a little itty-bitty poof of damage to enemies every once in a while on a cooldown. The problem with this item on Fairy Tale runs is you're not guaranteed to get the Light Spirit Loo. If you don't get Light Spirit Loo, this is just a bad item to have on a Fairy Tale run. It builds towards the Oberon, who I couldn't remember yesterday. I couldn't remember his name. But now I remember Oberon. But it builds towards the Oberon, but it's like your run is worse off having this, even if it's building toward Oberon. You don't need this item on the Fairy Tale runs, which is part of the reason why it's so hard to get the Dark Spirit Shade, because you're actively hurting your run until you find the Light Spirit Loo. And since Light Spirit Loo is a legendary, there's no guarantee that you get it, so bit of a problem. But with that said, I think it's probably a B tier item because it is a spirit. And spirits are just good. Like you're gonna be hard pressed. In fact, you won't find a spirit below the B tier mark. But I think it firmly belongs in B tier. It's just a little too awkward to use. So that brings me to the last spirit, the Wind Spirit Sylphid. I think that's what it's called. A little reference to Sylphid wings. Skul has a shockingly deep lore. Like you would not expect it to be as a. There it is. Yeah. There's all these gods and goddesses and minor gods and stuff in Skul that are just kind of background set pieces. Sylphid is one of them. It's pretty interesting. Yes, Wind Spirit Sylphid is a rapidity and Fairy Tale item, so rapidity is a good inscription. And it's much like all the other spirits, where like you get a tiny little boost of like it's like a little just a little poop, a little pop of damage every once in a while. That happens. It's good. I mean, it's a spirit. Like you can't really go wrong with the spirits. I would say it's like much like these two. It's one of the more justifiable spirits to bring on a run because it's just good. Rapidity is good. So I don't think it's quite B tier. I think it's low A because it's not quite as good as these two, but it's not bad enough to drop into B. Like it's a good spirit to have. So rapidity saves this item. It's a good item. Let's move on to, I don't even know what this item is called. What is this item called? It used to be a different item and then they replaced it with something else. The Silent Sword, Hidden Blade and Duel. I've literally never used this item. It's way too hard to use. Amplifies damage dealt to enemies from behind by 25%. Sounds incredible. Like amplification 25%, and the condition is you just have to attack enemies from behind. Holy crap, sign me up. But the problem with this item is it's just too hard in Skul the Hero Slayer to consistently get that effect. Because there's some enemies that you don't even know what their behind is, right? Like that's kind of funny to say, but you have like Joan, right, who's always facing forward. Can you even use this against her? Does she have a behind? Maybe I'm just I'm an 8th grader, but that's funny. But I don't know how else to word it. That's how I have to talk about it. Like, does she have a behind? We don't know. Like, I don't know. Do you know? And how do you differentiate between like which direction she's facing if she does have a behind? I don't know. It works, but even the sprites that have obvious forwards and backwards facing sprites, it's like you can't really consistently get behind them enough to justify this item. Even though the text and the inscriptions are decent at the very least, I just can never really find a good way to make this item work. So I've never even tried. I think it's a C tier item, which is really unfortunate for it because it does have stuff going for it if only you could more consistently do it. Maybe you could bring this on a stun run or something. And since the enemies get stunned, you have much more opportunity to take advantage of that like weakness while they're stuck there. Maybe I'll actually try that on a run or something. But it's very niche and you have to be creative to make this item work, so I don't think it's very good. Moving on to the Sphere of Sniping. The Sphere of Sniping is another bit of a niche item. It has Misfortune and what the hell is its other inscription? I think it's a rare. So there it is. Misfortune and Duel. Kind of weird because it's a swap item. You'd think it'd have Mutant, but it doesn't. Whenever you swap into a Balanced Skull, this sends like a bunch of arrows out that attack enemies. It increases your magic attack by 25% and crit damage by 10. Balanced Skull fires several magic arrows that deal magic damage. A bit weird. When I first saw this item when 1.5 came out, I was very excited by it and I thought it was cool. But the more I used it, the more I realized it was just a little too niche. Is it bad though? No, because it gives those raw stats. 25% magic and 10% crit. Nothing to turn your nose up at. It's pretty dang good. I think this firmly places it in the B tier, but like, you know, not A tier, which I kind of hoped it would have been when I first saw this item. But yeah, it's B, which is fair. It's not bad at all. So let's move on to the Sphinx Eye. The Sphinx Eye, there we go. This is a artifact and let me guess, heritage. It's a rare. Okay. Yep, artifact and heritage. I actually know this just because I tried to use it recently on a King Dwarf run. It's actually pretty useful heritage too because it gives damage percent. Let me actually click on this item because it's a little weird. Decreases trap damage by 75%. Very strange. Though not bad. It's not bad at all. It's just weird. And it increases your damage percent by 35%. But the real prize for this item are the inscriptions and also the 35% damage text. It's certainly not a bad item. It's niche. It's not bad though. And I think that by now we know that this places it in the B tier. Probably in the middle somewhere here, the lower half. Probably on this row if we were actually ordering these. Not bad. Kind of weird, but usable. Let's move on to we're getting to the Carleon items now. It's been a long time coming. We already talked about the basic Carleon staff a long time ago, which I think is another element of people thinking that the mana bone is called the mana bone and this is called the basic Carleon staff, which now I believe it's called the standard issue Carleon staff, and this is called the bone of mana. So this would ideally be down here with these if they're in ABC order, but it's not a big deal. This is the standard issue Carleon armor. Though maybe this actually is still called the basic Carleon staff. Actually, we can just check. Let's go up to the comments. Yep, it's still called that. I think Bone of Mana is accurately on here. The wiki guys are pretty thorough. Yeah, see. They got it right. Turns out that for some reason Southpaw didn't make this consistent with the other Carleon items. Oh, I'm getting sidetracked. This is the standard issue Carleon armor. It is, and I need to click it just to make sure I get it right. It's a spoils and fortress item, and it decreases the damage you take by something, 15%. It's one of the only items that has non-conditional flat damage reduction. And fortress is an excellent inscription. I actually think I used to not look very highly on this standard issue Carleon armor back in the day. I didn't think it was good, but nowadays I actually think this is a really good item. I think it's easy A tier. Especially if you're a newer player, you want this item. You should pick it up and use it. It's really good. I've done like damage reduction runs where I rely on this item. I've done not like just fortress runs too, really like this item. It's really good. It's a really good defensive item. It's one of the best defensive items in the whole game. So if you've not played around with this item, you should. And easy A tier. If you disagree with me, that's fine, but you're wrong. I'm right. What can I tell you? Let's move on to the standard issue Carleon bow. This is a strike item, strike and spoils. All these standard issue items are going to have spoils on them. Strike, and I think it ups your crit percent by 7. It's a really weird number, like 7% extra crit percent, or maybe it's definitely 7. Really strange, but it's not a bad item. I do think it's the worst of the standard issue Carleon items because the 7% damage crit percent increase is really strange, but it's like not bad. I think it's the only standard issue Carleon item in B tier, which I guess spoils what I'll say about this, but you guys already knew that. Yeah, it's not bad. It's just the worst of all of them. But if you're doing a strike run, it's a pretty good item to have. Like, I feel like on strike runs, I tend to keep this. But it's not as universally useful as these other standard issue Carleon items. So B tier for that. I already spoiled it. This is the standard issue Carleon sword. It's an A tier item. It has 30% physical damage boost, and it has courage on it. And there's not really much else to say about it. It's A tier, much like the Carleon staff. It's really good. Let's move on to Stigma Balls, one of my favorite joke items in all of the game. Stigma Balls is a very strange item. It has chase on it, as well as fuck, where is it? This is a unique for some reason. Where the hell are you? There you are. Duel. What the fuck? Why? Duel and chase, and whenever you dash through an enemy, I actually need to kind of familiarize myself with this. Leaving a mark on enemy you collide with, and this is much like the main of the Beast King, where like when you collide with an enemy, it's not necessarily dealing damage to them, it just applies the mark to them regardless. Dashing using a skill deals additional magic damage to the marked enemy. You cannot it's a cooldown for 2 seconds, which is horrible. Oh god, so it's one unlike Main of the Beast King, it's one mark at a time too. I had high hopes for Stigma Balls when I first saw it, but the more I played with it, the more I realized it's just not very good. Like, if Main of the Beast King is not very good, and it's like a significantly better version of Stigma Balls, then Stigma Balls is also not very good. And I'm even tempted to put it in D tier, to be quite honest with you. But I think it just barely scrapes by in C, because on chase runs, on chase magic runs especially, you can do some decent things with this. But the fact that you can only mark one enemy at a time, it has a 2-second cooldown, and the additional magic damage it deals is not... Actually, you know what? Get down there, Stigma Balls. You disappoint me, okay? You disappoint me, Stigma Balls. I had high hopes for you. I'm sorry. I just gotta be honest with you. You're not very good. We're gonna move along. We're gonna move right along to the Plague Stone. We already talked about the Masterpiece Plague Stone. This is the normal Plague Stone. It's a poison and masterpiece item, the unupgraded version. It's just kind of a worse version of this, so we don't need to talk about it too much. I still think it's A tier though. Like, it's just good. Like, you can't really go wrong with it. It's still a really good item. There's not much else to say about it. Let's move on to the Sylphid Wings. Sylphid Wings are very interesting. Okay, once again, just gonna point this out. They have heritage on it. I already know this. I'm not gonna lose my mind this time, but they do have heritage on it. This is an item that whenever you dash in the air, after 9, or it's 10 times, I think. After you do 10 in-air dashes, it sends like a barrage of projectiles that deal magic damage at the enemy, and also reduces your in-air dash cooldown speed by, I think, 50%. I need to double check that. Yes, and it is 10. So this item is very interesting with the things you can do with it. On most runs, on 90% of runs, it's going to be a not very good item. I'm actually just going to go ahead and put it in B tier because that's where it belongs. On most runs, this is not going to help you out too awful much. But the good thing about Sylphid Wings is if you have Chase 4? No, it's Chase 2. That reduces your in-air dash, or your dash in general, cooldown by 40%. And if you have Sylphid Wings, this reduces your in-air dash by 50%. And if you combine those two together, that's a 90% dash cooldown rate in the air. So you can actually use this item on pikeman runs, and really all runs, but it's especially good on pikemen. Though it's not good on tackle dashers, I'll point that out. Tackle dashers, once again, are anti-fun. You can use this to pretty much just fly through the air, basically, because you have 90% dash cooldown, so you're just kind of going like, and you kind of fall down a little bit sometimes, but if you time it right, you can just like consistently stay in the air like, this is me dashing, by the way. It's very good. It's very fun, I should say. I don't know if it's very good, but it's very fun. There are a couple of skulls that can't do it super well because they have gravity attached to their dashes. Prisoner and Werewolf can't do it, which is like they're good at literally everything except this meme build, which makes them F tier skulls. But it's like this is a really fun way to build a run. It's hard to do it because it's hard to get Sylphid Wings, but if you can pull it off, it's very fun and very good. though it is still a B tier item, I think. Terrible Blade Shard. We talked about the upgraded version earlier, which I put in S tier. I'm going to put these in A tier. I don't have too much to say about them. It's just a worse version of this, but still good. These are almost like a mini Kyrian sword. With after you get them going, it's like you just have to apply wound consistently enough, and then you can just have like not quite Kyrian sword, obviously, but like it's close. It's like the same kind of visual effect and damaging effect where it sends out these blasts of blades in front of you that deal a bunch of damage. Very good item, but I already talked about its superior version, so let's not dwell on it too much. Let's move on to my precious, the ring. I have a meme or running I guess it's kind of a meme. It's like a running gag in my community where I get this item a lot. Like I get it very often in my runs, or at least I used to. It's kind of quit showing up as much as it used to, which is really unfortunate. This item has mutant and treasure on it for some fucking reason. I don't know why it has mutant. My best guess is it's a reference to Lord of the Ring and Gollum, but I don't know. The real good thing about this item is it gives you a ton, and I mean a ton of stats. And let's actually pull it up so we can really just kind of sink in just how good this item truly is. Increases physical attack by 40%, as well as magic attack speed by 30%, crit by 10%, skill cooldown by 50%, and it gives you 50 max HP. I already put it in S tier. That's exactly where it belongs. It's one of the best items in all of Skul. Very good, very, very good. Can't really go wrong with it. If you see the ring, you pick the ring up. In 90% of scenarios, 95% of scenarios, there's very few scenarios where you aren't picking up the ring. I came across one of them in one of my more recent runs, the Dash Genie run. I didn't pick up the ring there. But that's a very rare moment, so let's move on. We're almost done, by the way. My fucking voice needs to be... We're almost done. I'm so happy. This is Thief Armor. Thief Armor is a rare that, based on your crit percent, every time you crit, and I don't even... It might have a small cooldown, actually. Let's confirm that. Thief Armor. There you are. Hi, buddy. What's going on? Excuse me. Has a 0.5 second cooldown. Oh god, whatever will it do? On a crit attack, there's a giant ninja star that deals physical damage, but that's only the giant ninja star. The normal ninja stars don't have any cooldown at all. So whenever you're basic attacking with this item, it sends out a bunch of ninja stars, kind of like the thief when he's attacking you, the thief adventurer. And occasionally, if you do a crit, you throw out a big ninja star. So it scales with crit percent. This is one of the items that gets left out of the conversation when people are talking about the Omega powerful crit items. Like people will say like Invisible Knife is really good, Gunpowder Sword is very good, but people will often leave out poor Thief Armor here. The Thief Armor is not quite as good as these two items, but it's still really, really, really good, which is why it belongs in S tier. And I stand by that firmly. You can't convince me otherwise. This is an S tier item. Is it as good as these two crit items? No. But is it an incredible crit item that massively, massively, especially in rooms, increases your odds of winning a run? Yes. So, Thief Armor, firmly an S. I stand by that. I love this item. I've always loved this item. And we can now move on to Thorny Boots. An item that, in my opinion, got changed for the better in 1.5. This item used to be a really, it's just kind of a strange meme item in 1.4 and previous. I think it had courage and, fuck, I don't even know what else it had. It had courage on it, though. It was like an item whenever you land on top of an enemy, it dealt like a tiny, minuscule amount of damage. It wasn't very good, but now it's a bleed item, excessive bleeding and sore, and it gives you a 30% chance in air to apply bleed to an enemy, I believe. It's one of the most consistent ways to apply wounds to enemies. I've actually built runs like gargoyle bleed runs with Jenny's Chain Sickle around this item that are actually really powerful. It's a really good sword. Like, it's just a good item in general if you're doing a bleed run. As long as you're playing with a Skul who can do in-air attacks consistently, this is just a good item to have to apply bleed. And bleed is wounds are pretty hard to apply, so like very useful here. I think that makes it an easy A tier item. Certainly worth bringing if you're on a bleed run. Otherwise, don't bring it. But you know, I don't think that makes it a B tier item. Still good, still A. Let's move on to the Unknown Seed. The Unknown Seed is a precursor item to the World Tree Seed. We'll talk about both of them here. The Unknown Seed is a mana cycle and probably heritage, if I had to fucking guess. Actually, Unknown Seed is a common. Let's go up and... There it is. Yep. What are you going to do? There it is again. So the Unknown Seed is pretty worthless on its own. I think that makes it D tier. Though I'm not going to put it in F tier because it has potential to be good. Because it's like kind of like the Forbidden Sword here. Like this is just like a step in the direction of where the item will end up. So there's not too much to say about this item. You have to heal a bunch to get it to turn into the World Tree Seed. And then it turns into the World Tree Seed. And the World Tree Seed is a little bit more complicated. So let's pull it up here real quick. It's at the very bottom. Increases physical attack by 40%. So that's just flat. Like it gives you a 40% stat increase in both directions. And swapping summons a World Tree, cooldown 60 seconds, which is horrific. I do not know why they're so... Like, why is it that long? That's so insane. The World Tree Seed lasts for 15 seconds, standing around the World Tree Seed. So it reduces damage taken by 20% and increases your physical and magical by 60%. So when the World Tree Seed is active, which by the way is only 10 or 15 seconds, it gives you 100% stat boost in both directions, which by the way, that's nothing to be scoffed at. That's massive. The problem with World Tree Seed is it's very, very, very inconsistent. It's much like Doomsday, I would say, where you can't really control very well, though you can now more than you used to be able to. But it's hard to pop off in the right moments with this item because there's always, especially if you play swapping correctly, the reasons that you swap are to avoid taking damage and deal damage with good swap abilities. So you swap to get the HP shield up and avoid taking damage at points where there's no other way to dodge the damage. So that can oftentimes summon the World Tree Seed accidentally. Actually, it's also comparable to Proof of Fellowship in that it creates a bad flow of gameplay where you're not swapping to just have to activate powerful effects whenever you want. You're swapping to maintain effects at certain times, or in this case, like proc an effect at a certain time. But like, if you're holding off on procking the World Tree Seed, you're not swapping at points where you might want to be swapping, which is why I think it creates a bad flow of gameplay, which I think puts World Tree Seed in an awkward position. I personally think it's a C tier item, even though the stats it gives are nothing to be scoffed at. I just don't like it very much. Could see arguments for B tier, but I just do not think it's sadly good enough to be anywhere even close to like the top tier of items in the game. Just because of the way I don't like it, like forces you to play. So yeah, I stand by that. Let's move on to the Vampire Fang. The Vampire Fang is an excessive bleeding item with, once again, heritage. Whenever you apply wound, I think it's every 5 kills, it heals you for 1 HP. And whenever you apply a wound, it sends out like a little blast of damage that deals physical damage to enemies. Vampire Fang is a little awkward. I think it's probably one of the not good excessive bleeding items. I had the chance to take it in my excessive bleeding sword run the other day and I didn't. For good reason. I just don't think it's very good. So for that reason, I think it's probably either a low B, high C. I'm going to put it in C tier. The healing is okay, but Rejuvenation Root kind of does the same thing. This isn't really, like, I was thinking in a run the other day, like maybe this is a decent also way to proc healing on relic runs, but this doesn't work against bosses is the problem. So it's not in the same way that Rejuvenation Root is like a decent way to get relic healing. I don't think this has the same value. And it's not quite D tier because like you can use this on an excessive bleeding run with some success. I guess it's kind of like Passed Down Scabbard, but the effect, like where like if you're on like a relic run, it's a good item to have. But the Passed Down Scabbard is a lot more reliable consistently than the Vampire Fang, whereas this is like you against a boss, this is basically like you're fighting with 8 items, so not very good in my opinion. Let's move on to the veteran warrior's gloves. Did we talk about the warrior's gloves? Where the hell are the are they on this? Did I talk about warrior's gloves? When would I have done that? Because it starts with a W. Are they? I guess they're not on this list. I wonder how many other items are missing on this list. Because warrior's gloves are not here. I don't think. Did I accidentally place them like somewhere where they don't belong? Nope. They're just not here. Interesting. Warrior's gloves would be a C tier item, I think. Veterans warrior's gloves, on the other hand, let's go look at them. They're a rare. They would be at the bottom of the rares. There we are. Yeah, the warrior's gloves aren't on this list. After using a skill create, it's kind of like it's like a more universally applicable version of the Cretan Bull, actually. Whereas every time you use a skill on the Cretan Bull, if you're playing a power skull and you tackle dash, it like sends out, like you lurch forward very far and it deals a blast of damage. This is like every skull. After you use a skill, if you dash, it deals a blast of damage. The warrior's gloves are kind of similar to this, where they're like that, but it's like on a cooldown, whereas this doesn't have a cooldown to my knowledge. I don't believe if it had a cooldown, it would say it here. So yeah, their courage and masterpiece, pretty good inscriptions. Certainly more valuable than the sage times. Courage and masterpiece, in my opinion. Even though the sage's time give raw stats, I do think the veteran's warrior gloves are more useful than the sage's time. More, at least the great sage's time. This is a much better masterpiece upgrade than great sage's time, is basically what I'm trying to say. So for that reason, I think veteran's gloves belong in B tier. Normal warrior's gloves would be here, but I straight up think they're just not on here unless I'm overlooking them. If they're somewhere at the end of the list here in a tier where they don't belong, because I accidentally placed them there, just know they belong in C. So yeah, veteran's gloves are B tier. Let's move on to Victory Baton. This is a mutant and dual, I think. Is this a rare or a unique? I think it's a unique. There it is. Execute. Oh god. So execute inscription, not very good. Mutant inscription, very good. And then you have the text itself, which we should click because it's a little complicated. It's not very straightforward. Second, swapping increases magic attack by 70% for 4 seconds, which is massive, by the way, and movement speed by 50%. Defeating an enemy while this effect are active resets the effect. So like the 4 seconds is not true 4 seconds, because if you're chaining kills, it's like a constant, consistent boost in your stats. 70% magic boost is massive, by the way, not to be underestimated. And movement speed is also a pretty nice, it's like a nice little addition. Not necessary, but it's nice. Against bosses, this kind of falls off in usability a little bit, but it also activates on swapping. So it's like you can still keep the effect active. You just have to be swapping more, which I do all the time anyway. So pretty consistent on my runs that I have the 70% boost. But in rooms, you can keep the boost forever, basically. So it's very good. I think this is an easy A tier item, even though it has execute. A lot of execute items are in A tier, so it's like items that can overcome basically having a useless inscription slot, and Victory Baton is one of those. This is one of the weirder items on the list. I don't know why they couldn't take a good picture of it. This is the Warrior Steel Mace, which is a stun item. I need to familiarize myself with this item a teeny tiny bit, so let's go look for it here. It's right here, actually. Perfect. Warrior Steel Mace. Stunning an enemy deals an additional physical damage and increases physical attack by 10 seconds. Wow. Warrior Steel Mace is an item I've always been a fan of. I've always liked this item. Even before 1.5, I was like, Warrior Steel Mace is like a decent substitute on runs where you need it. And it's a dizziness item with arms as well. So arms dizziness, quite useful. I think this is the only item like that. So pretty useful to have on a run, on a stun run, because it's like you're building towards good inscriptions, and you're also getting flat damage boosts as well as a good item effect. Warrior Steel Mace is just good. It's like one of the better stun items. I think it belongs in A pretty fairly. Can't see anyone disagreeing with that. If you've done stun runs, you know it. You know it's good. It's like if you know, you know. So now we're moving on to the Warrior's Pauldrons. This kind of completes the trifecta of beginner-friendly items. You have the Dark Priest robe, the Knight's Determination, and then you have the Warrior's Pauldrons here. Every early win in Skul the Hero Slayer, I don't care who you are, you use this item. You can try and deny it, but I won't believe you. Every early Skul victory screen had the Warrior's Pauldrons in them, including my own. This is the most beginner-friendly item in the entire game. What it does, it has Brawl on it, which is useless, but Fortress is useful. And what it does is it creates a barrier in front of you wherever the character direction is facing. If you're facing right or left, there is a barrier in the direction you're facing that negates literally all damage completely. Like utterly and completely, you take 0 damage. As a veteran player, I never pick this item up. In fact, I think it's bad for me because I don't need it. But new players love this item. It's excellent for them, and it's, like I said, on pretty much every victory screen. Though this item does have some strange, like, kind of anti-synergy on some Fortress builds. If you're playing a Symbol of Toughness build, you do not want this item, because it negates damage that you could be taking to deal damage with your Symbol of Toughness. If your Symbol of Toughness is not activating, then you are missing out on damage, and this item completely negates damage. So do not take this on Symbol of Toughness runs. It will make your run worse. But literally any other scenario, it's a good item. So it's an A tier item. Beginner players rejoice. Your savior is here. He's tiered, and he ended up doing pretty well. So new players are clapping and screaming and crying and pissing and farting. You guys are fucking living it up right now. Congratulations. Let's move on to Wind Armor here. This is a magic chase item. It's probably the magic chase item. It's like the other magic chase items are kind of weird. This one's pretty good. I believe it has antique and chase, though I kind of want to double check that. It'll be near the bottom of the rares, so we can find it pretty easily. Fortress and chase, actually, which is even better. So Fortress and chase, and whenever you dash more than, like if you dash twice in one dash, it activates a little damaging aura around you that deals magic damage for X amount of time. It's really high uptime on this item. It's pretty good. I think it's a B tier item. I don't think it's an A tier item because like the effect isn't very powerful. But that's kind of the thing with chase runs is you're stacking a bunch of non-powerful effects together to make a fucking barrage of different effects all at once damaging your enemy. It's kind of like the Cavalry Decoration, but the magic version, though not as good as Cavalry Decoration, but still pretty good. Yeah, B tier item, pretty good on chase runs. Highly recommend it if you're doing chase runs, but otherwise, just kind of filler, and you usually end up getting rid of it by the end. I don't even know what this item is called, to be honest with you. Where the fuck is it? Wing Armor, Fortress and Soar, and I actually don't even know what it does. While in midair, damage is reduced by 35%. Pretty massive. While in midair, cooldown speed. Oh, okay, that's pretty good, but very kind of weird too. Like only in midair, 50%, and 50% is even that big. Like compare it to Magic Pocket Watch, which is 70%, or Mana in Broken Mana Engine, which I think is 40%, and those are non-conditional. So very strange. But either way, this item I think is not super useful. Weird inscriptions as well. It's Soar and Fortress. It's just weird. Like I can't see much use case for this item, and for that reason, I think it belongs in C tier, maybe even D tier. Let me look at the C tier items. The thing is, I can think of use cases for these items. I cannot think of use cases for Wing Armor, so I think it probably belongs in D tier. Yeah, D tier it is. I think that's fair. Moving on to Witch's Brew, another heritage item that makes no sense. Witch's Brew is an item that has heritage and mutant on it, and whenever you swap out into your partner Skul, you get like a just colossal attack speed boost that slowly goes away over time, and then you swap again and you get the boost again. The thing about Witch's Brew is, if you have Mutant 2, you can chain your Witch's Brew boosts to almost be permanent uptime, like just about permanent, like to the point to where it's almost irrelevant to say that Witch's Brew even has like a fall off, like because if you're, and I guess this kind of also creates a bad flow of gameplay as well, though you don't it's not necessarily as important to maintain the Witch's Brew buff as it is to maintain the Fellowship buff, because like the attack speed is nice and all, but it's not like it's just a nice little thing that you have whenever you swap out into it, and it's like a good mutant item. I like the Witch's Brew quite a lot. Like attack speed is just a valuable stat in general, and you know, don't force yourself to be swapping to maintain the Witch's Brew boost. Just kind of enjoy it whenever you have it. That's how I like to look at Witch's Brew. I think Witch's Brew is an A tier item. Could see arguments for a B tier item, but this is my tier list. I do have my pet items. Witch's Brew, I'm a big fan of, so I'm going to put it in A tier. And you can't stop me. You know, it happened. It's there now. So it is what it is. We're almost done. Let's go ahead and drag these two up here. And I'm going to have to familiarize myself with these a bit. I do know what they do, but only vaguely. Wood Statue is a heirloom once again, and masterpiece. So really just 0 inscriptions on this Mother Hubbard for most people. As much as I like quintessences, heirloom is not very good on most quintessences. So I don't know. It's just kind of weird. And masterpiece is a means to an end, like I always say. So for most people, you're not getting much out of this inscription-wise. But the effect is skill cooldown speed about 100%. Massive, by the way. Colossal. But taking damage nullifies this item's effect for 10 seconds. Which ruins the item. Because it's very, very, very hard to avoid taking any damage at all in Skul the Hero Slayer. Like, super hard. To the point to where, you know, like, most people don't even try. True hitless runs are, like, the ultimate challenge run, basically. Which means that this item loses a lot of its value. The 10-second cooldown pretty much kills it. If it was 5 or so seconds, it would be a lot more reasonable. But the 10-second cooldown is just too much to bear, in my opinion. Which is why I put this in D tier. Wood Statue, in my opinion, is D tier. Even though the stats it gives you are very useful, the effect itself is too hard to maintain. It's pretty much a useless item for most people, including, and I'm a very experienced Skul the Hero Slayer player. Even I can't avoid taking damage for long periods of time. So most of the time, if you're holding this item, you're carrying 8 items essentially. And now we'll look at the Wood Statue of Horror. It gives it a little bit of an extra boost, but it has the same problems. 120%, which is 20% better than the first one, and also attack speed. But like I said, same problem. This is not enough to save it from being a D tier item, in my opinion. It's really the condition that is so hard to meet that makes these items not very good. So both of them are D tier. You can feel free to disagree. I've seen people defend the wooden statue. I just personally can't see it. And we already talked about the Crown of Thorns. Where did I put that? An A, almost certainly. I don't think I would have put it in S. Yeah, there it is right there. And much the same as the Masterpiece Crown of Thorns, I think this is also an A tier item as well. It's not too much different from the normal upgraded Crown of Thorns, I mean. So let's actually just pull, since this is the last item, we can take a little bit of extra time on it. Crown of Thorns. Masterpiece Misfortune, good inscription, at least Misfortune. Critical hits deal an additional physical damage with a very low cooldown, and each subsequent critical hit performed within 5 seconds after the last amplifies. Oh wow, that's crazy. Amplification, by the way. Amplification. That's huge. And like we already established, it's not hard to get your crit percent to be pretty high. So like this amplification by 80%, I need to use this item more than I do. Holy fucking shit, bro. Yeah, this item's really good. Maybe these are S tier. Maybe these are actually S tier. I just haven't played with them enough to know. Both of the Crowns of Thorns variants could be S tier. I need to play with them more. I might change my mind as I continue to learn and explore with items in Skul. But yeah, I think this is actually pretty fair. I think I'm pretty comfortable with all of these placings. Let me look. Is there anything I would change? Just very quick glances. There's a few items here and there where I was like kind of on the fence of whether or not they belonged in the tier that they were in, but I've already kind of changed those as I've gone. I don't think there's a lot here that I'm super iffy with. No. I feel pretty good about all of this. Only 2 F tiers. Am I missing anything? Well, we don't have the Warrior's Glove. There's probably other items here that I didn't get to tier. I can look through here real super quick and see if I can notice anything. So far, so good. These 2 aren't here, but they're both S+, basically. Just kind of having a look through the wiki to see if I noticed anything I didn't get to tier. So far, so good. They only missed Warrior's Gloves. Got all that. Did it have the absolute mithril gear, actually? It might not have. I think that might be another thing they missed. Because I know I tiered mithril gear here in C. And I don't think I tiered absolute mithril gear. Absolute mithril gear would probably be like a B tier item, because it does kind of improve on the formula of the mithril gear a little bit, but you know, it is what it is. I think that's another item I missed. Anything else? Keep going. Don't see anything here. Tiered all this stuff. Tiered all this. Tiered all this. So far, so good. There's so many fucking rares, bro. Holy fuck. And all the commons, almost certainly I got. Yup, that's all of them. Alright, we're done. We're actually fucking done. My throat is fucking dead, bro. Oh, but I did the thing. I did the thing that no one else has done yet, where I tier all of the 1.6 or 1.5 items. The 1.6 items are missing. Just want to reiterate, the Fulgent Dawn variants are all up here. The mage's staff that you, or the mage staff, I don't know what it's actually called. The thing you get from the slime is probably low A, high B, because it has Mana Cycle and Mutant on it, and the effect is actually pretty useful in Act 4. But that's really about it. It's actually, no, it's an A tier item, I think. It's pretty good. So yeah, that's my opinions. I'm sticking to it. Just to kind of get a look at all of this, let's slowly scroll past it, because I know people will forward to the end. Shoutouts to you guys, by the way, those of you who just forwarded it to the end to see my opinion. Here it is. Feel free to disagree with any of it. Or agree with it, because I'm fucking awesome, and I'm smart, and I know what I'm talking about in Skulls. I'm just kidding, by the way. Yeah, that's my opinions. So, I'm done. And I can actually finally rest my voice. So, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for getting me to 900 subscribers. It means the world to me. We're almost to 1,000. It's actually, and this is copium, I don't think it's going to happen, but if people keep subscribing, it's maybe possible to get there before the end of November, but I don't think that's going to happen. But it's not technically impossible. We have a pretty decent amount of days to do it, but their goal is before 2023 to get to 1,000 subs, so I think we can definitely do that. So I definitely need to rest my voice, so that's really all I have to say. Thank you for watching. I appreciate all of you immensely, and I'll see you again in the next one where we actually play some Skulls. So look forward to that. Bye-bye.